Hello everyone, good evening. Well, I don't know what time it is for you. Sorry, I'm just used to saying that because that's what I say when I start my live streams. Anyway, thanks for dropping by, thanks for joining me. Welcome to episode 2. Yes, we're gonna continue Danganronpa Another. Listen to that remix. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we're gonna continue this from chapter 1, which we did last episode. And looking forward to seeing what happens next. So, what happened last week, or last episode, was we met all the characters. Some interesting faces for sure. And the ultimate sniper, Hyoka, I think was her name, she died first. And we found out the ultimate soccer player, Mitch, he was the one who killed her. Yeah. It's honestly not a big loss because I was like, I didn't really like it that much. Yeah, so let's see what happens now. Y'all know my favorite, right? Like I was saying it last week, or last episode, that my favorite was the police officer, Tsurugi, so far. And the clown, Satsuki. Just because I find her so entertaining. But, you know, Satsuki seems like a very unimportant character. So either she's so unimportant that she's somehow gonna survive to the end, or she's just gonna die at some point. Which is, yeah. But, yeah, Tsurugi though, I want him to survive. I like him a lot. He has like a twisted sense of justice. Danganronpa Another. Oh. 본 게임은 스파이트 사회 단간론바 시리즈 또한 일부 원작의 설정에서 불가피한. Yeah. Sorry. I can't read Korean that fast. Speaking of which, I heard that this build, like chapter 2 to 6, it's either gonna have a lot of untranslated Korean, or it's gonna have translations but are very wonky. Yeah, because this is originally a Korean game and it's only recently that it's been translated. So we're just gonna live with it. I think the free time events are not translated, so I guess I know there's a YouTube video, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hang out with them. If we get to hang out with, if we get a hangout event, I'm just gonna go cut to a video on YouTube. I'm gonna watch a video on YouTube of the hangout event. Yeah. Anyway, y'all know I'm gonna hang out with Tsurugi the entire time. No, let's start from chapter 2. Also, I don't think my save carried over, so my items are gone, but it's fine. It's just like one item, I think. Yuki, save me, Yuki. Mom is really struggling right now. Help, Yuki. Yuki, I'm sorry. I haven't done anything properly yet. It's so unfair to die in a place I don't even know about. Yuki, you bastard. You incited everyone to lead me to death. You put my dream of getting out of here to death. Yuki. Who's this? Is this Satsuki? Ah! Or is this just my dream? Okay. Hello everyone, morning has arrived. It is 7 a.m. Wake up time. Let's have a lively day. The dialogue is different. It's definitely just translated. So I had a nightmare. I don't feel well. I lost 2 friends in 1 day just yesterday. I can't even sleep. It's weird. First morning without 2 friends. The goal of getting out of here remains the same, but the moon will be different for the past. Starting today, what should I do? I figured the class trial was over yesterday. We each decided to rest in our rooms and return to our private room without saying a word. I hope everyone's okay. Who is it? Well, in a situation like this, for a person to come to my room I can't figure that out yet. Oh, my man. Oh, it's Kinjo. Boy. Okay. So this is like direct translation. They're probably using their last names now. I'll live with it. I could lose their last names anyway. Maida, you don't look very good. I can't be good. 2 friends have died. I feel the same way. I too couldn't sleep because the shock of Maki's death didn't go away. Doesn't even mention Higa. But in order to not let her death be in vain, why don't we get out of here as soon as possible? That's true. Anyway, we must have cooled down a lot more than yesterday, so let's all get together and talk. What's going to tell you? Can you tell me? I'll let you know soon. Come to the dining hall. Kinjo, who's strong in action and leadership. Yesterday we saw that face and a feeling of disbelief arise. Are you really tolerating Higa's murder? Of course, it is also murder that Monokuma did to Higa. Even Monokuma's a bastard criminal who deserves to die. But leaving Higa alone wouldn't be safe. Murderer must be punished severely. What? So you think it's good that Higa died? Of course. Anyone who kills even 1 person has no right to live here. See, oh my god, he looks so hot there. Fuck. Higa's desire to protect us is real. But no matter how Higa killed, such a statement ignores human dignity. Which makes it different to think about it here, but it's true that he has a good brain. For now, I should head to the dining hall. Hi, I'd like to thank you for playing this version of the game, no problem. Bound to be typos and miswording since it is just my own personal translation, no problem. Okay. Ooh. Nice. I only had 62 coins last chapter, so would have advised there are secret items in which you can get from the Mono machine to unlock events in chapter 23. Oh, like the man's nut. Oh good, they have the Porsches now. Good. Ah, Tyra, Hatano. Hello, Maida-kun. Good morning, Maida. Why are you two together? What's wrong? Me and Yami-chan are good friends, right, Yami-chan? Yes, the 3 of us, Tyra and Maki, became my closest friends while talking in the dining hall. Yeah, even Maki. Kyoka-chan. Sorry. In the presses this morning, that was my bad. No, it's okay, Ayami-chan. All we have to do is work hard for Kyoka-chan's sake. By the way, Maida, were you also on your way to the dining hall when Kinjo called you? Yeah, hearing that, he must have called you guys too. Kinjo-kun, can't seem to trust him somehow, because of that attitude yesterday. I still can't believe it. How can he take human life so lightly when he says he's gonna protect us? Come on, Tyra, it doesn't change that Kinjo's our leader, but let's at least hear her. Alright, at least he has a smart brain than me. Well then, Maida, we'll go ahead first. Okay, I'll be there in a minute soon. Even in a place like this, friendship thrives. Even so, it's sad that Maki and them were close. No, I shouldn't be thinking this. I have to go to the dining hall quick. Now that we're using surnames, I wonder how Kanata is gonna address us. Probably with like Sama or something. So, are we all here? Yes, everyone is present. This is everyone now. The absence of two people feels so big. We could have been better friends under different circumstances. Well, setting that aside, get to the point. Why you brought us here? Setting that aside, at least give us time to mourn our friends. Do it in your own time. I'd rather not spend my time with you at all. And why didn't you screw off, alright? Hey, did anyone notice Yamaguchi isn't herbivore anymore? That's irrelevant. Everyone be quiet, don't make a mess. Although I'd like to piss off as soon as possible, like that, oh my god, said, I want to hear what you have to say first, Tsurugi. I admit that you are someone worth listening to. Excuse me? You just called me up. I'll fucking murder you. What's wrong? Isn't it true? I'm sure everyone knows that you flirt with every single male around the school. Are you managing a fish farm now? Fucking... I said stop. Do you think I called you guys here to fight each other? Righto. And isn't there something more urgent? Mekaru just wants to be spoken to. I'll talk to you too, Mekaru. Seriously? That's not the important thing. Guys, let's calm down. That was Kinjo. Thank you, Mikako. I know we're all having a hard time after what happened yesterday, but there's something I must let you know. What is it, mate? I'm feeling all tired now. Can you make it as short as you can? Before that, I need to make something very clear. What would that be? Didn't I tell you yesterday that from now on I'll do whatever it takes to protect everyone? However, even I can no longer be confident that another murder will not take place. So let's make some changes in our group. Make some changes? In a nutshell, we'll sort out the class to people who will follow my rule and those who won't. If you agree to follow my command and seek order no matter what happens, I promise to protect you to the best of my abilities. But if you can't agree on these terms, I have no intention of protecting you. So for those of you who won't follow my command, I ask you to leave. Wait, what? Kinjo, are you nuts? Why are you so surprised? It should be an easy choice if you're confident in yourself. If you're confident you'll never commit murder, that is. I mean, of course you won't, but what's wrong with you? I thought you were gonna protect everyone. Anything sounds achievable when you put it in words. Did any of you expect Mitsuhiro Higa to commit murder? Well, no, but... That's unrelated. You said that you won't care about friends who disagree with you. How is that protecting everyone? Hear me out. I believe that those friends who chose to leave the dining hall of their own volition are refusing to act as a group. In other words, they are individuals prepared to murder at any time. Is there any reason I should protect those potential murderers? That's nonsense. People who won't follow your rules are murderers? That's nothing more than dictatorship. Hey Yuki, dictatorship? Isn't that bad? Isn't that bad, alright? I never said I'd force you to do anything extreme. In fact, all of this is for your own good. As long as you choose to remain here, I'll do my best to ensure your safety. I'm doing this just to prevent a conflict of opinion during emergencies by centralizing authority to one person beforehand. You're free to say your opinion, but on the other hand in emergencies, only mine will take priority. That's true. None of us would be good enough at dealing with crises as Kinjo does. So what? Can the few people who won't follow you just die then? You're leaving them to die. Is this something to get mad at? I'm offering this with the expectation that all but a few of you will remain. There shouldn't be a problem unless you're willing to murder, right? That's not the point. Right now I'm questioning your humanity. Humanity. It's already written there. It's already there, Tyra. Majority over minority. This is common sense. Do you really think humanity or justice is all it takes to protect people? What? You're right. I want to protect everyone without forcing you under my command, but only if it was so easy in practice. To protect someone is a difficult task. Let's all imagine for a second that you don't take my proposal. And suppose that someone gets murdered while everyone is cooperating before. seeing how we're like after just Kyoka and Higa, I doubt we'll ever recover from another murder. But if something like that were to happen, will you be responsible for everyone's safety? Is that what you're saying? Kanai didn't reply anymore. No, not just Akane. No one could argue against him. Every single one of us was certain that Tsurugi won't listen to any form of argument. He must. Hey, Mr. Police Officer, let me ask you one question. Are you not going to tell us what you have to say before you're done sorting us out? Of course. Why would I share information with people who refuse to cooperate? If that's the case. Of course she's leaving. Good luck with that psycho cop. I'm going to be on my own. I won't show my face to you guys and don't go talking with me again. Are you sure? I won't stop you. And I assume you agree to be treated as a potential murderer. Well now, who knows? Kinjo, are you okay with this? Are you really doing this? Is there anyone else who wants to get out? I'm warning you, this is your only chance. I wouldn't allow you to change your mind later. Kinjo! Then I shall leave. Sir Uehara, why are you leaving? I always act in this way, the way I believe is right. That is my only reason. No, we're becoming divided. This shouldn't be happening. Anyone else? Make a decision quick. Stop this right now. Isn't this enough? Me. Kizuna tomorrow. You too. Come on, Kizuna-chan, please don't. I'm always hated, swarmed in a large group, and it's not like I'm close to any of you. It's not true. We can start building our friendship from now on. That's right. Tomorrow you're a pretty girl, so you're welcome anytime. Shut up. Who do you think I am? I'm Kizuna Tomori. I'm on a whole different level than any of you. I know what you all think of me. Inside, I'm stupid or fuck stringing guys along. I know it. I'm sorry if I know I'm skipping a lot of these words, but I don't like saying those words, so. Wait, Kizuna-chan. Unbelievable. I didn't expect this many people to proclaim themselves a criminal. There's no need to do this, Tsurugi. No, this had to be done. I can't handle that many people alone. Anyway, 10 people remaining just seems just about the right number. Insane. You're insane. I don't care whatever you say. If this is the only path that I can take to protect you, I promise to repay your trust by keeping you absolutely safe. Wise choice, everyone. I will not let you guys die no matter what. Although the face Tsurugi made was a bright smile, what it showed was not the emotion of joy, but the ugliness of a human being. He's pretty damn hot though. Shit. Natural balance between dreams and bonds. The attendance remained after Mikaru, Uehara, and Tomori left the dining hall. Although discontentment and distrust against Kinjo were at their peak, we had to follow his words through now, as he had the most information and knowledge than anyone about our situation. So what is it? What are you gonna show us? Yes, you see? The stairs to the second floor are now open. The second floor? Of what place? The stairway and the dormitory is still blocked, but the fence blocking the stairway means that the classrooms have disappeared. I discovered it while investigating early in the morning. The fence disappeared? What's happening? Not only that, the bathhouse door in front of the dining hall was unlocked as well. Bathhouse? You mean the one next to the laundry room? Yes, I don't know why this has happened, but isn't this a good opportunity? How about we all investigate these locations when we're able to? They might become inaccessible any time. Since we haven't found any clues on the first floor, the second floor may have some. but I cannot stop thinking this is suspicious. I agree with you, Ayame. Do you think it might be Monokuma's trap? Not that it makes it any less interesting. I think the same way. You need to be careful. These cowards! Ah, he's back! Really, Teruya? How many times are we gonna be surprised by the same thing? Monokuma, how dare you show your face before us? Aw, don't be so mad. I didn't come to pick a fight today. Actually, I'm here to help you. Don't get so personal. What do you mean, help us? You killed 2 of our friends. Killed? I don't know what you're talking about. Headmaster Monokuma never did such a thing. Kyoko was murdered by Mitsuhiro. You let Mitsuhiro into it. Also, the blood from his death is still on your hands from his execution. Hey, that's not murder. It's a rightful punishment for a murderer. Using the same logic, would you call everyone conducting capital punishments a murderer? That's irrelevant. It's a completely different scenario. Huh? If that's so, but my pal Tsurugi can prove what I said yesterday. Tsurugi, can you say something? Tsurugi? Shut up, rotten criminal. I might share your ideology, but I never approved of your actions. You're no more than a murderer. Oh, really? What a shame. Huh? It looks like some of you are missing. Are they on for a bathroom trip? Hey, dummy bear, no one likes you here, so just get to the point and go away. I had some good news for once, but now I don't want to say anything anymore. But I'm not gonna falter just yet. I won't succumb to bullies. Yep, I'm gonna forget about your rude behavior and tell you the good news. I forgot to say this before, but you have a reward for successfully completing the class trial. Since you people did an impressive job of finding the culprit yesterday, I opened the 2nd floor of the school and the bathhouse as a surprise. What do you think? Isn't Headmaster Monokuma just the greatest mentor you've ever had? You already knew about it. Huh? It's a critical hit. The bear finished last place. Exactly what Tsurugi said, word by word. Well, I kinda felt bad to see him talk so proudly about it. Even with them cameras, he must have some real bad feeling. Stupid idiot! What? Pregnant male seahorse? Okay. Alright, I forgot about this. Remember the nameplates in the dormitories? I made it easier to identify the owner of each room. I was taking drawings of you next to your nameplates. It wouldn't be fun to see the same take place again. Enough already. Go back to your hole, criminal scum. You're all idiots. Stupid idiots. He must be quite embarrassed. I was hoping for some legit good news. I guess I shouldn't have expected that from Monokuma. That explains why new paths would open up suddenly, though. From what he said, it appears that the new areas aren't traps to lure us in. I think we can investigate without fear. So the strange drawings in the dormitory were Monokuma's doing. It'll certainly make it easier to find our rooms. We won't need to check out the nameplates anymore. No one seemed to care about them, so I didn't mention anything as well. So, are we all investigating the newly unlocked areas? Yes, that will be our plan for it. We can investigate individually, then come back here for some time later. Then we'll share our findings. I sure hope we find something good this time around. Kinjo, what about Mikaru, Uehara, and Tomori? What do we do if we meet them? Let them be on their own. They chose to resist my authority in our approach. Think of them as loose cannon. You can't act together with dangerous individuals. But Yuki straight in my eyes, Ayame gently shook her head. Let's follow Tsurugi's orders for now. He's the best person to manage the situation. She's right, Maeda-kun. We'll talk about it later. Right now we need to begin the search. Kinjo, I have one question. Just answer me this, please. What is it? If you find a way to escape from here, then will you escape without telling us true about it? If we could escape from here. Huh. If it were really a perfect opportunity to escape, I'll take them with our group. After all, I will want to save everyone here under better circumstances. Remember what he said, it's a promise. Though Tsurugi didn't reply, he gave off a semblance of a smile I can trust. Now, let's get moving. It's currently 9 AM, so we'll rendezvous again on that day. We'll give out more information when gathered. Yes, sir. Well, I guess complaining won't get us anywhere. Alright, it's a new day, it's a new life. I'm feeling good. Let's go. This is the best for now. I tried my best. Uttering those words over and over in my head, I selfishly consoled myself. What's already happening cannot be reversed. But there's one thing I won't give up on regardless of what Kinjo thinks. I will not stop interacting with those three who left our group. As long as we continue to speak to each other, there will always be a possibility of mutual cooperation between us. It isn't too late to give up on them. Various threads of thought whirled around in my mind, but for now I have to prioritize the investigation. Everything will resolve itself as soon as we can escape from here. New areas that open up were the second floor and the bathhouse. Let's move. Yeah, let's go. Ooh. This is the bathhouse? It's like a public bathroom. Let's investigate it. What? Hey, Tamori. I wanted to see if you were okay. I was okay. Why? Because of Kinjo. Yukun, did you care about that? You're nice, but don't worry, because you have nothing to worry about. Wasn't that, this public bathroom was originally locked, but when did it open? That's because of Monokuma. He said that he would open up a new place every time the class trial was finished. Hey Tamori, don't you want to cooperate together with everyone even now? Kinjo seems to be trying to separate the others, but I don't like that. It's okay. I like you because you're so kind, but the rest of them, I don't want to see them. That and I can't get along with them anymore. Why's that? If we come together, surely... You're being annoying, I've already decided. I can't back down on my words. It's not the right attitude either. Maida-kun, this looks like a bathhouse. Well, that's because it's a large communal bath. This is quite the situation, but I like this one. In the private rooms, it only had a basic bath. Right? Right? No, I don't think so. Even if I said that, I took a bath satisfactory enough with the shower room facilities. There doesn't seem to be no distinction between men and women here. You mean like a mixed bath? What? No, it's still too early. It's still 1,000 times early to see each other's naked bodies. Tyra, calm down first. You're getting too paranoid. Sorry, Maeda-kun. I'm a little scared when it comes to this kind of situation. Anyway, I think the large communal bath is really good. Yes, it's perfect to build a bond in this place. It would be okay if everyone took a bath together. Together? No, I'm talking about the girls. What are you thinking, Maeda-kun? That was it? Of course, I never thought of anything weird. I see. It's so hot here. It's like the steam is filling up to this area. Well then, I'll bring the girls later. But are you gonna call them? Even Tomori and Mikaru? That's right. No matter how much distance is between us, I just can't keep things this way. So Maeda-kun, you have to get out quickly. How long are you gonna be here? Okay. I'm gonna call the girls. Bathing together. The girls are bathing together? I heard it. Kobashikawa? Heard what? Of course it's about the bath. She said all the girls are taking a bath together. I can't miss this chance. How about it, Maida? It seems like you and I are the only men around here. Wanna do it? How are we? What? What is it? It's the bathtub. If you pretend you don't know, you don't fake it. This guy. It's stupid. All the girls, of course. Tyra and Tomori. Minori, who is a clear infant body type. Mikaru and Kurikawa are kind of model level height, right? You missed this chance, you're not even a man, isn't that right? Well, it's a bit sad that we're not able to see Maki anymore, but certainly if we're not interested in girl, that would be a lie. I mean, it's a girl taking a bath, I definitely want to see that once. But would that be okay? Even if the others are there, I don't like the thought of being caught by Mikaru or Tomori. Might create another class trial again. What should I do? How can I think about this seriously? Am I a fool? Please think about the situation, Yuki Maeda. This is the time to be watching at women's baths. It's not like I wasn't interested, but This isn't the right time. The time right now. If you want to do it on your own, Kabashikawa. What? If you miss the opportunity, there won't be a next time, you know. If you have time, why not do a little more investigation? Hey, come on, Maeda, are you a saint? You gotta be a man. Be ambitious. Spying on women's bathroom, an ambitious act. Big stuffy guy, boring. I'll grab Teruya instead. The girls will come soon. I should leave. Yeah, no. Sorry, bro. I'm gay. I've only got eyes for one person, and that is Tsurugi. Should I go spend some money? I've got coins, let's go gacha a bit. What's this? Huh? What is this? Is this the first time I've seen this? Oh, Maeda-kun. Wonder what this is? Curious? Aren't you curious? Whoa, Akuma. What's this red machine? Is a memento machine. Memento? Do you have any friends who unfortunately lost their lives? This machine was made so you never forget them. Here's some Monokuma medals touching that panel. Well, it's up to you if you want to or not, but wouldn't it be better for you? It's a keepsake. What kind of sick joke is this? Well, that's that. So try using it at least once. The price isn't cheap though. I'll be going now. This isn't even something I want to try. But I suppose I should try just in case. Memento. Oh. Is it like the gift that you would normally get after the class priorities? Oh, I don't really get it. Gotcha a bit. I think that's enough. This is probably good for Tsurugi. Let's give that to Tsurugi, I think. Second floor, right? There we go. Amazing! Somehow the second floor has a new atmosphere, so it's like an adventure. Classically so excited. Being able to go into new places for plus, right? Let's investigate if there are any places in the street. Yeah! Maeda. Nagito. This is me talking. Nagito, do you find anything? Well, I was going to every classroom and checking the windows, but the same goes for the second floor then. Yeah, it's all iron plates. No gaps at all. Library? Maeda, so you came to the library. Yeah, the library still has a school atmosphere. School atmosphere? I don't think so. What? Why? Isn't it an ordinary library? Well, this library is strange. Don't you feel it? Strange? How so? I didn't notice. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not clear yet. What? Now I just have more questions. What's this? Some kind of papers on the desk. Oh, dusty. I decided to brush out the pile of dust and read what was written on the papers. Let's see. Old Peak Academy. The Secretariat informs you. Maeda, what's that? Well, it's this. It was late here. Maeda, read it out loud. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Notice from the Secretariat of Hope's Peak Academy has been working hard on the development of talented people who will be successful in the world for a long time. In a long history, the school is an authentic education institute with special government accreditation. Our school has produced a large number of students in society and is active in all walks of life. But this time, our Hope's Peak Academy is about to end its glorious history. It was a painful and difficult decision, but it could not be delayed any longer due to serious circumstances. However, Hope's Peak Academy does not end here. In the near future, we plan to rectify the problems and resume our activities at once. Lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all those who were involved for their support and cooperation over a long period of time. In addition, we inform you that the abolition of Hope's Peak Academy will be carried out with the approval of the relevant government agencies. Okay, so this is like the first game. Yeah. This is the end. What does that mean? Hope's Peak Academy closed? Weren't we new students who entered Hope's Peak Academy just a few days ago? There are two possibilities. One, this is Monokuma's prank. The other one is that Hope's Peak Academy really was ruined. That doesn't really make sense. Maybe it's just Mr. Monokuma's prank, right? Let's put that aside for now and continue the investigation. Okay. So, what in the world is this? Oh, that's the room with all the secret documents, right? And saw the stairs to the second floor open, so I went upstairs. But what happened? That's Monokuma told us every time we clear a class trial in case illness. I see. Alright. He said he does what he thinks is right. However, I think it would be better if we cooperated together. So it doesn't look like he wants to talk about it. What? Right. It's all going in. Never mind. It's not important. What's this? Oh, the camera? Power room? I don't recall this in the previous game. Hey, Karu? What? Nothing, it's just you're here too, so incompetent. Is there a reason why the second floor open? Oh, I guess you didn't know because Mikaru left the dining hall. Monokuma told us that after a class trial, a new place will open. Aha. After that class trial, the second floor opened. So then, if there are more class trials in the future, there will be more places to go, right? Oh, come on, that won't happen. Really? Is that so? I don't think this group of chaos led by such an officer will last that long. By the way, incompetent, look at this room. I can't even guess what this place is doing. I don't expect anything, but what do you think? It's a power room, so wouldn't this make it something like electricity for the school, like a power plant? You don't think I even know that? What I'm asking is, why does the school have such a facility? How high the power consumption is, there is a power plant that takes up an entire room like this. Does that seem normal to you? Well, it's a little strange, but isn't it special because it's supposed to be the academy? If you're that curious, you want to know? This is the place that generates and manages the energy of all the facilities of the school. Monokuma. The reason why there is such a large power room in the school is because it can't get supplies from the outside. No supply from the outside? What do you mean by that? Hope's Peak Academy is built in the heart of Tokyo, but it can't get external energy? Yeah, there's a reason for that. The electricity supply itself from the outside, from the location. Oh, Well, I shouldn't say this. Anyways, if anything wrong happens in this room, the fluorescent light and the water will go out, so do be careful. What in the world are you talking about? I don't understand this. Does this sound like nonsense? This led me to another hypothesis. You found out something? What is it? Why should I tell you that, idiot? Did I care about you guys? No. This discussion was merely by chance, so don't talk to me in the future. She can open up her heart. This computer here. Hopefully, this has the internet. We can know the current situation and request a rescue. Press the power button on the computer with a broken heart. Damn it, it's broken. Doesn't even turn on, let alone the internet. What's this? What? I can't see anything. What is this for? Be careful there, Nagito. What? It's Monaco's voice. What is this place? This room is called the control room, and it is the most important room that controls all devices in the power room. Actually, the lightning here is totally busted. So meant to happen. Fortunately, its function is working properly. I can't fix the light currently. Please forgive me for this. What's that? Anyways, don't come here. It's dark and dangerous. If you touch the wrong machine, you'll completely destroy it. Got it? I didn't even want to come in here anyway. Okay, I don't want to get lost. Oh, this is a gym. Oh, Maida, you come here. Yeah, well, I didn't know there was a training room. Right? I was so surprised too. This is amazing. Tano, did you find something fun? Oh, did it look like that? Sorry. Is it a pleasant situation? It's nice to be able to train again, so I stopped thinking for a moment. Ah, that's right, because Tano's an athlete. Yeah, so far I've been running around the hallway to practice, but there's a treadmill here, so there's no need to do that anymore. Then we also have a punching bag and dumbbells. And lastly, upper body training is also very important, so I'm looking forward to working out in the future. What is it, Maida? That expression. Oh, dear, I went ahead of myself again. I'm sorry, I'm telling you useless things. Huh? No, I don't think that. I just feel better because Hatano talks about what you really like. Really? Maida, do you mind training too? No, maybe not that much. I see. Well, tell me anytime. It would be nice if we could exercise together. Let's find something we can work out with. Taking up a picture will be interesting. Sincerely finding what you like and strive steadily. I think it's a real good thing to be able to do that. Can I have such a thing too? 슬슬 시간이 된 것 같아. 식당으로 돌아가서 조사한 내용을 얘기해보자. What? I think they're talking about time being up, I think. It's time to meet, I think. That's what they meant. Is everyone here? What was the investigation? I went to the bathhouse. The bathing facilities were perfect, beyond comparison to our shower rooms. Which is why all the girls all had a bath together. Well, what bath? Is that why y'all smell flowery? Bloody hell, dag nabbit. Only I had known Piri Ramen were having a good clean earlier. If you had known what? You think you're keeping on us bathing? Nah, I ain't a stinking pervert. Trust me, alright? Washikawa, you have a nosebleed. Are you okay? Huh? What the heck? No speed at this kind of timing? Haruhiko, what are you accusing me for? Or what? I didn't do anything. It's just because I've been tired lately, right, Yuki? What? What are you asking me for? So very suspicious. Can we get serious for once? Possibly can be done later, guys. Yeah, you were investigating. Speaking of investigations, I checked each and every window in the classrooms. But before, every place for blocking them all. I looked around the library using something of interest apart from one thing. Mr. Maeda and Mr. Kinjo, you know what I'm referring to. Alright. We have to talk about that. What the heck are you talking about? You see, there was a paper placed on a desk at the library. But the paper mentioned some strange things in it. Strange things? Yep, in short, it said that Host Peak Academy is closed down. What? Host Peak closed down? What are you talking about? Even though all of us here are current Host Peak students, I have no clue what's going on behind the scenes either. This may be just another one of his own Monokuma's pranks. However, we cannot eliminate the possibility of this information being genuine. It may be related to why we are the only ones at this school. Are you implying that the closure of Host Peak Academy and the reason Monokuma kidnapped everyone is related in some way? Hold up a sec. That can't be right. Didn't we enter the school just before we fainted? We've only been in the school for less than a week, but the school somehow closed during that time? Yeah, there was nothing to suggest that the school is in the verge of closing. Are we missing something here? I cannot make definitive conclusions yet, but the paper was definitely from the school's executive office. The seal and the signatures were authentic. What is going on? Well, we should concern ourselves with matters unrelated to our escape. We cannot figure out the mystery for now anyways. Let's continue discussing our investigation, shall we? Right, as well as the library, there was also a training room on the second floor. Training room? We can exchange rooms? That would be trading room. Treadmill, dumbbell, sandbag, everything we need is there. The shelf there even contains energy drinks and protein powder. Would everyone be interested in exercising together? Oh, exercise is good. Is it okay if I join? May? Sounds good, but why are you starting and scratching your face all of a sudden? Kakeru gets embarrassed from calling girls their names. Isn't that cute? Holy mackerel, Kakeru's pissed. Sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of you. Please don't get angry at me. Angry? I'm not angry. Look at me. Can't you see I'm smiling? You look super angry though. Oh damn it. Hey, calm down. Don't fight. I'm not angry. I was just beating myself up over being an embarrassment. Let's get back to our discussion. We can do that later. I'm sorry. Ayami, let's go exercise together later. It may not seem like the type, but I love vigorously moving my body up and down. Vigorously moving your body up and down? Are you having obscene thoughts in the open now, Kobashikawa? How are you thinking, Kobashikawa-kun? Is it because of what I said? Your nose is bleeding again. Power room. Huh? There was a power room. Power room? What kind of place is it? I'll take it over from here. The power room is an incredibly huge room full of unusual machines. Power room? Does that mean it is for producing electricity? I believe so. Monokuma popped up and told us that the entirety of electricity is produced in the power room. Produced? How is it possible that a single large room produces enough energy to power the entire school? Not to mention the school apparently being self-sufficient without external aid. The power said the same thing. Monokuma told us that the school cannot receive external energy supplies from outside. What is he talking about? Most Peak is at the center of Tokyo, and yet the school cannot receive energy supply from external sources. Tsurugi had the same reaction as Makaru did. I wish I had more to say, but Monokuma shut up after going on a tangent about external electrical system itself. Mikaro claims to have a new theory about the school, but of course she didn't explain what she meant by it. Mikaro's a mean person, but she's smart. External energy supplies into the school is impossible. The electrical system itself is... I see. Maybe a possibility for our situation is associated with... What the heck are you mumbling about, Kinjo? It's nothing. It's only a theory for now. Is that everything we got out of the power room? Control room. What? It's dark, pitch black, without a single ray of light to be found. Like you? Oh, Kumashikawa-kun, why are you bad-mouthing Kako-chan? I was just telling the truth. Oh no. I'll take over again. I've been to the control room as well. Just as Mikako described, the room is extremely dark to the point we can't see anything. There's a small lamp, but Monokuma said it's broken. The room's shape and the lack of windows amplify the darkness even more. Such extreme levels of darkness might be a health hazard. Yep, since it's so dark, we should probably be very careful about it. After all, apparently that room houses all the switches to the power room. One false step and the whole school's power might become compromised. That's scary. Swear to me, yell, that do not be cheeky and enter that room. We can't see anything. It will be hard to investigate the room properly. Yeah, I could only barely explore a fraction of the room. If only we had a flashlight or something. At the very least, I don't think the room has anything special in it, though. Alright. The library, the power room, the training room, and the control room. Is that all for the second floor? Yes, sir. Patrol Satsuki has inspected the hallway. They even need to patrol the hallway. Apart from 2 classrooms, the second floor is similar to the first floor. Windows are all blocked by stone gates and nothing to help us escape. In conclusion, all we have found out thus far is Hope's Peak's alleged closure and how the school generates energy entirely self-sufficiently. Wait, it may not be a clue to help our escape, but can I talk about it? Please, go on. I visited the girls' bathroom after having a bath at a bathhouse, but then Kyoka, the rope, the blood marks, and the rubber ball fluid, they were all gone. The hell? Anyone's a secretly employed cleaner around here? Probably not. None of the boys can enter the girls' bathroom because it's sensitive. Girls were all likely occupied by the investigation as well. And the cleaner can only be... Monokuma again? Yep, it was me. We can't have a grotesque corpse lying around while we're supposed to be having a harmonious school life. I will be cleaning all crimes in this post-trial from now on. The teddy bears and turtles are becoming more and more shorter now. We've done everything we could. That wraps up our initial investigation. What are we gonna do now? We might as well expand our investigation range since we have new areas we've opened up. Clues we missed out earlier may reveal themselves as long as we continue to investigate. So just as before, time to just burn then. Hold on, I have got something to ask you, Jen. What now? Hikaru, Uehara-kun, and Kizuna-chan, are you really gonna leave them behind? Didn't I tell you already? I'm tired of saying the same thing over and over again. I didn't force them out, I gave them a choice. Leaving us was their own decision. I just sacrificed the minority for the majority. And I'm sure those who left us can manage perfectly fine on their own without killing each other. If you have an issue with my way, Akane, you're free to leave too. But know this before you do. I am only doing this to protect everyone who stayed. Oh. I might be an idiot and incapable of protecting anyone like you can. But who cares about the majority or the minority? We're all human beings. Just because some prefer their own company, they're still our classmates. How can you give up on them so easily? Scum, you're the worst. Connie's outburst silenced us all, even Tsurugi, but only for a moment. I don't blame you for thinking that way. The very fact that we are facing this type of dilemma is abnormal on its own. Akane, do you really think I like gambling with human lives? I don't enjoy having to do this, but trust me, Akane. You have no idea how many times I've had to deal with dire situations that sometimes require me to make tough decisions. Although I can respect our differences in morals, at present, I simply cannot think of a better course of action than my plan. Like I have said before, you are free to leave if you don't like what I'm doing. I won't stop you. Enough, all of you. This is no time to be bickering among ourselves. Mr. Tano is right. This is exactly what Mr. Monokuma wants. We're playing right into his hands by fighting each other. I understand you're worried about those three who have gone their own ways, but I am afraid I cannot protect everyone. It's beyond my capability. But still, I shall not back down. The path you choose to follow is up to you. I won't leave. I will follow Kinjo-kun's plan. I can't do anything on my own, because I'm a fool. But let me make it clear. I'm following your plan and your plan alone. I can't condone your ideals and actions. That's fine by me, if it helps you all think of me as Akane does. I wish to protect each of you as a leader and a police officer. If I am able to achieve such, I shall be satisfied. I will not criticize or blame any of you if you choose not to think little of me as a result. I care not for my reputation. Kinjo. It's a waste of time to speak any further on this matter. In the end, I cannot allow myself to bond with anyone closely during the crisis. Isolation and exclusion aren't exactly foreign concepts to me. Don't worry about it. Why? Why is everything falling apart? Kinjo continued the discussion without delay. Well then, let's proceed with our investigation of the second floor in the bathhouse. Though before we disband, would you care to listen to a proposal I have in mind? A proposal? It will hopefully minimize the risk of potential danger, yet also may be perceived as a bit of a hassle. So I would like all of us to decide together. Let's hear it. I would like to implement 2 rules. Firstly, we should all have breakfast at a certain time together. Secondly, no one should leave their room after 10 p.m. Will that reduce danger? To elaborate on the first rule, we should all have breakfast together immediately following Monokuma's morning announcement. If we stay together while we are half awake from sleep, it will become difficult for murder to take place in the morning. Furthermore, we can quickly check whether everyone's safe and unharmed. Wait, what about those 3 guys who left us? Do I have to repeat myself again? I thought we settled about that topic. Those 3 people will have to eat breakfast as well, so we can probably meet them here. Oh, well, good thus far. How about the second rule? And then literally, after Monokuma's nighttime announcement at 10 p.m., I think everyone should stay within their dormitories at all times. No one's gonna get murdered if they want to meet, huh? That's right. Don't open the door to anyone, even if it's one of us knocking on it. But man, won't there be lads breaking the rules? What'll we do then? If you are thinking of breaking the rules already, you should leave your seat right now. I thought you agreed to follow my instructions. Blimey, I wasn't thinking of breaking them. Believe me, mate. It actually sounds alright, as long as we follow our self-imposed rules. We can prevent something like what happened to Kyoka, at least. Kinjo-kun, I was gonna say it since I can already tell what your answer is. Maybe eliminating the possibility of Kizuna-chan, Mikaru, and Hara-kun killing each other. Of course. They became traitors the moment they left us. The way I see it, if any one of them dies, they brought it upon themselves. Listen to me, Tsurugi. Even if the so-called traitors die, there will still be a class trial. Do not worry about that. I will find the culprit no matter what. You sound so confident, as expected from the ultimate leader. No wait, ultimate police leader? What was it again? You made the leader part, dumbass. Tsurugi, even if you don't care about the 3 friends who aren't with us, will you let me offer a proposal? I am sick of talking about those 3. Let's hear it. What's your idea then? I want to continue to speak to them and try convincing them to reconsider. Hopefully then they can cooperate with us again in the near future. If I succeed in persuading them into joining our group, will you 2 welcome them properly as one of us? I'll think about it. But only if they change their mind. Alrighty. Let's make one of our top priorities. Can't let Yuki claim all the glory, right? I'll help you too, Maeda-kun. Help me up too. Me too. Satsuki wants more screen time. Guys. Do as you please for now. If Maeda's plan works, I'll lend some assistance. Right, let's go over the plan once more. We'll continue following Tsurugi's rules and instructions, but also try our best to convince Mikaru, Kinji, and Kizuna to rejoin us. We can do this! I thought it was going to be a lonely task, but it's honestly quite invigorating to see everyone excited to help each other out. Yes, this is who we are. We aren't down and out yet. We can fight when we come together as one. I believe that Tsurugi will become open to cooperating with one someday. At his core, he's still a righteous police officer trying to protect us. What comes next is up to us. Thanks to everyone, I can feel a small glimmer of hope within us. A faint hope that will help us guide us through our struggles. That will let us overcome the despair of Mitsuhiro and Kyoka's deaths. And our hope will overcome the despair of a class trial. After a slightly later than usual lunch with everyone else, we left the dining hall. Time to put our plan into action. Free time? You all know who I'm gonna hang out with. Where is Tsurugi? I'm guessing they're at the second floor. Let's go check. When mission save. There's the clown. Where is Tsurugi? I don't think they have the map, do they? It's a good thing I can kind of read Korean. I can read Korean, so it's okay. Kurokawa Mikaku. No. Kinjo Tsurugi. Yeah. 13 November. Oh wow, almost the same height as me. It's like 1 cm taller than me. Damn. Okay. Doesn't have a map in this game to find where they are. shit, it's in Korean. Right, I gotta read. Kinjo's a police officer, and something like this would be of any help. No, thank you, Maida. Actually, I really wanted to read this book. Huh? Do you feel like Kinjo need to study psychology books? The psychological state of those who commit crime is not enough to study to learn from just seeing it. There's no real end to keep studying it. For that reason, I really needed something like this. Thank you for giving me a gift as if you read my mind like this week. As I mentioned before, studying is not enough. I'll read it from now on until I finish it. Yeah! Actually, since my part 1, my chapter 1 data didn't transfer over, this is still the first one. But the second one we'll watch again. We'll just skip over this one. Okay, so yeah, this game can only do one per day. So I feel like I'm used to sleeping here. I think it's gonna get weird if I stay in a place like this. I have to leave quickly. I fell asleep quickly after thinking about other random things. I don't even dream these days. Didn't I read that dreams are made up from light sleeps? Something called REM sleep, whatever it was. So that means I slept so well that I couldn't even dream? Ugh, it's ridiculous to even sleep soundly in a situation like this. I'm a fool. Oh, that's right. Starting today after the morning announcement, we all decided to gather at the dining hall to have breakfast. If I fail, the others will be worried or suspicious. Let's go. Hello, everyone. Hello. Oh, Yuki, you came. Greetings, Mr. Maeda. Hello. Huh? Hey, what about Taira, Hatano, Kobashikawa, and Hironami? They haven't arrived yet. Come sit down and wait. Don't eat yet. We should all eat together. I'm so hungry. Everyone can come soon. Oh, hello, everyone. Sorry we're late, everyone. You too? Why do you look so worn out? Right, Ayami-chan and I got up at 6 AM and did the morning workout together. Kanye, that was amazing. Naturally, the term of ultimate maid wasn't just for show. Her physical ability is equal or even better than mine. Oh, please don't be modest. I can't beat Ayami-chan. I'm not anywhere faster. We should sit down and eat. Still, you two. You already call each other by their own names. Yeah. As we continue to exercise, we became closer together. I'm used to calling other girls by their first name, right? Except Karu. It's a good thing, because that deepens bonds. All is well and good, but where are Kobashikawa and Hironami coming? It's already been 20 minutes since the morning announcement. Seriously, to be this late for the first breakfast? Don't come any closer, stop it! What a coward, Kobazing is a real coward, eh? Hello, this is the coward Haruhiko Kobashikawa. Kobashikawa, Hironami, what are you guys doing? Maida, save me! What's going on? Well, I woke up a little early for breakfast this morning, and then I met up with Iranami. We're going to the gym to get pumped up. She said she was going to play basketball, and she asked me to teach her too. So I tried to teach her how to dribble and do some light shooting. But then she didn't throw the ball at the goal, she instead threw it at my face. Look at this, I'm having nosebleeds again. Shoot, Satsuki learned acrobatics and basketball. She has now become the Japanese Michael Jordan. No one can stop me. Shoot. I couldn't even take my revenge because her movements were incredibly flexible. Damn it. So that's why you're later? You seem to have a good connection. Huh? Why do you even see this good connection? Bashikawa, you've succeeded in being friends with a girl you wanted so much. Enjoy your youth to the fullest. Among so many girls, why does it have to be the most annoying one? Shoot. Shush. Well, if you're safe, everyone sit down. Now let's start breakfast. However, if you're late for just flirting around, I won't be lenient next time. Leader's scary. I'm sorry we were late too. Now let's begin eating. That looks good though. Finally, breakfast started with everyone. Up until now, I've met a few people coming for breakfast, but this is the first time I've had such a large group eating at once. Even though Mekaru, Uehara, and Tomori didn't show any reactions, I felt that a breakfast with a group like this was more enjoyable than usual. After breakfast, we decided to split up and investigate. Alright then, what should I do today? I know what you should do today. I know what you should do today. Let's find Mr. Tsurugi. I don't know what would happen if I give him the same gift again. Let's see. Nice. Okay. Now we go look at the free time event. Okay, time to see it. Yuki, do you have time to spare? Yeah, why? I need to interrogate you for a moment. Would you care to cooperate? Interrogate? I mean, sure, but why me? It's not just you. Everyone else all went through it. It's not what I normally do to suspects. What? Do you think I'm a murderer? No, I said suspects. By default, I treat people with about 20% of skepticism all the time. A police officer should be ready for anything that could happen after all. Then what should I do? Don't be nervous. I made it sound frightening, but it's just asking you what you did before coming here, your personality, these kinds of questions. Here, why don't I start with... Tsurugi and I spent a few minutes asking and answering some ordinary questions. That will be it. I think I learned more about you. Wasn't it more like a normal conversation between friends than an interrogation? Between friends? Yuki, do you think of me as a friend? I'd like to think of you more than a friend, but... of course, we're classmates. Isn't that enough for us to be friends? Well, I appreciate your thoughts. I'm afraid I can't pay you back with the same amount of trust and affection you're giving me. What do you mean? You may already know this, but I take pride in my work and adhere to its principles at all times. Therefore, those principles are inevitably a part of my everyday life as well. In other words, developing overly intimate relationships has the potential to put my judgment at risk when it really matters. That's why I try not to grow attached to people. Do you mean you can't trust us completely? No, I do trust you all. Giving trust and growing attached are separate things. But you know, this isn't an ordinary school life. Lives and deaths are at stake. I think I went too far there. Sorry, Yuki. Might not think the same, but I think of you as my friend. At least keep that in mind. Friends, huh? Alright, Yuki. I'll try my best to get along with you as much as I can. Yes, please do. Though it felt too awkward to be a conversation between friends, I could sense that Tsurugi was trying to care for me in his own way. I talked a little more with Tsurugi before parting ways with him. Aw, how cute. Yuki, I have a question for you. Huh? What is it? Last time you called me your friend. I don't have any friends. I've spent my entire life in the police force, which means I've never had any exposure to a normal life. That's why all I can tell you is about my work or other serious topics. Do you still think it's fun to talk with me? Fun is not the point. These conversations help me learn more about you. They don't necessarily have to be fun. Learn about me? Yeah, no matter the topic or how you think of us, the rest of us, I think every one of those small interactions contributes towards understanding you as a person. Is that what you think? Huh. Speaking of your work, I want to hear about the cases you worked on. Can you tell me about some of, if you're okay with it? Crime cases? I'm not sure. I've looked at so many cases and incidents. That's fine. Maybe you can think of something that left a strong impression. And I, as an off-duty officer, am a dispassionate individual who only acts according to set procedures. You'll test me as soon as I finish speaking. You still want to hear it? I want to test you. I want to know everything about you as is. Tsurugi looked as if he was trying to avoid communicating with the others, so it didn't feel like there was a true friendship between us. But if this will break down that wall... Okay, then I'll tell you about a case that ended with my decision. I think it was about 3 years ago. It should be familiar to you, the bombing at Tokyo Tower. Oh, that! It was a terrorist group that broke into the tower, took the people inside hostage and made some demands, right? Right. The terrorist group was one of the pseudo-religious cults that turned violent. Every one of them was full of crazy beliefs. But didn't you stop them in the end? I saw your interview at the press conference. That's what was told to the public. In reality, there were people who deserved much more credit than me. I used to work closely with a detective I personally knew and his co-workers. He was a friend of my father and helped me work in real crime scenes even when I was only a student. Wow, he must have been a good person. Yes, I thought of him as another father. His co-workers were also nice to me. We often worked together to solve many cases. When the bombing incident happened, we tried to rescue the hostages through our combined effort like we always did. But then we fell into the terrorist trap, and everyone but me and my team was taken captive. What? What happened next? Most of the hostages were moved to safety at that point, and the situation was almost under control. That's when the mass capture happened. Neither I nor the backup team outside knew what to do. The terrorists were going to use the new hostages to flee the scene, and they were certainly going to carry out more attacks if we let them go free. Never heard of that. I saw on TV that you and the other officers took care of everything without a problem. The media won't cover every bit of unnecessary detail. Telling people that a police team was taken hostage would only spread more fear. But the terrorists were stopped in the end, right? What did you do then? What do you think I did? Huh? Tens of terrorists, and with them, tens of police officers. But if I let the terrorists go, they could set off a bigger attack that could result in hundreds and thousands of casualties. So I shot them. Oh shit. Shot them? With a gun? Yes, it was a joint operation with the military, so we were able to borrow their rifles instead of using our usual pistols. No, not that. Didn't you say your team was taken hostage? Did the terrorists not use them as a human shield or something? They did. They were trying to reach the exit using the hostages as shields. Oh, wait, if you shoot them like that... I know. Oh shit. I shot knowing what would happen. Are you serious? You killed your teammates along with the terrorists? Yes, it was my only option. I couldn't allow them to go free. The only people who knew it were me, the backup team, and some military officers working with us. We were able to cover it up. And there was a guideline that gave us some leeway in how to respond to emergencies. But still... He said he was like a parent to you, and to him you went on to... It was a cruel decision, but it was the right thing to do. That's how tense the situation was. You probably don't understand what it was like. Sure, I might not understand it, but... It's plain wrong. Letting someone you care about die like that? That's... Yuki, there are times in life when those choices become inevitable. Your stance may differ from mine, but at least that's the way I think. See, I warned you, it always turns out like this. People say that I'm contemptible once they find out everything about me. No, I don't think... You can think however you like. I have no regrets about what I've done. They died, but with their sacrifice, we eliminated the threat of those malicious terrorists. We saved countless lives that could have been lost from future disasters. What Tsurugi did may be logically right. He sacrificed small things for the greater good. But there was nothing humane about his procedure. I think I know what you're thinking of me right now. It's fine. I won't care. Still, Yuki. I was glad that you considered me your friend, even if it was for a short while. I'll go back to investigating. I watched Tsurugi's back as he walked further and further away, but I couldn't call him to stop or say anything at all. Will I still be able to accept him as my friend? Of course. I decided to leave. Yeah, he has a very thick sense of justice. But you know what? Man, he's really becoming like another Nagito for me. Fuck. Sleep. Forget all your thoughts and just sleep. Wonder who's gonna die next. Huh? It's already morning. I didn't dream again. Seriously. Go to the dining hall quickly. Satsuki-chan, try this. It's delicious. Ooh. Ooh. Amazing science. How can you see parentheses with your mouth? Kurokawa, do you always only eat this? It's no good. This is an age where we grow up the most. Look at this. You don't drink a lot, Kurokawa, so you're so skinny, right? Ooh, this bag kills my taste. This is my only pleasure while being in the school. Somehow it seems like everyone is being a bit more energetic now. Yeah, definitely, yes. It's only been 2 days since the last incident, but isn't that good evidence that everyone is overcoming their despair? Indeed, if we continue to hesitate and mourn here, we won't be able to overcome their deaths. We have to be strong. Yeah, but it would have been nice if the other three who aren't here could eat with us. What are you all eat together? Tomori? What? Why are you here? Didn't you say you were leaving our group? Kinjo-kun, stop doing that. Kizuna-chan, did you come for breakfast? Isn't it obvious? Don't call me by my first name, it feels ugly. Kizuna-chan, why are you so hostile to us? You're not Nekaru, are you? Don't look at me the same as that. I just don't like it, all of you. First you're in a position where you're not in command, and you submit it to someone else. Who are you to be in a position to give orders? What? You didn't want to join us for that reason? That's the reason. That's why I'm more important than anything. I've been always like this. I can't live and dance around under orders like you guys. She's stubborn. What are you guys? It seems like you are worried about me. It's a completely useless worry, isn't it? Did you thought I was lonely? Tomori, she was pretending to be strong, but her voice was trembling. It's not it, Tomori. We really like you. Stop. She doesn't want to join us. A girl like this, we don't have the time to forcefully do this. Even so. I'll just have breakfast in the kitchen. Don't come near the kitchen. Hey everyone! Are you enjoying your school life? To commemorate this day, your teacher Monokuma has a present for you. Please gather at the gym on the first floor as soon as you hear this broadcast. And if you don't come, it's against the rules. Oh shit, another motive? What now? Monokuma? What do you mean, present? Everyone calm down. You guys don't believe that Monokuma's gift is genuine, right? You have no choice but to go. Everyone must leave breakfast and go to the gym. As you've heard, if we don't go, it's against the rules. There's no other way. Tomori, whether you come or not, it's up to you, because I was not referring to you. Oh, is that so? Kinjo-kun, why do you have to say that? Tomori, let's go together. Screw you! Do you think I want to go with you guys? I'm going alone. That idiot. I can tell she's pretending she doesn't want to be alone, but being this stubborn. Hey, did you guys hear me? This is not the time to be concerned about Tomori. If we don't hurry up, we're all gonna die for violating rules. Yeah, I'm worried about Tomori too, but we should head to the gym, everyone. Monokuma calls us in this way, it means he's plotting something bad again. What in the world is he going to do this time? We walk quickly to the gym. What now? Why did you tell me to come, bear thingy? Obviously, it's... Hey, how's the fun friend game with Psycho Cop? Ha 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 ha. Is that really funny? Mikaru, do you have no intention of being together again? Not only Mikaru, but Uehara and Tomori too. Just talking about this makes my mouth hurt. When you guys become as good as me, then I'll act with you. That queen attitude. Mikaru, be prepared. I'll make sure we work together. I'll make sure the day comes when I'll call you Rei-chan. Whatever. More importantly, Monokuma's not coming out. Ah yeah, here I come. Sorry, I'm a little late because I've been in a dilemma lately. Aren't you a little curious? How on earth am I supposed to find a conclusion? Is Monokuma-sama a male or female? Shut up and explain why you gathered us. Can't you just adjust to the mood a little? Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like I wanted to tell you anyway. You guys must be wondering the reason I suddenly called you guys. I spoke about it a little on TV, but I wanted to give you guys a gift. Gift? Yeah. Can't you see the box? Can you see the box next to me here? There are a total of 13 notes in this box. You just need to draw a note one by one, and it's as if you were drawing lots from a box. On those notes, what is written in them? Oh, Miss Tyra, good question. What is written on these notes? That is... secrets that you want to hide are written in it. Secrets that we want to hide? Yep, that is the motive I prepared this time. The secret drawing. At least 13 notes inside this box, each of you has a secret written on it. But it's no fun to know your own secret, right? That's why it's a drawing. See each other's secrets and enjoy the shameful parts of others. Don't you think it's fun? The best part is that you won't know who's gonna pick whose secret. What? What's so funny to play with other secrets? Isn't that a super low? It's also a motive. You're giving us something like that again? Don't pick them, everyone. Give up your voting rights. No, you have to pick them all. It's the headmaster's orders. What if we don't pick them? Then you don't have the ability to learn. If you want to look like Higaku, don't pick it. I wouldn't try it. This bastard, that's total tyranny. We can't. We have no choice but to do it. There's no way we can fight against it right now. Hey, let me ask you one thing. Should the secret written on the note be revealed to everyone after pulling it out, or is it okay if only the chosen one knows? Yeah, that's up to your freedom. If you don't want to uncover your friend's secret, it doesn't matter even if you don't look at it yourself. You guys are supposed to see it anyways. Human beings always want to know what others don't know about. This was definitely it. Such a ridiculous and mischievous motive, but it was still a motive enough to attract people's hearts. Now then, come up here one by one and pick them up. Also, a person who draws two will be punished, so only one note at a time. It's really annoying to have to obey Monokuma's words, but if we don't, he'll kill us. Now, in order to survive, we have no choice but to follow Monokuma's instructions. We went one by one and pulled out the papers from the box. After all 13 people pulled out the notes. Good! Everyone's grabbed one note. How is it? It's just fun stuff, right? I won't see it. Me too. Seeing your friend's shameful secret. I can't even lift my face because of guilt. Jeez, it's a little different from what I expected. It's fine. Monokuma told us it'd be up to us whether to watch it or not. Let's not see it, everyone. Well, it doesn't matter. There are some of you guys who are watching already. What? Who's watching it? It's Mikaru and Kinjo. Kinjo-kun. Hey, is this the end of it? Yeah? I don't know who Miss Mikaru picked. Why? You don't like it? It's my fault for expecting something like you. What? She just... You're not even trying to get to us with this kind of prank, are you? Kinjo, what was written on it? Kakeru Yamaguchi was teased for being too big in elementary school. Huh? How did it... like trauma? Kinjo-kun must have picked up Yamaguchi-kun's secret. What? You were keeping such a silly secret? Something silly? It's a memory I've wanted to forget. But how does Monokuma know that secret? The royal disappointment here, this is just a real prank. Seeing Mikaru's reaction, I don't think it matters much. Well, if it is that simple... No. Eh? Don't look. What? What right do you have to say that? I'll see it. What is this? Very useless information. Who in the world will want to know this? Haha, it's a joke after all. What a motive this is. Shut up, you don't even sleep with your dad at your age, you weirdo. Yeah, how did you... Hahaha, Teruya needs to wake up. Is this really just a funny motive? Now that you've got a wonderful motive, will the murder happen now? I'm just gonna leave. Release steam. I'm going. Then what do we do? Look or not look? Personally, I don't think this is a big deal, but since Monokuma gave us motive, we don't know what will happen next. Whether to watch or not is a personal choice. Instead, no matter what you see, don't let it get to you, and for the time being, be more vigilant around this place from now on. It's Monokuma. He's just trying to make us waste time, right? Either way, regardless of reason, I have a question. Kurokawa, why did you tell us not to look? Hey, I know you usually don't talk, but you can't just stick to silence always. I had an ominous feeling. An ominous feeling. I have one as well. This motive is too lax to say the least. So little for a murder to happen. No, personally I wish I hadn't seen it. Wait, Hara-kun? It's wrong to see other people's secrets, but there's something else. Something more than Monokuma's motive. I have a feeling it's gonna happen. Hey, you decided not to meddle with us, didn't you? What makes you believe you can give your own opinion here? Kinjo-kun, please just stop that. No, he's right. I've meddled over the subject. I apologize. With that note, do be careful with it. I don't wish to see anyone die either. Isn't this it? Personally, I don't want to see it. When Kinjo told my secret, for you guys it may not have been a big deal, but for me it showed memories that I wanted to forget. Yeah, I don't like seeing secrets, even if they're on my own. Okay, then let's take care of this notes on our own. I've already said mine, so I can't do much about it. Yeah, let's do that. Till then, are we dismissed? Yeah, it was during breakfast, so let those who ate let's continue and let's resume our activities, as usual. In the end, the gift that Monokuma gave us didn't get much response, so we decided to ignore it. But, as Kurokawa and Uehara said, there still remains an uneasy feeling. I decided not to watch it. Everyone else decided not to watch it. I'm just curious for not checking, and I can't get my mind off it. Is everyone gone? Everyone disbanded according to Kinjo's words, and now I'm in the gym currently alone. Sorry everyone, I didn't want to watch it, but I'll check it out just in case. Even though I knew it was an act of betrayal to my friends, I couldn't overcome my overflowing curiosity and ended up opening the note. Mikako Kurokawa might actually be talkative. That was all that was written on the note. This too, it's just useless. I crumpled the paper and threw it in the trash. Okay. Well, obviously someone's gonna have a really bad secret, so a murder's probably gonna happen soon. Okay, let's go look for Tsurugi again. Oh, easy for me. burned gloves? Okay. Yuki, are you fine with spending time with me? What do you mean? I told you that story last time, and now it's fairly evident that everyone sees me as a tyrant. Not that I care though, no need to worry about that. People can find it hard to agree with your logic, but that's just one aspect of you as a person. I'm sure you have plenty of others. I won't hesitate to sacrifice a few people without regard for their relationship to me if that will save many others. Even if you try to be my best friend, you might end up in those few. Yeah, I can't say anything more if you want to be that straightforward. But you're trying to keep us as safe as you can, right? Isn't that what you really want? Yes, I truly want it from my heart. The police serve to protect people from danger after all. I don't want to sacrifice anyone either. Abandoning one thing for another should be a last resort. In a perfect world, I would be able to protect everyone at no cost. But that's not the world we live in. To protect one thing, we must give up on another. That's why my dream is to be a policeman that can bring my vision of a perfect world into reality. That would make the world a much better place to live. Yeah, if I can continue to keep everyone safe and my fervor spreads even to criminals, someday people might cease to commit crime. But I'm too far away from that dream right now. There's nothing I can do on my own, and I can't protect everyone without making sacrifices. This part right here is basically Heizo from Genshin. I'm filming this like before Heizo drops, so I haven't done his hangout yet, but from what I've read, this is basically Heizo. I'm still dwelling on those rules I established for that specific purpose, but it was the best I could do. It had to be done. Even your reconstruction that split the whole group apart. Maybe that's part of something that hasn't happened yet. I'm a normal person with no special talent, so I believe you know better than me when it comes to these issues. But are you sure that this is really for the best? A large group is already hard to control, you know that, right? It only becomes more difficult with those who aren't willing to cooperate. Tsurugi, can't you follow your own judgment rather than sticking to a fixed set of beliefs? That's impossible. This is not a child's play. If anything goes wrong, innocent lives will be lost. It's the opposite. You can't trust yourself? It's the opposite. I trust myself too much. And for that reason, my actions should be determined solely by those beliefs. To never repeat the same mistake again. What mistake? Nothing. It's not something I would be proud to tell others. Tsurugi, aren't we friends? Maybe not friends, but classmates. Yeah, I won't call this a normal school year, but we are still classmates. You said your goal is to protect everyone, but have you ever thought this way? Maybe you're blinding yourself with that goal, and because of it, you're turning yourself against those you swore to protect. What do you mean by that? I don't want to be too nosy, but if you really want to protect everyone, have some more trust in us. Sorry, that's about all I can say to you right now. But I still think of you as my friend. I'm sure all the others think the same way. While I'm thankful that you're trying to protect us, I think living up to our expectation is equally important. I can't quite put it precisely in words. Okay, Yuki, I'll think about it. I feel a little tired, so I need to get some rest in my room. Okay, go rest. Did I talk too much? I tried to get him to open up to us, but it doesn't seem to have worked. I'm sure we will become closer friends if he can just let go of that way of thinking. I walked with Tsurugi to his room before bidding him goodbye. Okay. You got another story to tell? Maeda-kun! Tyra, are you returning to your room? Yes, it's gonna be nighttime soon. I was on my way to my room too. Let's go together. Sure. Tyra, what's wrong? Did you hear something? Someone. Anyone. There's a voice somewhere. Where is that voice coming from? Maida-kun, wait a minute. Tomo. Maida-kun, shh. Come this way. I'm so lonely. Why? Why am I alone? I didn't mean to do this. What I was trying to do was... Mori. That's how she really feels? Pitiful. She was this honest she could be with everyone. What do we do? Should we talk now? No, talking now would backfire things. Let's talk to everyone during breakfast. But... it's better to do that, Maeda-kun. Trust me. Okay. Maybe it's because we secretly saw Tomori's weakness, and our heart was with mixed feelings. But I could also feel that Tomori wanted to be with us deep in her heart. As Tyra suggested, I decided to go to sleep. I waved to Tyra and returned to my private room. Tomori was really crying. Really said she was lonely. Can't leave her like this. Let's leave for today. If we go to meet Tomori with everyone, I'm sure she'll allow to open her heart to us. Today, Monokuma delivered, and they were our secrets. But it was all a useless joke. Is there some hidden meaning? If not, is he playing with us? Surely it was the day after Monokuma gave the motive that Maki died a few days ago. But now it's different. Compared to that time, the motives are insignificant, and our bond must have deepened. Yes, let's trust everyone. Believe in everyone in order to get out together. I don't know about that. Someone's gonna die. Everyone, compared to yesterday, they seem less energetic. Somehow I'm a little nervous. It was such garbage, but after the motive came out, I wondered if someone was gonna kill. For now, it seems that all of us are safe. When you have such unsettling thoughts, real bad things are bound to happen. We'll be fine. Let's just act like we usually do. Yes, at least not many will die, because I'll keep you safe. But what did everyone do with the paper Mr. Monokuma gave us yesterday? I didn't see it and just threw it in the trash. Me too. I'm not curious and it's something that someone would rather keep for themselves. Did everyone throw it away? I threw away mine too. Seeing something like that, it just makes you feel real bad about them. Seems everyone threw them, but I can't say that I saw mine alone. It didn't really matter anyway, so I'll just pretend I don't know. Alright, breakfast is over. Let's do our best investigating today. Wait. Everyone, can you hold on one moment? Why? I have something to tell everyone. You know, right, Maeda-kun? Oh, it's about Tomori, right? Tomori? What about Tomori? Actually, yesterday while I was going back to my private room with Maeda-kun, this is before nighttime, we saw Kizuna-chan alone. But Kizuna-chan, she was crying. Crying? She said she was lonely. She didn't mean to be. As if she's trying to accept that she was crying. Tomori! What? That girl, she was feeling lonely? Really? I thought she was pretending to be strong. Certainly, Tomori was. She was different from Hikaru. She really hates us, who really hates us, and Uehara, who doesn't give up on his own will. She looked hesitant. Then that gal, she was bluffing and suffering all alone in her heart. I don't believe Kizuna-chan should be left alone like this. So why don't we try to convince Kizuna-chan? Yes, if we all persuade her together, she can definitely hang out with us. That girl, she's feeling lonely for sure. Okay, let's go together. Not only Tomori. Hikaru and Uehara will also be able to be with us someday. Let's find Tomori together. Kinjo-kun, this time I won't back down no matter what you say. Kizuna-chan is alone. I knew that Tomori was in conflict about leaving us. Fine. Let's accept Tomori as an ally. I'll go with you. Kinjo-kun, did you know? What was this change of pace? That clock Kinjo's being persuaded. Hey, what kind of person do you think I was? You see me as wicked? Even if they went out voluntarily, if they sincerely repent of their mistakes, I'm willing to accept them again. But I've seen it myself, and if they were in a bad mood, I'd pretend like nothing happened. Yes, then we'll all go together. Then let's all go together. Everyone gathered their strength, and even Kinjo decided to persuade Tomori together. Let's first find Tomori. Shit, is she dead? We dispersed and looked around the school, and finally Tomori was found in the gym by Yamaguchi. Okay, she's not dead. Kizuna-chan, you were here? What? You guys coming as a group? It's so annoying, you know. Kizuna-chan, we came here together because we had something to say to you. Something to say? Is it? What else do you want to say to me? Kizuna-chan, you don't have to investigate if you don't want to, but do you still want to be with us? Huh? Having breakfast together, even if we do research, it's more fun if we do it together. What are you saying? You told me to get out and now you're telling me to come back? Kinjo was the one who said that. Yes, certainly I told anyone who wouldn't obey me to get out, and you got out. Yeah, I said I left because I didn't want to see you guys. However, I only said that those who are willing to kill should leave the group. I never told it to someone who shed tears and was feeling loneliness. Eh? Mr. Mori, we heard you crying. We heard you were crying because you were feeling lonely, and that you couldn't tell anyone crying on your own solitude. I apologize. I should have done something sooner. Wait a minute. How do you guys... Maeda-kun and I saw it last night. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to sneak, but... Seeing it like that, I couldn't leave you in that state. Huh? What's that? When did I ever cry? Hey Tomori, stop being stubborn. We already know everything. But... Why are you so pretentious? Be honest, you should open up your heart. Haha. You guys don't know anything. I'm not pathetic enough to feel sad or lonely. You know who I am. I am called the Lucky Girl. All male students call me the Queen, and I'm the object of admiration. You know what else, do you? Coming here, being treated the same as everyone else, even hearing bitter comments, and now following orders? You think I can withstand such a thing? You... What's wrong? Are you gonna convince me? Everyone's already be thinking I'm unlucky. So that means I can't go along with you guys anymore. Aww. No one thinks that. What? Huh? What is this? We don't know how Kizuna-chan has lived up until now, but Kizuna-chan is a precious friend. What do you mean, friend? You all kicked me out. I'm sorry. Eh? I apologize. I didn't know Kizuna-chan's feelings. I didn't know anything up till now. I only thought about you. So please stop being stubborn. We're gonna tell each other everything we can. I don't know how much we can go, but there's still a future. We can be friends, surely. I won't make Kizuna-chan feel lonely anymore. Friends? We can be... Of course, everyone feels the same way. Let's all be good friends, Miss Tomori. You don't have to bury it alone anymore. Why don't we work out together? Hey, it's not like you to keep quiet and shed tears like that. It doesn't suit you. You're a bit squeaky, but sometimes that's fine. Stupid. Who would be happy with something like this? But sorry. I'm sorry for being stubborn. Please take good care of me once again. Tomori finally showed us a heartfelt smile. After everyone's sincerity was conveyed, Tomori looked more beautiful than usual. It felt more friendly and warm than before. Aw, how sweet. Someone's gonna die. Having regained a new colleague, we made a new resolution and decided to continue the investigation with more enthusiasm than ever. Now even Monokuma isn't scary. Everyone is here, even Tomori. Tomori, who was so stubborn, finally was able to act together. Someday, Mekaru and Uehara will definitely work with us. With that promise in mind, we resumed the investigation. That scene was just a massive death flag for for her. Like it seems like Akane is the main girl, you know, like Chiaki and Kyoko. She seems like the main girl in this game. I don't know what that says about her prospects of living, but you know, I just have my mind is just focused on Tsurugi. Oh, handcuffs. I can give that to him. Handcuffs, that should be enough. Give it to him. Gotta find him first. Satsuki, I'll hang out with you after I'm done with him. Then yes. Okay, I don't know if this is the last one, but we'll see. Yuki, do you have some spare time? Yeah, what's the matter, Tsurugi? I have something I want to tell you, and you only. I don't want anyone else to hear this, so we should go find a quiet place. Actually, would you mind coming to my room? Your room? Sure, I don't mind. What? Okay, I'm guessing this is gonna be in his room. Why did Tsurugi suddenly invite me to his room? He looked like he had something serious to talk about, though that's what he always looks like. Well, let's go and find out. Oh. Wow, that's his room? Damn. Thank you for coming. Wow, this is your room? It looks a bit terrifying. Look at all those prison bars. And what about that police car and the guns? Yeah, I was surprised when I first saw them too. They're just replicas, but they don't function, and they're stuck on the floor. I suppose they're part of the room structure. Monokuma sure has a bad taste. Anyway, what did you want to tell me? Oh, right. So you told me last time that I should try to open up to you more to you all. I've contemplated it since then, and I simply can't do so. I'm sorry. But why? It shouldn't be impossible if you're just willing to do it. Yuki, do you remember when I told you I didn't have any friends? Technically, that statement isn't true. There was one person, just one person I could have called a friend. His name was Kohei. He was also in the police and nearly on the same level as me. No, he was better. I had connections with the police through my father, but Kohei earned the respect of many officers just by his competence. But aren't you the one who enrolled here as the ultimate police officer? Yes, because he's not alive anymore. Huh? I killed him. I killed Kohei. Tsurugi's body was trembling as he spoke, which was unusual for his always level-headed personality. And did he say he killed his own friend? What is he talking about? Because we were evenly capable and clicked with each other very well, we were almost like best friends. There were many cases the two of us worked together to solve. Kohei and I had a great amount of confidence in each other, Kohei especially. He even trusted me more than his own family. One day we had a report of a bomb threat in the corporate headquarters building. Both of us headed to the scene as usual. The suspects fought back fiercely, so Kohei took the role of neutralizing the bomb while the rest of the team and I were engaged in a shootout. I wasn't the one normally responsible for that job, but the situation didn't allow for it. So he asked me for help over the radio, to tell him what he needed to do. He gave me an overall description of the bomb, and I immediately told him which lines needed to be cut and how to dispose of it. I was full of confidence back then. I thought it was a typical bomb. That's why I was so impetuous, not even seriously thinking about my reply. I was wrong. That bomb was modified. The suspect set it up as a trap. I'd given him the wrong instructions, but Kohei, he trusted that I would tell him the right thing, and he got caught up in the explosion because of me. I betrayed his trust. Ever since then, I don't make any friends. Not that I had the time to make one. But I know by heart what too much trust in a relationship can bring about. That's why I don't want you to have too much trust in me. I don't deserve to be trusted by anyone. Do you understand now? Yuki, that was everything I wanted to tell you. Tsurugi, if you were afraid of being trusted, why did you tell me about this? What? Somewhere deep inside your mind, you wanted me to come and listen to your story, even if it meant delving into a painful memory. Tsurugi, I've been curious to ask since you invited me to your room. What do you think of me? I don't think you would have this kind of conversation with just anyone you know. Yuki. Me telling you about this. I don't know. Why did I feel like telling this to no one else but you? Tsurugi, I don't care about what others say, nor about what you think. I trust you. I believe in you. I want to believe in my trust. So can't you please trust us too? Not yet. I've done terribly wrong things. But Yuki, if it's up to you, I think I can open up my mind to you someday. That must be why you are the only one I'm having this conversation with. Right now, I have an obligation to protect everyone here. Monokuma might try to set off a death trap at any time. So, when everything's done, I'll give you a proper response regarding my feelings. Will you wait for me until then, Yuki? Oh my god, it's so gay! Yes! Of course, Tsurugi. I know you'll be able to change one step at a time. I sure hope I can. If that day ever comes, well, I'll look forward to it. A person can't change that fast, I know that. But someday in the future, Tsurugi will be able to openly express his feelings to me. And to everyone, I'm sure of it. I feel a deep bond with Tsurugi. I can sense that we became close from the bottom of our heart. Oh, I'm tired. It's hard to do investigations without any gain at all, but it seems to be getting more and more rewarding. I have more friends to be with. Today, Tamori broke her stubbornness and finally showed her true feelings. Tamori, who became a friend in her true self, as she was rude and slanderous as usual, but feels like a joke intent, not a malicious one. Something seems to brighten up the mood with Tamori. Is it because she's a cheerleader? Also, Kobashikawa was going to die someday, because he said too much about her. Somehow it feels like the death of Higa and Maki was a long time ago. At that time, despair came suddenly without notice, and I was really unable to keep my sanity. Unexpectedly, hope seems to come suddenly too. Our bonds with everyone. Tamori's joining. I didn't find anything remarkable during the investigation, but it seems that we could move forward with more and more hope. Oh, I should sleep soon. Monokuma will be doing a night broadcast soon. Indeed, hope or despair, they both come suddenly. So sudden that it feels wrong. It's always like that. Oh shit, someone's dead. Anyway, about Tsurugi. Man, I love him. Oh my lord. A body has been found. After some time has passed, the class trial will begin. A what? What? Wait a moment. What did Monokuma say? It's a joke, right? A body was found. Monokuma surely is joking. A joke? What am I saying? I know perfectly well what this means. No way. It can't be. Something's wrong. I can't believe that. Guys! Maeda. What? What was that just now? Body? Did you say like dead body? I didn't hear that wrong. Wait, guys, is this everyone? Hikaru and Uehara aside, what about Kinjo, Taira, Hatano, Hiranami, and Kurokawa? Didn't they went to sleep already? That's not likely. Nighttime had just begun, and anyone would have heard the broadcast while sleeping, right? I'm here. You, why are you so late? I was so worried. That was because I was alone in the corner of the room. By the way, what's the fuss about it? A body was found. Monokuma. What? What to do? What should we do? Well, there's no Kinjo to control everyone. There's no Kurokawa who has the power to speak in unexpected situations. For now, I have no choice but to check the situation by ourselves. Guys, let's ignore Monokuma and let's find out the missing people. Let's make sure what happened. Let's make sure what happened first, okay? Let's do that. Please, nothing's happening. Monokuma must be resting around. I want to believe that too, but this anxiety, it's the same as when Maki died. I should find the others, that's a priority. Please don't tell me he's dead. I just hung out with him. Probably on the second floor, right? Okay, let's go see. Shit. Oh my lord. I heard a scream upstairs. Damn it. Here? Oh, Kinjo. Kinjo, what the hell is going on? A corpse? Huh? Thank God he's alive. Huh. For now, I hope you didn't kill anyone, Tsurugi. It's my mistake. I'm sorry. What are you saying? Huh? I don't understand this. Control room. Go to the control room. Damn. Damn it. Damn it. I gotta calm down. Shit, is it the cheerleader? Control room. The room's lighting is broken and nothing can be seen. This is certainly the source of the commotion. Nothing. I can't see anything. The smell. The unpleasant smell of blood. Reality was increasingly developing into the worst situation imaginable. Hey, incompetent, use this. It's a flashlight from the warehouse. I was handed a flashlight with a trembling hand without looking back at Mikaru and shining a light inside the switch him, hoping that my imagination was wrong. Who is it? It's the cheerleader, isn't it? However, it is said that a sinister premonition fits better than good premonitions. I already knew. The time the BDA was revealed. And there was only one person we haven't met after coming this far. It was only here that I could meet them. Is it already? No, but she wasn't in this world anymore. I knew it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I knew it. The character development. It was just untimely. Oh man. Blood. 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 The color of the room which met a light for the first time was painted with pure blood. But the source where all this comes from, her. The body of Tomori Kizuna, the ultimate cheerleader. Man, she was nice. I mean, she was not nice, but she was interesting. She was a fun character. How much time has it passed? Without even realizing it that my throat was screaming, suddenly I woke up and saw everyone gathered in the power room. Tomori! Oh my god, Tomori really died. Oh, this is a dream, this is a dream! This isn't a dream, it's reality. One of us killed Tomori Kizuna. Oh, wait a minute, someone killed... What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You already know what you've been through. When Naki Kyoka died. Someone here killed in order to escape. It can't be. I'm sorry, everyone. I promise not to have any more victims. I can protect them. That's right, Kinjo-kun. You said you will protect everyone if you obey your orders, right? Why did this happen? I'm sorry. Sorry? That's all? Kizuna-chan's really dead. She won't come back anymore. Calm down. It's not the time for us to fight each other. Wait, if Tomori was really killed and started? What's it? The class trial, she means. Isn't that right, Monokuma? Yes, since Miss Tomori was murdered, as I said in the announcement earlier, we will hold a class trial after a certain amount of time. Monokuma, you bastard. Well, I know I left the murderers with personal freedom, but would you like to refrain from killing at night like this? It's not very fun. Shut up. There's no killer among us. No, there is a culprit in our group. Mr. Uehara. Don't run away from reality. We must do this. Haven't we experienced it once? We will all die if we don't find the culprit. Yeah, that's right. It's shocking. It's so shocking that I don't even have the strength to stand. If we don't find them, we die. Uehara-kun has neatly organized what I wanted to say. So, you showed up, so you're gonna give it to us, right? That's right. The Monokuma file too. I came to deliver it out. Two? It's two because it's the second time. I'll put it next to Tomori's body. Now then, the night's pretty late, so let's finish it quick. I'll see you later, everybody. This Monokuma thing, treating people as fools. Everyone, I know you're confused and sad in many ways right now, but we should do some investigation for now. Do you want to investigate in this situation? I want to say I don't want to, but we don't have a choice, do we? I don't want to die yet. If you want to live, all we can do is investigate. Yeah, let's put each other's thoughts aside until we figure out the culprit. Solving this case is the first thing to do right now. I feel so bad for Tomori. She just opened her heart to us, wanted to become friends. What? That woman opened her heart to you people? Mikaru wasn't with us, so you didn't know. Kizuna-chan, she was feeling lonely inside. She was being stubborn. After we persuaded her to notice that, we tried to open our hearts and become friends. Can it be like this? I don't know why. Tomori Kizuna opened up to you guys? Mikaru, if you're feeling lonely, you can join us as much as you want. Well, not right now though. You better wake up. The day I hang out with you won't come ever. even if the universe is destroyed. It's a waste of time. Let's just start investigating. It's not the destruction of the Earth, but the destruction of the universe? We don't have time for this. Let's start investigating quickly. I will apologize for not protecting Tomori as many times as I can after the class trial is over. Kinjo, a minute, please. What? Me and Mikaru decided not to cooperate with you. However, can I accompany you during the investigation with the class trial? I was going to ask about it. Since there had been a murder, it would be easier to find out the truth of the case even if a small number of people cooperated to investigate it. Hey, shouldn't we begin already? Too much time has passed. You have no choice but to do it. Yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, it's painful, but it's all the same. The reality that has already happened doesn't change. And if we don't do anything for this, we will all follow Tomori's fate. Even a little, we have to get to the truth. I have to. I have to do it. The culprit who murdered Tomori, who barely opened up to us. The culprit. We need to find them. I have no clue who it is, but let's see. Yikes, that's a lot of blood. Once the others brought a lamp, I started to see a little more in the room. But what in the world happened here? All these signs of a fire? Why was there a fire here? I don't really know myself. I'll have to gather information about it while talking with others. Let's start with what I can do. Like last time we should check the Monokuma file first, right? The victim is Tomori Kizuna. The estimated time of death is about 9:30 p.m. Found in the Suchium, located in this power room. I like this remix, wow. Found in the Suchium, located in the power room on the second floor of the school. There is a long torn wound on her back, on the stomach, and massive bleeding. The cause of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by a knife. Okay, so she was stabbed, but then she was also stabbed in the throat. That's what killed her. Is this it? This is too little information. However, at 9:30, it was just 30 minutes away before nighttime announcement. At that time, it is impossible to go back to the private room and enter after killing up. Then the people who were in the dormitory during their PDA, including me, have an alibi. But if you think about it, something's weird. Mekaru and Uehara are fine, but why weren't the others in the dorm at the time? We decided not to leave our rooms at night, so we stayed near the dorms even after 9 p.m. in the last few days. And the place where Tomori died is the school area, which is also deep within the Suchium on the second floor's power room. I'll have to talk to the others who weren't in the dorms during the BDA. Okay, let's see. Because the Suchium has no light, we brought a lamp. We have to rely on this dim light in order to investigate. Okay. Yikes. It's gruesome. Tomori. Clearly she prefers others and tried to hit on the guys. But she too in her heart wanted to change, and we were getting to know her too. She didn't deserve this. Not only that, although it was bitter, we were always cheerful with Tomori. The tension went up in a good sense, bringing energy to everyone. Dear Lord, she really didn't deserve this. So then why? Why did you end up this way? I have no time to grieve. There's a lot of things that I need to investigate in order to find out the truth. It's the same time with Maki, but Tomori, I'm sorry for intruding. Really sorry. Tomori's body looked terrible. The whole body's bloody. As shown in the Monokuma file, the stomach and neck had stab wounds. The wound on the neck was still bleeding a little, and thanks to that, there was a bloody smell all over the room. This knife stabbed in the neck must be the murder weapon at first glance. It seems that this time the killer did not dispose of the weapon, or didn't feel the need to go back for it. But this knife, it's a kitchen knife. Does that conclude that the weapon could not have been anywhere but in the kitchen? I'll have to check the kitchen later. And there's one more question about Tomori's body. The wound on the stomach. The culprit ended her breathing by stabbing Tomori on her neck. The file also stated the fatal wound was in the location as well. If so, what's the reason for the stomach wound? If we think of a possibility, they stabbed in the stomach and then stabbed her right away on the neck. Or she was stabbed in the neck in a second attack after she fell down here. This is a crafty killer. I really don't know in detail because I don't have the specialized knowledge. Inori might know something, and I should consult with Kinjo as well. However, the culprit, uselessly increasing the wounds, would leave more traces behind. There has to be a reason for a stomach wound. Anything more to be found in the body? If I take a look, the time Tamori died is around 9:30. So whoever doesn't have an alibi for that time is a prime suspect. I'll ask the others about it and find out. It's time to move. Huh? What's this? Whoa. Okay, a message. What is this? At first I thought it was just blood, but the blood appears to indicate the handwriting of something on the floor. X4? No, it's written 3 X's and a bigger X mark. Aida, is that a dying message? A dying message? Is that something that comes out of a mystery story? Well, it's not necessarily only in fiction. It's entirely possible for victims to leave a clue of their killer. Then, this clue was left by Tamori when she died. Does this clue mean anything though? Well, I can't confirm since I'm not a detective. It's possible the blood sprayed in that matter by accident. However, due to the circumstances, it is more likely to be a message. We have to decipher it. Yeah, wish I could know what it means. The last message Tamori left us. XXX, bigger X. What does this mean? 4 X's. Inori, are you doing an autopsy? Yeah, Kinjo took over, so I'm going to work hard. He took over? What do you mean? Well, he said he had something to check and went somewhere else. When I was doing Maki's, we made the autopsy together. What did you check? Also, how about we confirm things together? What to say, it's a terrible amount of blood loss. Humans have excessive amounts of bleeding when about 1/3 of the blood volume flows out. This is not around 1/3 as you can see. It's amazing even that this amount of blood came out. Neck wounds are definitely fatal, but would have self-coagulated to some extent after the heart stops. The amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased. That means, are you saying something caused the mass bleeding? No, I can't confirm this was just my opinion, but if your blood pressure is high, then there'd be a lot of bleeding. That much I know. In simpler terms, there are individual differences. Well, there's a lot of bleeding in this case, meaning it must have taken a while before death. It's that Tamori felt a terrible pain before drawing their last breaths. Who could have planned such a horrible murder? So there is a killer among us in this case too? Like that time with Higa, are we going to doubt each other again and accuse people? I think this has to be done. I know it's painful, I won't force you if you don't want to, but if we don't, that means we'll have no choice but to give up our lives. Yeah, I know. Sorry for the negativity. I'll work hard for their sake. As for my results of the autopsy, when I found out the abnormal amount of blood loss. Oh, and the time of death does match with the Monokuma file. That's good enough information to help. Thank you, Inori. It's okay. You're welcome, Maeda. I'll check tomorrow in more detail in case I miss anything. Nori's having it difficult too, but she is steadily fighting the desperate situation on our hands. Let's do our best. I need to find out the truth. Huh? This is... There's a piece of cloth that I see for the first time. But that's not the important issue. It's bloody. I don't know where this came from, but it's bloody, so it must be related to this crime, right? It's a little burn, but it's enough to cover a human body. Huh. Yeah. Maybe the killer stabbed Tamori and she was bleeding, so they used cloth to prevent it. Tamori suffered a lot of blood loss, so they had to contain it at the time of the murder. Of course, the cause of that was the neck wound, the throat cut. They had to act fast as it would drip on the floor with every second. preventing the blood from splashing. That's quite premeditated from the killer. Suddenly, when I turned over the piece of cloth, I was able to discover a few things under it. This is a lighter, right? A cheap compact lighter that is used to lit a small fire. It doesn't necessarily have the firepower to create a huge one, however, the fact that this lighter was here means this must have caused the beginning of it, so it's natural to say that there should be some traces of being used in the room. Besides, it's not just that. The lighter was covered under the cloth together with another object. There's a crumpled paper here. Let's see. This thing again? I couldn't read the contents properly because it was almost burned out. It was difficult to recognize any words at all, but I knew where this paper came from. Secret note. Monokuma told us about this motive and shared it to everyone. There's also this. What is this? Yuki Maeda. Might be this. It's my secret note, huh? This is. Why is this at the scene of the crime? The contents are almost burned out, so I don't know what my secret written here is. Fine, but if it's a shameful secret to me, then there's so many things. No way. Can this motive cause another murder? Let's think this for a moment. Did Tomori pick up my note? No, wait. What? What rights do you even base on? I'll look anyways. What? This is really useful information. Who want to know this? Alright, she got Teruya's note. The secret that Tomori picked up was Satori's. There's one possibility left. The culprit picked up my secret. It's possible they created the fire in order to destroy the evidence and burn everything. But the weird thing is, was my secret going to kill someone that much? It can't be. Even though there were embarrassing secrets, there's no secret that could motivate a murder to happen. I'll take it. Maybe I'll find something out later. What if the killer... Let me think. What if the killer burns the note so that it might look like I was the one who killed Tomori because I didn't want... Wait, no, that wouldn't make sense. Like, I thought it would be like framing me because it's my note, so like I didn't want people to find out my secret, so I burned it. But we all know that Tomori had Teruya's note, so well, once again, it looks like I won't know anything until I actually do the class trial. Huh? What's this? Something's broken. Is this a broken flashlight? Actually, there's two broken flashlights here. These must have been Tomori's and the culprits. Even with a flashlight, you need to turn on the dark switch. That could have been Tomori, right? Then how did the culprit manage to navigate without being noticed? But why are these broken? Was there a reason to break them, or... what are these? Right, this is what I've been concerned about from before. There's a long line of something running along the wall of the control room. Oh, it's a fuse, right? It's actually broken in the middle, cut with a knife. No, rather it's a burnt mark. The fire in the control room and this fuse, there could be a relation, right? Then something triggers the fire inside the switch aiming through the fuse. Was this the cause? Who? For what reason? Perhaps the killer did it, but I've got no idea why. What? This is what stands the most at the scene of the incident. The glass window is broken. I didn't know because it was dark, but through the window you can see the power room. The glass window of the power room was this one then. The window for the control room. This window was broken for some reason. Did the culprit kill Tomori and break out through the window? possibility. Break this window and come out from the other side with the equipment, then go straight through the door and where it leads to the exit, the door of the second floor corridor. But I don't know if I were to go straight out the hallways. Anyway, if I were gonna leave this power room through the entrance of the control room, what's the reason for breaking the glass if not for being used as an escape? If you think about it, it's not possible. Go to the control room to the entrance using the window as an escape route, because if someone heard the noise from the power room, it would have been a matter of time before being discovered. Besides, breaking the window must have made extra noise. I wouldn't have broken the glass for no reason. For now, let's leave it as a reference for later. Window's broken enough for one person to pass through. It's a bit cracked. If you go through this way, you can go to the power room without using the entrance of the control room. Bloodstain, but what is this? It seems odd, right? Mori's body is clearly deep in the control room. The blood leads from the entrance to the power room. It's strange. There's no blood outside. The culprit killed Tomori and then ran away in a hurry? Wait a minute. The fact that the blood is close to the entrance means that the struggle started at the entrance? So why are the windows broken? You think those wasn't part of it? Besides, there's just blood near the entrance of the control room, but no blood anywhere outside of the power room. Did they wipe the blood spots from the power room? What in the world happened? I can't read Korean. Hey, Hatano, what are you doing? Oh, Maida. Well, I'm checking here. Do you know what that is? What? Is that burnt charcoal? Isn't that weird? When everyone gathered in front of the power room, there wasn't anything like that in the corner, right? Right, I was here too, but I couldn't have noticed that. First, shouldn't we check what it is? Ma'am, you good? Hatano, what are you doing? Did you just stumble into something? Jesus Christ, oh my lord, what happened? Hatano, what? Why is blood? Hatano, who was walking to investigate the strange object, suddenly grabbed her leg and she started bleeding. The flesh near the back of Hatano's left thigh was sharply cut and it was dripping a lot of blood. Hatano! What is going on? What? I heard Ayami-chan screaming. Yeah, Ayami-chan! Tano, what is it? What is that wound? Before that, let's call Inori first, quickly. I'll call her. Tano, how are you feeling? Everyone, don't come. Huh? Wire. There's a hidden wire. Wire? Looking closely at the place where Hatano fell, the bottom part I was able to see a sharp wire that was hard to see. At least I noticed it. Because of Hatano's blood on it, it's too thin to see with the naked eye. What is it? That burnt object was used as bait. Who installed a trap like that? Why? No, before that. What do we do with Hatano? If Inori was here, she's a surgeon, she might know what to do. I got Inori here. Wait. Hatano, what's going on? Well, she got caught in a wire trap, Inori. What should we do? Wire trap? Why is that? I'll look at her vitals first. Kanata-chan, but is it okay? Is there a place to treat her? Currently, the nurse office is locked. What place do we use to treat her wound? That's true. But the amount of bleeding is bigger than expected. I have to do something about it quickly. Be careful. There's still wire there. By Inori's judgment, she takes Hatano with her. It's okay, Hatano. As an athlete, she must have a strong will. Let's hope it's just a scratch. I'm worried about Hatano, but there's not much time left before the class trial. Still haven't figured out much. What kind of person would do this? It's not enough killing with Tomori, even trying to set a trap on Hatano. Is that wire far away? It was installed by the culprit, but is there a target in the first place? If you do a trap like this, it's a complete indiscriminate act against an unspecified person. I don't have much time to go through the details. I only searched the control room, so let's quickly investigate other places. First of all, Tano got an injury while trying to investigate this area. And what I found is... looks like a black object. This is a flashlight? Another one. This flashlight is burned. There's also a fire inside the control room, so... does this flashlight burn at some point inside the fire? No, wait. If it was a flashlight, it was already inside the room. 2 flashlights were broken inside. And so, why is this one here? And who used it? I didn't get hurt. Okay. Maeda-kun! Is Ayami-chan okay? What can I do? Take it easy, Tyra. I know you're worried about the class trial will start soon. You have to focus on the investigation first. Your friend was hurt, but you want to investigate? Is it that easy to work around like that? Oh, I'm sorry, Maeda-kun. To be bad at Maeda-kun is not the right way to do this. It's okay, I understand. You start to calm down. I have something to ask you, Tyra. Something to ask? Yes, not only you, Tyra, but also in the dorms. Kinjo, Hatano, and Kurokawa weren't there. At that time, even though nighttime was starting, you didn't return to the dorms, right? Ah, that's right. Well, I tried to go back, but I couldn't because of this. Just past 9 o'clock, I was doing some cooking research in the kitchen. Cooking? So the reason why the food was already done every day was because of this? Yes. By the way, it seemed to me that there was a lot of ingredients today. Because I wanted to make different recipes, but alas, I couldn't. I made a mistake while wearing tempura, so all of the oil splashed in my clothes. I tried to go to bed soon, but I had to watch the whole thing in the bathroom because the washing machine wasn't working. Oh, I see. By the way, were you alone during that time? Yeah, Yami-chan seems to go to training because she was there before going to bed. So that's the case, I see. Yeah, Kizuna-chan, I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling me this. We must find the culprit together. Yeah, let's push on, Maeda. Okay, if she was in the kitchen, then she probably was there, and you know, the knife came from the kitchen, so either she's really sussy or she would have seen someone walk in. Yeah. It's the end, Maeda. It's the end of me. Viatori. I'm sorry. It may be my fault that Tomori Kizuna died. Wait, what does that mean exactly? Please calm down and tell me. Well, that is... now when I think about it, something doesn't come to mind. The second day, was it? It must have been the first night after breakfast together. These days, my routine was to check items at the antique store before late night. And as soon as I wake up the next day, I went there and checked the number of items every day. Are unique antique shops so good? I guess because you're a merchant, you understand it. That's also because when Maki died, wasn't there a lot of stuff used in the crime from the antique shop? I was worried that would happen again, so I looked at things every day and perfectly memorized the type and locations of each object. Anyway, so I looked at the items on the second evening and went back to the antique store as soon as I got up the next day. I found out some things were missing. What? What things? Yeah, that's the problem. At that time, all the goods are still properly in order before I went to check. I can't think of what's missing at all. But I know that something's definitely missing. Tori, there's no doubt that the things that disappeared, yeah, were things that were inside the switch. The fuse, the lighter, and the flashlight, they all disappeared back then. So that would mean that the killer prepared the tools very early in this case? Well, I'm not so sure about that, but certain the time the tools were missing was at late night time. Late night time. At that point, only Makaru, Tomorrow, and Uehara weren't because we were wandering around late at night, right? Huh? Then the culprit is among those three? Oh, then it can't be Tomorrow if she's already dead. Right. And that only leaves Makaru and Uehara as one of them, no doubt. My memory's one of things is as clear as crystal. And it's still too early to conclude, but it seems to have been a good reference. Thanks, Tori. By the way, can I ask just one question? So why did that hurt Hatano from the antique shop? Hatano got hurt? What do you mean? Oh, you didn't know? Just before the switching turned off, the killer installed a wire trap. Hatano got caught there and she injured her leg. Huh? Wire trap? Why is that? Oh, was that the reason why Inori and Hatano went out together? Yeah. I think the killer is more cunning than I thought. I haven't seen it, but maybe the wire did not come from the antique shop. What disappeared then was the fuse, the lighter, and the flashlight. There were wires, but those were not gone, so probably not. Is that true? Okay, thanks for the clue anyway. Did I help you? You're welcome. Let's do our best to catch the culprit, Maeda. That's right, otherwise we'll die. Hey! Teruya's cute. Teruya's cute. Maeda, what happened earlier? I saw Inori with Hatano leaving the power room. Well, that is... Explain to Kinjo what just happened. What? Wire trap? Still don't know why the killer installed such a thing. Was it not targeting only for Tomori? We're still aiming at someone like Hatano was. It just adds more evidence to the crime. No, probably not. Huh? What do you mean? Looking at the case, the wire trap feels a little out of place. Out of place? I'll tell you more about it on the class trial. I'll have to do some research here now. When he said that, Kinjo looked ahead again, while Kinjo was investigating. Is this pieces of broken glass from the switching window? Yeah, this is also strange. Strange. The shape of the broken glasses, temperature, the direction the fragments flew off. I see. Can I take a look too? You can. Be careful not to damage the scene. The fragments were broken into pieces and splashed on the floor. Inside, I felt the darkness of that room little by little. Also, the shards were quite hot because of the fire. How did this even happen while we were resting? In the first place, I don't even know what was the time this situation even happened. Come to think of it, Kinjo, why weren't you at the dormitory at the time? You said to follow that rule, didn't you? Huh? Come to think of it, Maeda, you weren't here back then. There were only 6 of us. It was Taira, Hatano, Kurokawa, Uehara, Makaru, and myself. What happened here exactly? This fire, when did the power room become like this? Yeah, I'll tell you. At the class trial, I have to explain the situation to everyone once again. First of all, the reason I wasn't in the dorms at the time with the other attacks is because I discovered something. What? It was around 9 PM, so I was about to go back to my dormitory after completing my investigation. I heard Hatano scream. Hearing that there was a fire in the power room, I hurriedly headed to the second floor of the school, where I met Makaru, Uehara, and Hatano there. The situation at the time was that the smoke from the switch was leaking into the hallway, and we hurriedly went in to extinguish the fire with the fire extinguishers from the hallway. At the switchroom entrance, in other words, I went to the corner of the power room and turned off the lights, but suddenly I heard an explosion from the other side. That was this broken glass. And you heard that sound, were you all four together? Yeah, me, Hatano, Makaru, and Uehara were at the switchroom entrance. We had a lot of smoke, but we were close enough to confirm each other's positions. I see, then the only thing I can think of is the killer was inside the switchroom, broke the window and ran away. Have you seen any other person besides those 3? As I mentioned earlier, it was smoky, but I didn't see anyone else. Wait, but at that point, Taira and Kurokawa were together. I don't like cutting it here like this, but I'll tell you soon. Anyway, I turned the switch to extinguish the fire at the entrance, and when Hatano and Makaru and me went inside, Tamori was dead. At that point, the body discovery announcement came out, and after listening to the broadcast, Taira and Kurokawa came to the power room first. I don't know if you came after them, right? That's right. Then what about Uehara? They all went in together, but Uehara did not check the body. Uehara heard me when I told him to check the back broken window and went to the other side. But there were no clues other than what we already see here. After listening to the broadcast, Taira and Kurokawa came. After that, the rest, including me in the dormitory, came, right? Yes, seems the overall development of this case is roughly in this manner. But something is questionable. To be honest, it's suspicious there's 2 people out. When the situation happened... Maida, now that there's not much time left instead of being with me, can you check on Taira and Kurokawa? I want to confirm if they stay together before the body discovery. Can you find out about it? Are you suspicious of them? Well, it's true they don't have an alibi, but... Then please do. I need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kinjo, 1 second. Can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. Put it simply, it's neatly broken. Besides, the structure of the window is strange. Look, even though the glass is broken and the body can pass through, the lights in the power room hardly reach inside the switching room, right? No matter what principle the room was made of, if it was marked and sealed at this level when the fire broke out, the outside of the power room would not have spread the flames more than what was expected. And this was the sense of incongruity you mentioned? Maida, there's no time. I can't explain in detail here. I'll tell you at the class trial. First of all, check out the alibi of those 2 people I mentioned earlier. Okay. I heard Kinjo's explanation, but I didn't notice anything strange that stood out. Is there something that can only be seen by him as the ultimate police officer? Anyways, I'll know when it comes to the trial. The investigation comes first. What? Already? Headmaster of this school, Monokuma, wants to inform you that the fun is pouring out at this hour. It's already close to midnight, so let's hurry up and finish this. All of you, please gather at the door of the red carpet on the first floor of the school building. The class trial will begin. Oh, I hope this gets really fun. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Poo poo poo. Already? What the fuck? Finally, it's time. Damn it, I haven't even investigated properly yet. I've only checked this power room in the switch room. There's also the situation with Hatano, and the timing was too late. Well, if I hang out here, Monokuma will kill me, because this isn't a joke. Let's go. Somehow, even with the information collected so far, we had to find out the culprit. It's not just me. If I put everyone's heads together, I can definitely go through this like last time. Oh, Maeda. Hatano, are you okay? I applied first aid. As a substitute for a bandage, I stopped all the bleeding, but... Hatano, the time's already running out. We have to go to the trial. That's all we can do. Yes, I heard it too. When I received the first aid from Inori and returning to help with the investigation, it just showed up. We can't help it now. No, don't overdo it. Rather, is the leg okay? Hatano? Hatano's leg, well, what is it? The truth is, my left thigh tendon has been cut. I can't even walk. The damage might be permanent or not. Only time will tell. What? It's unfortunate that the tendon part got cut so much. I don't know what would happen. If I had a surgery right now, also, I don't know if there's a room on the school to do this risky. Wait a minute. What is that? You can't walk, let alone run? Actually, the lower part of the thigh. I can't feel it. Without Nori's support, I couldn't have made it here. This is outrageous. It's nonsense. Hatano, you're a track field athlete. Is that okay to lose one's talent in vain? I'm sorry. If only I were a doctor who could fix it at once. Stop. This wasn't Nori's fault. However, Maeda, we shouldn't be arguing here right now. Isn't the class trial about to start? But Hatano, in the future even if my legs were intact, if you fail the class trial, you will all be killed. This is fine. I can worry about my legs later. So let's go now. It's enough if Nori supports me. I'll do it. Hatano. I tried to be calm, but Hatano's body gradually was trembling. You will be the most desperate yourself. Even if an ordinary person can't walk anymore, it's a shock. Nevertheless, I have to try to overcome the class trial for everyone, with only a strong mentality. I got it, you're right. When you die, it's all over. Let's go to the trial. Everyone's there. Yeah. Damn, that's gonna... That injury's gonna matter at some point. We shall see. Coming back in here. I remember when Kyoko-chan died. I was kinda hoping this wouldn't happen again. Tano, is your leg okay? Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no problem at all. Inori gave me first aid. I'll get better soon. For the time being. Inori will support my footing, so that's all. Tano? Is that so? I'm really glad. We can go to the class trial with confidence. The trial. Class trial. I'm going to settle this trial with confidence. Wow, I was wondering whether that was coming out. I see. By the way, Kurokawa's... Where is she? Huh? I can't see Kurokawa in the room. Kaku-chan, I haven't been able to see her during the investigation. Where did she go? Now wait a minute. If they disappeared at this hour, could that be it? Kurokawa's the culprit. What did you say? Kurokawa's the killer? No, that's a hasty judgment. Maybe something went wrong. Hi, you're all here. This time I'm kind to you. I came out on the entrance. Face to face, you've done really releasing the bowels, right? Feeling nice, aren't I? Then, are we going down on the ground like last time? I am sad no one pays attention to respond to me. What are you saying? We're missing one. Where did Mikako Kurokawa go? Huh? Weren't you all together? Oh, it's true. Is that girl is nowhere to be found? Unbelievable. Does she want to dip the class trial? Wait up, I'll bring her now. But what's this girl being late for? She could die if she's late. Damn it. Utano, who was injured, also came here. She may lack legs, but she doesn't lack guts. I'll have to give that woman a training regiment. Well, I mean, Kurokawa is not really the culprit, right? What do you mean, Kabashikawa? Kurokawa is not that kind of person. Not that kind of person. Did you guys not see Mitsuhiro Higa as the guy who started the killing at the beginning? That was... Or are you going to claim he's an innocent person? I mean... Something's odd. Didn't you guys used to tackle my words all the time? Tamori Kizuna did that often, but that girl died. Hey maid, for some reason you're being awfully quiet. I thought you would be the first to put a rebel attitude. Huh? Me? Sorry, I didn't hear. Kyra, are you okay? Come to think of it, you seem less energetic than usual. Can you tell? Oh, I just have something to think about. You idiot, the class trial will begin soon. Of course no one has the energy for this. Idiot? Why, of course I'm an idiot. But it's weird. It's a suggestion that Kurokawa disappeared. She could be considered the main suspect. It's worth putting into our topics for later. Even Kinjo thinks that. I can't confirm it yet, but some of my suspicious figures were selected during the investigation. Kurokawa is one of them. Why Kurokawa? Let's talk about that in the class trial. Discussing here will only get things agitated. Well, yes, but Kurokawa still needs to be here for the class trial. Everyone waited long enough. I brought the latecomer. Mikako-chan. Hurry in. It's the first time, so I'll be flexible in this particular case, but next time, I'll punish you with no questions asked. Well now, all 12 of you finally got together. Like last time, I'll be going down first, so take the elevator to proceed. Kurokawa, what happened? I haven't seen you since the investigation. What have you been up to? I don't think you came from investigating, were you? Hey, I don't think she plans on opening her mouth anytime soon. Why don't we leave the girl alone and go down already? It doesn't matter if you wanted her to speak here. Kurokawa. Trial. After it's over, I'll tell you. This is suspicious. Very suspicious. Headaches. Alright then. If you're the culprit, you won't be able to survive when the class trial's done. It can't be. It's not her. Kurokawa, was there a reason you were being late? Now, everyone, I know you don't like doing a class trial. I wanted to solve the situation somehow, but it happened. It's really futile at this point. What will happen next? First, let's pass the trial and talk. Now, we'll only think about surviving the trial and clear your minds and eyes from any misconceptions. Kinjo's right. I couldn't afford to think any differently right now. All we must do is survive. We are again at the crossroads of life and death. Yes, let's clear up our minds and face this. Surely we can make it. We can figure out the culprit. Yes, I'm not alone. Everyone's here. I hate to doubt someone again, but turn them into a killer, but I have to. Again, I have no choice but to do this class trial. Okay. So far... I don't know, I'm kind of sussing Akane right now, but I feel like she wouldn't die. Maybe Hatano as well, since she kind of got injured, but it could be just like... she set it up for herself. I don't know, we'll see. Well, let's go. Let's review the corrupt thief that committed murder again. It's really painful, but I have to do it. Cheer up, everyone. I'll open the elevator door. The elevator goes down underground with a rattling sound. It was the second time I felt it, but my heart didn't calm down again. There's no guarantee that the culprit will be revealed safely this time. I have to do my best, but I'm a little nervous this time. I could only investigate the power room with the switching on, and I don't even know who the culprit was. Can we properly guess in this state? Kurokawa? Yes? Kurokawa talked in a very small voice in the elevator to me. Her voice was in a whisper, so without realizing, I answered in whispers too, it seems. The others didn't hear because of the elevator's noise. I've been too. Knife. One was missing. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. It seems Kurokawa went to investigate after all. The fact that one kitchen knife disappeared means that the murder weapon on Komori's neck was brought from the kitchen. Yeah? Ma'am. Kurokawa seemed to have something to say. Kurokawa's a unique girl, even though the number of words seems to be few. When I really need it, she talks more than I thought. But thanks to the information Kurokawa gave me, the source intake is becoming more clear. It'll be helpful for the trial even a little. I'll take note of it. Now I'm really sussing Akane. I don't know. For a long time, the elevator carried us down to the basement. With a huge shake, the elevator arrived to the class court. Alright, let's go. Oh, it's green now. We're all here. Great, let's start a late night class trial. The room looks different than last time. Of course. If you always do the same thing in the same interior, all the tension dies, right? Change is a new law that we all need. It's a repulsive room. Ha! You're noisy and starting to fall asleep, so why not go to your seat? Everyone seems to be prepared. I feel a little very different atmosphere since last time. Is this because he went through a class trial once, or is it because your trust is falling apart? Shut up and start, you damn stuffed toy. Hey, it's not stuffed toy, it's Monokuma. Yeah, I'm not upset, whatever. Even if you rushed me, I was gonna start anyways. We should finish quickly and everyone go back to sleepy time, yeah? Hoo. That is, if not in eternal sleep for the majority. Okay, let's start. Again, the tense starts flowing. The tense starts flowing as soon as we stand at each bench. It's like making a wall to make each other suspicious. When I stood here, I realized once more that it begins again. Mori, a girl who was a classmate and she was looking for affection recklessly. But at the end, she opened her real self to us, and it wasn't bad at the very beginning, no matter what anyone thought in the process. The killer who murdered her so badly. And not enough with killing Tomorrow, he's a culprit who committed an unforgivable crime that made Hatana lose her leg with a trap aimed at random. Oh my god, the translation is falling apart. The trial to uncover the killer begins now. A trial that risked her life. A lie that took her life. A betrayal at the risk of everyone's lives, giving an excuse to survive. An excuse to kill. A fake trust in our classmates. A life-threatening debate. A life-threatening excuse. A life-threatening trust. Life-threatening class trial. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, so... trying to think. Yeah, right now I'm sussing Akane. I don't know. Either Akane... Kurokawa seems to... No, I don't think it's Kurokawa. We'll see. We'll see. Let's go. First of all, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. If you point out the Blacken, only they will get punished. But in case you point out the wrong person, I'll punish everyone except the Blacken, and the one who tricked everyone else will graduate from this academy. Also this country. Translation is brought to you by Zephi, so you better damn well appreciate it or I'll punish your fools. Yeah. Finally, the second class trial has begun. There's no such thing as being used to this atrocious game. I'm actually more anxious than last time. But I'm afraid here it can't be helped. As we did last time, let's think carefully with everyone. Now then, first... Wait a minute, there's something I want to ask first. Oh my, what's the holdup? What are you gonna ask? Last time it was my first time, so I didn't question it, but now that I think about it, I believe I have to ask this now. The body discovery announcement. What exactly are the conditions for the broadcast to show up? Hikaru, why are you suddenly asking this kind of stuff? If you find a dead body, then it shows the BDA. You just shut up. I see. After all, it is Hikaru, the one who paid attention to that, huh? Even so, it is basically as Kobashikawa-kun says. When you find a body, I broadcast it. Only, when at least three people, have found a body, then the announcement will show up for everyone. Was it always like this? Is that a rule made on the spot, or was it applied from last time? Of course it was applied from the beginning. In Maki's case, Tyra found it first, and Maeda, and finally to Hatano. Since the order was completed, satisfied the condition of 3 people. The announcement came up because of that rule and was successfully completed. Right, it's true. The announcement rang the moment Hatano discovered it last. This thing, to say an important detail at a time like this. What's that? Did I not tell you about this? It's too late. Oh crap. Well, you know when people live, they forget. It's like that, right? Oh, I'm not human, but a bear, so it's okay. Okay, when more than 3 people find the body, well, that found criteria is not dull in time, is it? For example, a week passes after the initial discovery, then the second one appears. And even if the third discoverer appears after another week later, the broadcast will also ring? Yeah, time doesn't matter at all. When the first 3 people who have seen a corpse in any way, the announcement will sound the moment the third person discovers the body. Hikaru, I know it's fine to check the rules, but is the condition of the body discovery announcement important enough to ask? Wouldn't our main purpose now to be to find the culprit? Keep quiet, I'm not over yet. Now then, Monokuma, this is the most important question. That would be if witness to the crime includes the culprit? Oh. Huh? I've asked the question, You won't answer? You asked, do the witnesses include the culprit? Well, that's a bit very super great whole delicate matter. I see. Even if it's sharp sense becomes a problem. Okay, I'll tell you in this particular scenario. Depending on the characteristics of the case, whether or not the culprit is included in the discovery will be decided at the end of the trial. What? Then it's different this time? Then no one knows. It's up to our own judgment. That will also include everyone to be against each other. I already told you this. When it comes to trials, I'm more fair than Buddha, God, or Jesus combined. He said Jesus twice in a different meaning. Let's recap. In the last case, you said that the announcement rang because Akane Taira, Yuki Maeda, and Yayame Hatano discovered the body. Then in the last trial, in the last case, Mitsura Higa, the culprit, must have been excluded from the equation of 3 people discovering the body. I excluded Higa-kun. In fact, it didn't matter much if I included him, since the first 3 people to discover it were together that time. Then what about this case? The culprit who killed Tomori Kizuna. Did you include that person as a discoverer? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Specification aside. Why the sudden dialect? Did you inhale a Tori? What? My dialect is not that awkward. I mean, I had the mainland and pronunciation. You don't seem to be enough from the mainland to mix different parts of the country. No comment. No comment on that. Well, if you ask for my opinion on a particular case, I would be the one in trial instead. If a judge enters the discussion, it's unfair, right? That would be a violation. You're also invading the answer. Fine. Just looking at your reaction makes me think I touched a sensible subject. No? I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Picaro talking about? Someone let me know. Well, that does it for the mischief to this point. Now let's go to trial soon. Did you know that 12 o'clock is passed already? Originally, I was going to start right away, but Miss Picaro sounded weird and it's too late now. Anyway, let's go. First start with the arrangement of this case. Please begin the discussion. Why did Mikaro ask such a question? I have no clue what she's thinking. I'm curious, but now I have to focus on the trial without thinking about anything else. Time to rearrange the scene. Let's gather everyone. I hate to follow Monokuma's words, but we need to begin with the case. That is the topic at hand. Because the people on the dormitory side at the time of the situation wouldn't know the details of the incident. Alright, what happened to them? After listening to the body discovery announcement, I was in a hurry to find you guys, and then Tomori, she was dead in the power room, all over the burnt marks in the room. Okay, for those who know, reorganize the scene with the rest. And those who don't know the order of the events, from now on, take some time to confirm your position with everyone. Kinjo-kun, don't you have something to tell us before that? What? You said you wouldn't make anyone a victim if we followed you. For that purpose we agreed and you got rid of a group of 3 people. And everything ended up like this. So why? Are you proud of it? Good job then. Okay. I would have to make amends to risk my own life and apologize for that, because I didn't keep my promises, but if you can surpass this moment, everyone will die. It's a pity for what happened with Tomori, but I also have a duty to keep you all from being executed in this class trial. If you don't like it, I'll be out of this trial. Yeah, I'm an incompetent cop who can't make promises anyway. That's enough, everyone's on edge. Think about other things later and focus on the trial for now. Yes, Akane, you know your heart, but let's finish this first. Yeah, and Kinjo-kun, I didn't mean to. Sorry. It's fine. Let's begin sorting out the case step by step. Well, you know I won't say it anymore, but I don't help you, understand? I don't need you, because there's Kinjo with us. Me? Oh no, Mikaru, you can't stay. Don't let me do everything. We have to do it together. I said it to myself. Even for a dead guy, you must understand the truth of this case yourself. Boo, alright. Then let's begin. I did manage to get to the power room at the beginning of this whole incident to see directly, so let's discuss what we heard and saw. The first part, around 9 PM, Hatano discovered a fire in the power room, was it? Yeah, I was walking down the corridor on the 2nd floor before nighttime, but when I entered the power room there was a black smoke, coming out because it seemed to smell like something burning. You mean that's what happened? I was at the antique shop, but I had no idea. I heard Hatano's cry and rushed to the second floor. Uehara and Makaru were together as we bumped into each other on the way. We went first to the power room, the epicenter of the fire. It was hot and smoky. The fire was about to spread from the switchroom to outside. Yes, it's exactly what Kinjo told me. I already know this part from Kinjo. What did Uehara do soon after was... So you brought a fire extinguisher in the hallway on the second floor to extinguish the fire, right? Yeah, that's correct. By the way, how does Miyada know that? The ones in that area were Kinjo, Uehara, and Makaru, and me. Oh, I asked Kinjo about it while investigating. Right, I told him. Miyada knows the unfolding process of the case. Is that so? Then let's continue. The four of us were putting out the fire. I heard something breaking inside the switchroom. At that moment, Kinjo looked at Uehara and asked to see if someone was going out of the power room door, and the other three, including me, went to the switchroom inside, and there... Tamori was dead. Yeah, at that point, the bidet came out. Taira and Kurakawa arrived at the power room soon after. Okay, from here on, our team has joined. So let me speak. When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished. After that, like last time, Monokuma handed out the file and put us on time to investigate. Right. From here on out are the things that I have seen with my own eyes. Right after I examined the switchroom and returning, that happened. That being... Hatani's injury. Shortly thereafter, Hatani had an accident in which her leg was injured by a wire trap. But that's what happened? Yamaguchi said it before in front of the elevator. Didn't you hear, dummy? Yami-chan, is it really okay? It still seems to be a little fuzzy. Oh, no problem. It hurts a little right now, but it's not a major injury, so we can treat it properly after this trial. Isn't that right, Nori? Yes, well, you don't have to worry. Please continue with the trial. Phew, that leg wound. Is this an injury more serious than expected? What are you talking about? Didn't she say it was okay? Even pretense is useless. Do you think I can't read other people's minds? You, that incompetent, and that doctor. The atmosphere of you three makes things clear something happened. Shall we guess? Let's see. How about the leg injury that's so serious you won't be able to use it ever again? What? What are you talking about? Ayame-chan said she was okay. That is a lie, right? Makaru's just talking nonsense, yeah? Hey. Sorry, I thought you might be worried more, so I decided to keep this with Hatana. I lied, I'm sorry. Inori, no. Is it a lie? Is it a lie? What do you mean? In reality, Hatano's injury, the moving muscle tissue, the most important posterior tendon was amputated. Without luck, it's a serious injury that you might really have to wear crutches forever. What? Why was she lying to say that it's okay for that serious injury? This is the most important trial for our lives. Every detail mattered. Sorry. Because of that, Hatano and I thought it was to avoid getting you guys confused, but I'm so sorry that Hatano tried to pretend to be okay, so sorry. Yami-chan, it's a lie, right? Tell us something. Sorry, I was lying. What? Then it's really... Because the nurse office is now locked, and since there are no facilities for treatment to treat the wound, it's literally hemostasis. It's really hard to stand still. Isn't that too much for her? Hatano, shouldn't you get treated quickly, get healed, and come to the trial later? Okay, what are you talking about? What's more important than the trial? That is, but Ayami-chan, she can't even run again. No, I'm sorry, but I agree with Makaru. Whether your leg is crippled, cut off, or unable to walk, if you don't win the trial, you will die. Then it's more serious than what you mentioned before the trial. I lied that I was okay with this. As a result, I caused even greater confusion. Sorry, everyone. Yami-chan doesn't have to be sorry. Can't she be let go? At least to get a proper treatment? No, it's absolutely forbidden to leave the trial course during the trial. If you're worried about Miss Hatano's leg, you have to finish your trial first. to say that, but I'm also in agreement. I don't really care, but I want you to focus on finding the culprit. If the focus is on me, I'll die just standing. Ayami-chan. She says that, but let me comply with the will. And don't you think it would be wise to finish the trial earlier in time to get treatment? Uehara's right. Tano, it may still be painful, but please hold on a little. Let's focus on trial for now, everyone. Okay. Thank you for your consideration, Akane. Then, let's get back to the main topic again. Yeah, where did we end again? We were talking about Hatano's injury by the wire. Yeah, shortly thereafter, Inori took Hatano to provide first aid. We went out of the power room and we continued the investigation. That's the end of it, right? Chris, but I think it's a useless question, sorry in advance. The health room was locked, but how did you do Hatano's treatment and where? Right, I needed something tough and thick to use as a bandage, but there were some things like rags in the warehouse. However, since it's really a substitute and only first aid, there's a possibility of additional sepsis and bacterial infection. She will need antibiotics just in case. In order to do that, we have to find out the killer and end this trial, right? Yeah, but because someone died, well, is there really another culprit among us? The killer who stabbed Tomori? What are you doubting it for? That's for sure. But if you point the killer gets executed. It seems like you're sacrificing one person to save Hatano. So, would you save the killer? To save a killer, 11 of us have to die. I agree. Let me say this, okay? A guy who knows a person is cheap even if they die. How long will we waste your time on such useless topics? I didn't mean that. So I apologize. Also, how come Makaru and Kinjo team up? They seem to be getting better and better. I understand Notori's feelings, but is it okay? I feel the same because it feels like, in the end, whether or not we point out the killing in this trial, someone will be killed. I wish there were no victims, but the bare Monokuma thing won't let us go. Damn it. What purpose does he want us to achieve? So the case was cleared up. Who's the killer? We have to figure that out from now on. Honestly, this case has a lot of twists. If you think of it as an ordinary murder case, it's not gonna fit in at all. First, let's solve the mystery of each event one by one. The priority should be the victim's body. The body? Mori's corpse was an important clue to be able to tell the whole story of this incident. There aren't just one or two secrets related to her body, to the corpse. Personally, I didn't know there was anything special. The corpse, based on my investigation, let's present the evidence gathered. Should be the same thing, right? Okay. Should be the same. Let's go. What clues does Tomori's body have? I don't remember well. The knife was on her neck? Also, the whole body was with blood all over. It was terrible. Satsuki was vomiting for a while. She was dead. Is this relevant? Other than that, can you think of something more essential? Nope. What's Kurokawa's testimony? Since the knife was... The knife was from the kitchen, right? Is that Kurokawa's testimony? I think so. Okay. Tyra, wait a second. The weapon that stabbed Tamori was not a simple knife. It was a kitchen knife. Huh? Kitchen knife? Right. It's even clearly stated in the Monokuma file. The definitive cause of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by a knife. Right. Sorry, I can't remember well. But the kitchen knives are only in the kitchens. Is there any evidence the culprit brought it? There is. Because Kurokawa saw that a knife disappeared from the kitchen right after the incident. Right, Kurokawa? Yes. Who's slow response? So the killer brought the kitchen knife out of the kitchen. I guess. Disappeared from the kitchen. But that's a little weird. The killer used a kitchen knife. That's a contradiction. What are you talking about? Wait, I think I know. But why is Tyra talking like that? Obviously, at the time of the crime, Tyra could have known that it was contradictory that the killer took the kitchen knife from there. The reason is... he was there. Tyra, that contradiction is because you were in the kitchen at nighttime, right? Yes. Right. That's it, Maeda-kun. What? But what does that mean? Hikaru, didn't you say you were gonna meddle? I said I wouldn't help, but I did say I would not raise a question, asshole. Yikes! Tyra told me she was cooking in the kitchen near the end of nighttime. Cooking. Yeah, I'm sure because I remember that I accidentally splashed oil on my clothes and wiped them in the bathroom. Oh, that happened. Wait, if Tyra was still in the kitchen at that point, how did the culprit take the knife from the kitchen without bumping into her? Also, that's not all that weird. Tyra said it was around nighttime, but Tamori's death was at 9:30 written in the Monokuma file. Tyra, I'm asking just in case, you're the last person in that area. Did you put all the knives in place before you left the kitchen? Yes, I used it when I was cooking myself, so I remember it for sure. Wait, what? When the kitchen knife was used in the crime, Tyra checked all the knives in the kitchen. It doesn't make sense. That's why I called it a contradiction. If you think about it, do you think it's not a kitchen knife then? No, there are only kitchen knives in the kitchen. The second floor was open and I've been searching in all places ever since. But when everyone started investigating, didn't Kurokawa say she saw the kitchen knife disappear? The knife was used as a weapon. Kitchen. That's correct. Which one is it? Kinjo, don't you know? Sure, it's a contradiction. You don't even have to think about the ridiculous story of using another knife out of nowhere. Kinjo worked hard. Now we're all finished. But there is only one way to solve this problem. Really? How? Very simple, in fact. Tyra, you are lying right now. What? Eh? Now wait, why is it that this way? Isn't it obvious? The Monokuma file doesn't lie, and the time of death is sure to be 9:30. Also, the kitchen knife is only in the kitchen. Therefore, the order of events, the kitchen knife being taken from the kitchen killed Kizuna Tomori, is established. These two facts can be proven with certainty. But what does Tyra Akane mean? What proves that a woman was cooking in the kitchen? Now wait a minute, what are you trying to say? Tyra, I'm in doubt. Were you together with someone, yes or no? I was alone. I can't believe someone without witnesses. Anyone can use it as if it's just a talkative alibi. Oh no, wait a minute, why is the room suddenly like this all of a sudden? I was really in the kitchen, guys. But if Tyra's words were truth, it would never make sense. Tyra, did you lie? Why did you lie? Don't tell me. Tyra's the culprit. Why am I the culprit? What reason is there for me to kill Kizuna-chan? There's nothing. I got it. She kept ignoring your persuasions and invitations. Did you bear a grudge? Funny, really. Kizuna-chan grunted a lot, but in the end she accepted us. The murder happened after that. I concede that you may not be the killer. Still, to say you were in the kitchen would be a lie. Why are you lying like that? No, it's not a lie. Tyra, tell me honestly. I want to believe you that you're not the culprit. So then, Tyra's really lying to us? Let's go. Wait, I can't tolerate Akane being the culprit without corroboration. I'm not trying to blame them. It doesn't make sense if Tyra's words were true. No, there's a case where Akane's words can be proven to be true enough. What? It seems you haven't realized. Since you don't, let me show you. The fact that Akane never lied. Should be the same thing. What's Kinjo's testimony? Fuck. Nope, that's not right. Oh, sorry, I forgot the keys. Right. The knife back in the kitchen. No? Oh fuck, okay, I'm dead. Oh, I gotta, okay. That's not it then, okay. There's another part then, okay. Oh fuck. Okay, got it. What is this? Tano, sorry, but there's a contradiction in that logic. What are you talking about? It isn't possible to commit a crime while providing Tyra's words? Atana, you mean the killer is taking a knife out of the kitchen right after Tyra leaves the kitchen to wash her clothes? And they run straight to this power room and put the knife back into Mori's body? Yeah, if you move quickly as possible in less than 3 minutes from the kitchen to the power room. Fast isn't the problem, did you forget, Hatano? By the time the nighttime began, you guys were putting out a fire in the power room. Oh. Hatano, Minjo, Kinjo, Mekaru, Uehara. If 4 people are in the power room and walk in with an object that stands out like a kitchen knife, it cannot be missed or even hidden in plain sight. In other words, even if Tyra secretly manages to pull the knife out of the kitchen, it's absolutely impossible to enter unnoticed. to the switch and stabbed the knife on the body. I can't... Thanks for the explanation, Maeda. Thanks to you, it saves us trouble. Like Maeda said, Atano, I understand that you're a close friend to Taira. Unfortunately, if Taira's words were true, there would be an absolute contradiction to appear in her testimony. Akane, speak up your mind. Did you lie? Can I say one more important detail on this? When the current body announcement showed up, the 4 of us who put off the fire and the 6 in the student dormitory confirmed each other, so there's an alibi for us. But Taira Akane and Mikako Kurokawa, you two have no alibi. Well, this much has been proven thus far. Taira really killed Tamori? No, I'm not the real killer. Taira. Really, the kitchen knife thing, I really don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I'm not really the culprit. I didn't kill Kizuna-chan. Akane, really, can I trust you? But how do you explain that when you don't have an alibi? If you don't have it, it means that either Taira or Kurokawa are the culprit. You're the most potential suspect in every way. Is it so weird to cook alone and go to the bathroom? I just happen to be alone. Taira, tell the truth, and if you're not guilty, prove your innocence. Is Taira really the culprit? Certainly, even without an alibi, there's 1 or 2 places in doubt. And was Taira really with Tamori? No. Can't just doubt it yet, not until all riddles are solved. I have to think what's been missing in the entire premise thus far. Why would she lie? Maybe she wants to protect. Because Taira is very, very, very emotional, so maybe she just really wants to protect the person who's actually the killer. The person who has the sword, has the knife. Taira is the Chinese culprit? What? I am not Chinese. Akane doesn't have an alibi since when? Washikawa and I say 8:30 PM. That's what I think. And there's no alibi for about 1.5 hours with a witness missing. Can't be enough time to kill a person and for the fire. I did not. What was that fire for? There were a lot of confusing things at the scene. There were a lot of confusing lighters and flashlights, fuse lines, etc. Taira doesn't have an alibi, she would be able to attain them, wouldn't she? Oh wait, no. Teruya was there. Okay. Wait, Kabashikawa, that's impossible. What? You mean about Taira procuring the tools used in the crime? Yes, Taira has no alibi for the time being, I can't deny that. Bringing the tools, however, there sure is one. Ooh, that's a certain alibi. I want to hear this. The reason I know this is because of the fact that somebody told me. Right, Tori? Huh? Tori knew it. The lighter and the fuse disappeared late since last night. Gone from where? I guess would be the antique shop again. Tori mentioned that he went to the antique shop every day. After Maki's incident, the antique store was filled with most of the items. Then, after nighttime on the second day, the things used in the case suddenly disappeared, as mentioned by Tori. Oh, that's it. That's right, I did check them. So, are you saying the killer took the tools late that night on the second day? That would be the case, unless the Tori's lying. No lie, it's true. Hey, the second day of Tori was almost 2 days ago? Why didn't you talk back then, knowing what kind of scheme was made when Maki was... I'm sorry, at the time I wasn't able to figure out things properly. It could have been my own tricks, my own mind playing tricks, so I wasn't really sure about it. Well, if you're sure the tools were gone then, the killer took the tools in the middle of the night on the second day. That is what happened so far, if I understand this correctly. I ask why does that become Tyra's alibi? Why Tori's testimony becomes Tyra's alibi? Because Tyra can't go to the antique store on that night. Right. Uehara probably doesn't know about the tree who worked with Kinjo, and only the rest knows. So we know Tyra can't go to the antique store at night. The reason is... why Tyra can bring the tools at night? That's because of the nighttime rule, of course. Nighttime rule? Wait, what? If it's nighttime rule, that's what Kinjo decided, right? To not come out of our rooms late at night after 10. When did you decide that? Makaru and Uehara have no choice but to know, because the group decided when you were not there. Oh wait, that's it. They don't come out of their room at night. This means that all of the rest, meaning Makaru and Uehara, who are on their own, could have come out after nighttime. Yes, in other words, Tyra was also in the time frame alibi for late nighttime. Yeah, I never came out of my room at night. Wait a minute, that's no alibi at all. Huh? That late nighttime rule isn't a rule set by Monokuma, isn't it? So what makes you think it's a genuine rule? You don't get killed from breaking it and no evidence if you did, correct? That's... I'm sorry, but I think the same thing. Even if Tyra followed the rules faithfully, it's no evidence from before. It's no different from before without evidence. Does that mean... No, with that rule, Tyra's alibi could be enough. Kinjo-kun... Oh, what is it now? Until now you've been pushing Tyra Akane, but you're in defense this time. Don't tell me you're defending your own rules now, because that's a self-made rule. Surely not. I know the laxity this rule has. This lax? Of course, as Makaru said, it wasn't a formal rule and it was decided by ourselves, so there is no problem with breaking it. What? To break it? Isn't that actually helping a culprit? Oh no, Kinjo! Did you suggest such a thing even though you knew this would happen? Sorry if I kept this a secret from you guys. Actually, I did some work on your private rooms. Work? Indeed. Every late night I put a thin thread on the door of your private rooms. Thread? What does that mean then? In fact, it is pasted so that it passes between the wall connecting the door and the door frame. If you do this, the tape will break when the door is open and the thread will break as well. So if the thread was broken, it would sound like someone has opened the door. Now, I've been watching late at night every day this way. As each nighttime starts, I put a new thread on, and I got up earlier than anyone else in the morning to check if any of the threads were cut. So I can guarantee you, Tyra has never been out of the room in a single night past 10 PM. Oh, did you do that? Then you know who exactly left the room on the night the tools were gone. No, unfortunately I didn't find that out. What do you mean you can figure it out? You mean you can confirm that the thread was broken? No, it's because no one has broken the thread. What? That means you mean no one left the room late at night the second day? To be precise, the rest except Mikaru, Uehara, and Tomori. Because those three were an exception. That means that it was one of the three that was able to use the tools at the time. However, Tomori's already dead, so either Mikaru or Uehara are the culprit. Don't make such rash judgments. I swear I didn't commit a murder. Now wait a minute, Kinjo. What does it mean for us to have a thread on the door as a secret? What do you mean? I explained it was a device to check if you were out of the room. Not like that. It's as if you couldn't trust us at all. I mean, you were spying on us without saying a word. Tyra's right, Kinjo. You don't believe in us, do you? It is not my reality to believe or not believe. This is just my nature, my own personality. I'm basically always suspicious of everyone other than me. Well, how is that your nature? What's with the expressions of disapproval? I proved Tyra's alibi thanks to the thread on the door, right? Reasoning itself is impossible. Unless you're basically suspicious of others. Kinjo-kun, you really... Stop it. Why do you keep trying to fight? This isn't the time right now where we're doing this Hatano's leg. Everyone calm down even if you leave my legs. How many times is this gonna repeat already? It's not too late to cover up disputes even after the trial's over. Let's focus on the case, please. Okay. So, is it just me and the priest who eventually took the tools? For now, I think so. But isn't that funny? You guys, all the other kids are suspicious, but Tsurugi Kinjo is not at all. What? I'll say this again. No matter how much you claim Taira and Akane was in the kitchen, it's useless without evidence. What do you prove to Tsurugi Kinjo? That a guy attaches a thread to a door? Or do you have evidence that confirms your actions? Kinjo, if you think he's the culprit, in all situations he can sleep at will. Why is Tsurugi Kinjo not suspicious then? Do you think I'm the culprit now? Well, I'm just talking about possibilities. You know there's no evidence in your words, do you? What if, let me see. What if it's like another Sayaka case where she was the one who, the victim was the one who got all of this stuff together. And then the culprit, like, because she wasn't part of the nighttime rule, so what if she was the one who brought all this stuff together and then she got killed instead? Maybe. If that's the case, there's no evidence for Tori's testimony, right? The only one who checked these items was a Tori, even though it was just gone on the second day. You have no way to check it. What in blazes? You can't believe me now? One moment. If Kinjo or Tori's words are false, isn't Taira's alibi also false? Wait, what? I'm telling the truth here. Everyone is in disarray. It's like they're trying to look for reasons to distrust each other even more than in Maki's trial. Has our trust really started to break? I don't want this outcome. I'm powerless alone. Enough. Considering the true or falsehood of this testimony will change nothing, I believe. The testimonies that have already been pointed out is already a testimony worth considering. I like to approach this from the other side of the case. Kurokawa, I think this is the first time I came here that you've said the longest speech. Kurokawa was right, you guys. Now, don't mind the trivial things. A lot of time has already passed. Focus on the idea of finding the culprit. As soon as you finish, will it be daybreak till then? Am I already half asleep right now? You shut up. Yes, it seems that we were so enthusiastic about the killers being liars. As Kurokawa said, let's turn around halfway back and move on. Okay, I think that would be good, because I also want to avoid making discord with you guys. Do whatever you want. So you go around halfway, you mean talking about the identity of the criminal? Are you gonna put things aside for a while? Either way, whether Taira lied or not, we don't have the evidence, no matter who's right or not. Let's first solve another mystery. Okay, that's fine too. There's more urgent. The more urgent it is, the more necessary it is to go back to. But even if we go back, what do we do first? Basically the same as before. Do you guys recall? The most important thing in this case is the dead body. But aside from who the culprit is, tell me what doubts you have about it. And the path towards the outline of the culprit will look more natural. Tomori's body was the most important clue. Let's recall in my memory how Tomori's body looked. How Tomori was killed. Let's think about it. I thought of that before, but first of all, it's a knife, right? Yes, Monokuma file clearly points this out. Tomori was dead in the Switchium? Why did she go to such a place? Where there's not even light? It is possible the killer moved it. Anyhow, Tomori in some way went to the switch room. Without a chance to resist, I think death with a knife. It must have been. Stomach wound. Right? I think this is a stomach wound. I'm on 1 health, so I'm gonna die in the next one. Shit. Tori, that's not it. Remember, Tomori's cause of death was obviously the neck wound, but there was another wound. There was another one. The stomach wound, that's right. Right, that's the most important, that's the important point. The stomach was stabbed. Why is that important? The killer just stabbed her twice, right? In general it is, but think about it. The cause of the neck wound. In this case, for some reason, you stabbed your victim in the stomach and the neck later. If you were going to kill on the neck and from the start, why do you want to stab at the stomach first? The stomach was hit cleanly, but the fatal wound was missed. However, she was killed at the end. Is there something amiss? Oh, that's cool. So cool. You probably see it like that. Looking at the case as a whole, it takes something to put you into notice. What? What do you mean something to notice? Perhaps the fire has something to do with it. Fire? That's right. It turned out that there was a fire in the Switchium room. Yeah, it's also important. You guys don't you think that fire happened unnaturally? That's true. If you see a fuse on the wall and even a lighter on the floor, you can see it right away. So, are you saying that the killer started the fire for some reason? Is there any reason to do that? This is also a question that doesn't really matter. Is the power room okay? I'm sure this Switchium is a really important place, so I heard. It's a big deal if it gets damaged. Well, it's a really big place, it's cool, of course the fire was there. Fortunately, we lived because the fuse line was laid to burn only the walls. But... oh, I was supposed not to speak, right? What did you say just now? It was laid to only burn the wall? Oh, it was kind of puzzling after all. There was such a big fire, but Tomori's body didn't burn at all. Only the wall without touching the machines of his body. There's something on the walls? It's the wall. What else was there? A wall. If there's something on the wall of the switching room, there's nothing coming to mind. Wait. Back at it, there was a line passing by it too. It was on the wall of the switching room along with something else. No? The window? Okay. What was on the wall of the switching room? There's only one thing, the glass window. The glass window? That big glass window? Wasn't it broken by the time we arrived? Oh, well, it turns out that when Kinjo and the others brought the fire extinguisher to put out the fire, didn't they say they heard something cracking or breaking inside? That's right. At that time, I thought it was the sound of someone in the switching breaking the window and going outside. I asked Uehara to check the entrance of the power room. Indeed, no one was seen. Wait a minute. If the only thing on the wall of the Zephirum room is the glass window, the culprit's purpose was to burn the window? Well, I think I heard this somewhere, but when the glass is heated, it becomes fragile. Then the killer set fire to the Zephirum after killing Tomori, and broke the fragile glass window while everyone put out the fire and took advantage of this to escape. Wait, isn't that weird? If that's the case, all you have to do is heat up the window and break it. There's no reason to do a big job by setting the whole wall on fire waiting for no reason, right? It's possible it was used as a smoke screen. Additionally, Uehara tried to check the entrance, but didn't he say he couldn't see anything because of smoke? Wow, that's too complicated. Anywho, doesn't that mean someone was inside the Zephirum right before we got in? Then, me and Kinjo were gathered at the point where Uehara Makarin has a definite alibi, right? No, you guys are making a big mistake right now. Huh? What do you mean? Think more carefully. Then in your thoughts, you can spot the contradictions. I am so lost. I don't know what's going on in this case. You're mistaken. What do you mean? Reorganize what you guys just said. First, you go into the Zephirum. Surely the fuse and lighter were used. The reason the killer used those is because there was a purpose for setting fire. By the way, the fuse was only surrounded by the wall, right? That would have burned the walls. On the walls, in addition to the windows, there are no special items in there. What? Oh fuck, okay, we're done. Ah, okay. He said the glass was shattered neatly, right? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what? As Kinjo said, I think we were mistaken for one thing. It's what Inori said right now. Broken glass. That's what I mean. What are you talking about? You know for sure the glass window is broken, aren't you? Yeah, the glass window is broken, but it wasn't broken by anyone. It wasn't broken by anyone. Did the window break on their own? That's a bit ridiculous, but I guess it's not a wild fantasy. No. Maeda made a very precise point. As Maeda mentioned, the window was broken alone without anyone touching it. Wait, really? Is it possible? Like Inori said, glass is weak to heat. Of course, it can withstand a certain degree, but if it is heated directly or if the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is severe, the weakness becomes more prominent. Guys, you remember the structure of the Zephirum room? It was completely enclosed space except for the entrance, right? In fact, even when the fire broke out, I couldn't feel any heat outside. Oh, yeah. Kinjo's words are correct, but still, isn't it too much for a glass to break just by thermal change without any external force? Of course, the conditions are just right, not impossible, but... I don't know what he's saying. Right. As Inori mentions, the logic is a bit far-fetched. But what if the conditions were met? Huh? I don't know if anyone noticed it because it was in part that was noticeable at the scene of the incident, and because the Zephirum itself was dark and probably no one was interested in it, but the glass window of the Zephirum was very tight. That's it. If the heat alone was left with enough time to break by itself, Kinjo's words would make sense. Hey, it's an interesting reasoning, but what's the basis of this? That it was only possible that the glass could break on its own by hearing this? You didn't throw this without thinking, right? Of course not, because Kinjo's remarks have an adequate basis. Isn't that right, Kinjo? Right. Did you also notice it, Maeda? Yeah. Actually, I was also guessing when I said that the window wasn't broken by someone. Yeah, because that reason the glass broke on its own. That's probably because of the glass shards, right, Kinjo? The shards. Correct. Please don't tell me I'm the only one in the world that doesn't get this until you give me a proper explanation. At first I only knew that the killer would make use of the window in some way to escape without fail. But Kinjo said during the investigation. Then please do. You need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kinjo, 1 second. Can I ask you one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. To simply put it, it's neatly broken. The glass was neatly broken. What does that mean, you ask? In other words, it means if you broke it with the human strength, it wouldn't break like this. It's human power. It's neatly broken. I don't understand it. I see. What you mean is the broken shape. When I listen to Maeda and think again, it really feels that way. Yeah. If someone breaks a window with a hand or a blunt object, you should crack and break like a spider web. Have you ever experienced it at least once? You accidentally broke a glass or is the shape of a broken glass? Oh, definitely. It looks like it was broken into very complex shapes, like cobwebs. But how is the glass window of the Switchium? It's like a broken shape, as if part of the window somehow got neatly removed. No matter how you look, don't you think it was broken by an unnatural way? It certainly looks that way. There seems to be no contradiction in Kinjo's words. Funny, isn't it? Hikaru, you must have known this much. I'd like you to stop trying to test me. Don't think of the class trial as a joke, Hikaru. Oh my, thanks for the advice. I'm just worried that one day you'll become as lost as these friends of yours. Kinjo, don't mind Hikaru, keep going. Actually, they just finished explaining. Wait a minute, if Kinjo's words are true, then when the fire broke out, does it mean that nobody was inside the Switchium? Oh, so that's what he meant. Wouldn't that be very unlikely? If someone was inside and was trying to escape, it would be quicker to break the glass manually, instead of waiting to be heated in order to break it itself. Yes. Besides, Uehara at the time opened the entrance to the power room and guarding it. No matter how thick the smoke was, if someone tried to leave, they would have been caught. At that time, we all thought we hadn't seen them because we all knew someone broke the glass, but in reality no one was inside the Switchium. And thus the killer deliberately heats the glass and breaks itself, and for the reason of making us think someone inside the Switchium broke the glass and escaped. Okay, that's it, right? Then, in the end, everyone's alibis no longer hold. Is that the conclusion? Eh? Think about it. If there was no one inside the Switchium, the killer was ready to start the fire in advance. He could mix in with us at any time. If that is the case, aren't you saying that it's possible for everyone to start a fire, including Kinjo and the group who went and put it out when the window was broken, and the rest of us in the dormitory side? Nani? Oh, you mean we don't have an alibi either? Gucci's right. Anyone commit a crime can commit a crime by reason from the information provided thus far. Hold on. Isn't that established under the premise that the person who caused the fire is the culprit? It hasn't been clear yet, but it seems too hasty. There's no reason for a person who is not the culprit to set out a fire. I'm not crazy enough. Even so, at the beginning of the timing of this incident, Tomori's death occurred around 9:30 p.m. Was anyone close by during that time? I mentioned this earlier, but I was cooking alone. I was looking around the warehouse for things to help with the treatments. It was useful for Atano's first aid. I was just lying in my own bed. What the? You mean everyone was alone? There does not seem to be anyone near the time of the crime. The only way we could see each other was to find out where each one was, or whether alibis were lost. The exception of Hikaru, Uehara, and Kurokawa. What? Then we're back where we started? There's no evidence that everyone has an alibi or to deduce the culprit, that's why. You mean there's no one in doubt? No suspects? Well then, who was it? Tyra. Except you. What? What? Isn't this deja vu again? You know, maybe we're in an infinite loop now. Stop doubting Akane. Didn't the talk about her testimony finish before? No, it wasn't over. It's just that it was put on hold because there was so much uncertain information. Nothing resolved about why she lied. No, I didn't lie. Wait, it's not Tyra. As the testimonies of Kinjo and Notori proved it, right? Yeah, that's right. Whoever the culprit is, they have to prepare a fuse and a lighter to start a fire, but wasn't it mentioned that Tyra didn't come out of the room in the middle of the night when we went to our private rooms? I'm certain about that. Frankly, I'm suspicious of each of them and they were put on hold. Shouldn't we use the information we have, even if it's uncertain information, unless there's an objection to definitively deny it? I apologize, I'm really sorry. Even if there's an alibi for bringing the tools, I'll just keep it in mind. Tyra's lie, however. To be honest, same with me. She's not a killer, why did she make such suspicious remarks? Hey, I told you I might have been mistaken. Well, either way, Tyra wouldn't be able to get the tools, so she can't be the killer. Enough of this meaningless argument. You really are just stupid. What now? Do you think we're stupid? Is this so stuffy that you can't see? Want me to share some insight? What the? At the start of the class trial you said it wouldn't even help. Oh, did I? Then I won't meddle. Do it yourself. No, that isn't... Oh. Listen first. Makaru might know something, you know? I'll tell you one thing for those who are ignorant and poor, is that there's a method for the criminal to get the tools without using their hand. See then. The most representative example is an accomplice. You suspected that there could have been an accomplice in the last class trial, right? But Makaru isn't less likely that we have one in this case. We were informed that the only person to escape this place would be the killer. Moreover, even if there is an accomplice, it's impossible for them to bring the tools. According to Kinjo, in the middle of the night, the day the tool disappeared, not only Tyra, but also because neither of us left our private rooms. Except for the three who didn't act with us. And it's gotta be Uehara or Makaru the ones who helped Tyra. Why are you making it confirmed that I did it? It's not me. Okay, surely Makaru and me were able to roam around without any restrictions that day. But I haven't shown up to the antique shop until now. You didn't even have to doubt me or Uehara Kinji. The person who brought the items from the antique shop, can't you see it? Based on the testimonies from Kinjo and Motori, there were only 3 people who were free to move around at night during that day. Makaru was saying that the accomplice is obviously visible. Surely it can't be that person, right? Yeah, I was saying she was the one who brought all the tools. Makaru, the person who brought the tools. You mean it was Tamori? Huh? It was Tamori? That's right. If you have an accomplice, Tamori Kizuna shows up. You can't see anyone else, can you? By the way, I'm so ashamed that the incompetent had to answer this. Wait a minute. Tamori's the victim though. Why is she an accomplice? I'm not sure exactly. But the only ones to bring the tools are Makaru, Uehara, and her. She was a victim, so I wondered if there would be contact with the criminal at some point. Incompetent. This is a common pattern, is it not? The story of a criminal tricking someone into a crime, speaking of which, the criminal took advantage of the accomplice in the end. Wait a minute, Kinjo. Kinjo can also bring the tools at night time. There's no way to prove that Kinjo was out of their room or not. Did the time run out while talking about that? Believe or not to believe, you're free to believe. Now I think it's wise to follow more clear information than uncertain leads. Yeah, if you're with tomorrow, you can definitely bring the tools. So what happened? For some reason, Tomori did something funny. The killer himself became an alibi that Tomori delivered the tools to the killer in the late night hours. Now wait a second. If Kizuna-chan didn't change her mind, there has to be a reason to decide to help the killer. You said she was an accomplice, but she can't actually get on the level of an accomplice. What the accomplice did was just deliver the tools. I need this thing, please bring these for me. It's not enough excuse. What about it? If Tyra is the culprit, there's nothing strange about that, right? No. It's not. Tyra, I'm sorry. I hate to doubt you, but no matter how much I look, there's only you. You too. Everybody, this is too much. Why are you also anxious to turn me into a bloody killer? You don't even have an alibi. The only difference between you and me is that I made one mistake once. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got an inappropriate stick, so you're hunting witches, you villains. Apologies, but it's a situation that doesn't seem to be as bad as it is right now. I'm the culprit only because there's no certainty at all. Or is the culprit? Is that really it? Tyra said there's only one thing everyone is suspicious of her right now. It's a witch hunt. If there's no solid evidence, let's think about it. Is there any more convincing evidence? Is Tyra telling the truth or is she lying? What is this? In a flash anagram you match important clues in your mind while the game is going. Oh. Okay, it's Hangman's Gambit then. Okay. What? What? See. Dying message, okay. I can't fucking aim. Dying message, okay. Good thing I can read Korean. Fuck. Yes, dying messaging. Come to think of it, there is a clue about the culprit's identity. Oh? A clue to the killer's identity? Is that true? If you knew that, why do you mention this now? Sorry, I just remembered. And even though it's a clue to the killer, I don't know who it's pointing to. You don't even know who it's pointing to, then how do you know it's a clue to the killer? Maida, what you're referring to is the dying message, is that correct? Right. Some may not have seen it, but to Tomori's body, there were some letters written in blood. The dying message? Is it? Something like a cryptogram that points to the killer before they die. Yeah, everyone take a look at this. This is the dying message presumed to have been written by Tomori. Hey, this is it? I've seen this blood spot too. I just saw the blood splattered in a strange shape. It actually looks like that, but if there's any meaning in these letters, this is a clue to the culprit, right? I think it's good to decipher the dying message, rather than being suspicious of Kane while catching a fuss over it. What does it say? Do we have any letters? XXXX. XXXX, 4 X's. I don't know what this means at all. I think Kinjo and Mikaru may now. Isn't this a professional's job? Basically, the dying message refers to the culprit more directly than you think. Because it's just before she dies, the victim cannot afford to waste their time thinking. In other words, if you think a little, it has various meanings that will need to be solved. Don't think very hard, just change your perspective a little. 4x. Does that number have any meaning? Actually, doesn't it seem like the last X is a little big? It seems to have a different meaning from the first 3 X's. What is X? The meaning of X? You guys are really stupid. What? Does this mean you understood the meaning of this dying message? Of course not. There's nothing to understand. This is not a password. It literally points to the killer. What? That was it. What? What do you mean, literally? Well, first of all, if you don't know even after telling you this, I'd rather be executed and die. No, wait, wherever you look, it only reads X? Katakana. Huh? Katakana, word. Think about it. Katakana is... Wait, katakana? Obviously this dying message looks like the letter X at first glance. I don't know Japanese, so... It's because there's a lot of blood, but from a different perspective it really looks like katakana. A letter that reads like an X in katakana. Me. The most familiar one I can see. No, there are many other things you can think other than that. In fact, Japanese can be read differently enough even if it is written a little skewed. It is not strange for a person on the verge of dying who writes with their own blood, but it would be weird if they could write straight. Then what are they trying to draw in the end? The middle X and the third X, the alphabet X, with long vertical strokes. If X is tilted, it becomes me, where the vertical stroke is long. If it's long, to, I. I don't know, man, I'm getting a headache. No way. What this word means is, when I think of katakana, the first X is almost similar to me. I'll give you one more hint. The third X has a symbol that seems to be hiding, see? It seems I can't see anything like that. Look closely. It's buried in the big X next to it. It's hard to see, because there's a drop of blood in that exact location. I don't know if you say so. Allow me to raise a question to you. Kinjo, your reaction seems to be the reaction after knowing the correct answer. At one point after listening to Mikaru and Furukawa's words, I came to realize it. It seems like there are some other people who solved it besides me. The identity of the dying message. If you think of it as katakana, the first letter is me, and the last one has a hidden symbol. The second and third are letters with long vertical strokes. The candidates are A, I, and Do. When I think about these combinations, I think I can see the answer for sure. Should I believe this answer? No, I have no choice but to accept the answer. I have to do it. The person this dying message points to, the person's identity. I have to admit it. What? I'm trying to think. This is tough. Japanese, I'm not familiar with katakana. Me to Neto. Ne. What? Well, there's only two people with the word meh in their name, which is Mikaru and Ayame. Nope. It's not Ayame. Oh, what did I choose myself? Mikaru? No? Oh. Is it maid? Was she trying to write maid? Meito. That's what I was thinking. Meito. Meito. The meaning of the dying message, as Kurokawa mentioned. This was a text that could be read as it was in katakana. However, it just looks like the letter X because it's a little bloated. Maida, do you know the meaning of the dying message? Well, Kurokawa, Mikaru, and Kinjo's hints said on. I'll explain to you guys from now on. First of all, the first letter, as everyone guessed, me. This was easy to understand, that even if you look at it, you can confuse it a little. It's an X, right? I think the second letter is probably E. If you use the vertical stroke a little longer, it overlaps the horizontal stroke. It has a similar shape to me. The third letter is pretty hard to recognize, but I was able to guess based on Kinjo's voiceless remarks and the first two letters. Maybe this one was supposed to be Do. This one is close to I. If you write a longer horizontal stroke, it will have the same shape as X. It's still uncertain what the last big X means, but once you look at it this far, it's true that one word comes to mind. Maid. Ultimate maid student, Taira Akane. Eh? Oh shit. She did it? Let's see. If it's really true. Oh man. See, I don't know if this is a misdirect, because why would she come out and say that she was in the kitchen? Tyra, among us, the word maid refers to, or rather, I can't think of anyone but you. Akane. That's... It's really her. You killed Tamori? Now wait a minute, there must be a misunderstanding? I mean, something like this... This is too much. Please, wait a minute, everyone. I'm not... I have nothing. I didn't do anything. The dying message was written by a person. The Lord does not lie. As long as the dying message refers to the word maid, it has already been revealed. Was it a lie at the beginning of the trial to cover up her crime? No. Tyra, tell me with your own words. Are you really the culprit? Me? I'm not the killer. Kane. Why am I the culprit? The dying message may say the word made, but there's a big X next to it. You guys have only interpreted the made and didn't interpret the X after that. That X could literally be an X. Doesn't that mean negative? In other words, it means not the made, so I'm not the culprit. I don't know yet if what Tyra said is true, but certainly as she said, we haven't fully decoded the dying message yet. Okay, the X at the end. Well, if you simply look at it, it really looks like it says not the maid, but if the dying message means not the maid, as Tyra says, I would rather be more suspicious of Tyra. Huh? Why? Don't you think so? Who is the killer? I don't recall seeing messages saying who is not the killer. Seems illogical to write an innocent one in blood by the own victim. Rather, you would think it's not the maid to take yourself off the suspect list. Hey, doesn't that mean the culprits themselves wrote the dying message? That's right. There's a law saying the dying messages are all true. It can show up in many ways. For example, the killer manipulates the dying message to lead an advantage in the trial. Yeah, maid X as it is. Meaning the only one who can benefit from a writing that is not a maid would be the maid herself, Tyra. Whether the interpretation of the dying message is this or that, there is no way to avoid the word maid. God, you really are. Is Tyra really the culprit? Can we conclude the case like this? But what is this feeling? Is it my heart screaming? I feel like all of this feels so contradictory. Is it okay to end up with Tyra being the culprit? Can I vote now? It will be painful to do anymore. It'll just be... I just want to end this quickly. Wait. Kurokawa? Obviously, it's true that Tyra was suspicious. Clearly the way she acted seems questionable. However, there's a problem yet to be solved. What? An unsolved problem? As Kurokawa said, it's too soon to end like this. There must be a cause for this unpleasant feeling. Yeah, a secret that hasn't been solved yet. I feel like the big X was added either before or after the other X's. It could be like a misdirect, like... Okay, let me focus on this first. Okay, yeah, we don't know why that wire trap was set up either. Okay, as I was saying, sometimes... I don't know if it was part of another Danganronpa game, but like... It could be like... The victim wrote a dying message, like maybe either the big X or the 3 X's. And then the culprit touched it up to make it look different. So like if Tomo, I forgot her name, if the cheerleader girl, if she wrote like the 3 X's, the culprit could have just added the big X. Or if she wrote the big X, then the culprit could have just drawn 3 more X's to throw people off from that message. That's just a thought. I really don't know now. Yeah, I feel like it's probably a misdirect that I don't think it's Tyra at this point, maybe. If they're being apprehensive, it's probably not her, right? But then I don't know who, but I guess we'll keep going and see who it is. Yeah, right, that's it. Did you find something, Maida? Guys, I think it's still a little bit early to call Tyra the culprit. What? What do you mean? You were the one that said the dying message had the word made. About that, I still can't conclude for sure. Thanks to Kurokawa, I could think of something actually. Right after the incident, do you all remember Hatano's injury? Of course, now the trial's coming to an end and Hatano's condition is worsening. Get that in order, okay? Why was Hatano injured? Everyone think about it. When did she get hurt? You saw it. She was hurt by a wire trap in the leg. Think about it. Who installed the wire trap? When does this come into place? I mean, the killer must have installed it. That's it. In other words, your opinion is that the suspected killer, being Tyra, installed the wire trap, right? Now, wait a second, I've never installed anything like that. Why would I aim for Yami-chan? That doesn't really mean you can't, though. Wait a minute, Tyra installed the wire trap? The wire trap is there, but when was it installed? When was the wire installed? I don't know exactly what's on the wire, but I can guess because I was there when Hatano was injured. Hatano was trying to grab something at the time the wire was installed along the way to serve as the bait for it. Then the wire must have been installed as soon as the object was placed. And that object wasn't there, at least until that point. So then, when was the wire installed? Nope, okay. After the investigation then. Or before? No. Yeah, okay. The wire wouldn't have a purpose until that burnt flashlight was there. And the wire was installed, it was probably immediately after starting the investigation. I believe so. Is there a good reason for that opinion? The wire is not visible, so the exact installation time of the wire itself is unknown, but by other elements, it can be inferred. Actually, Hatano wasn't just hurt. When she was injured, I know I was right next to them, but Hatano was injured by the wire while approaching to find and investigate some kind of object, and she got caught in the trap. Hatano, do you remember? Perhaps? Are you referring to the burnt flashlight? Yeah, there was no such thing in the corner when I found the body with everyone in the power room, but it was there after the investigation started. In other words, the killer used the flashlight as bait to induce someone to get caught in the wire trap. If so, they set the flashlight and installed the wires at the same time. Immediately after the investigation began, is the approximate time to install it. Yeah, it's right after the start of the investigation, right? The wire was installed shortly after the investigation began. Yamaguchi? It's strange. This is weird. Weird. Is it not weird? You, why the sudden yelling? Everyone open your ears and listen. If Tyra is the culprit, it means Tyra installed the wire right after the investigation started. Yes? But that's impossible. Why you ask is because Tyra was with me. You were with Tyra? Surely. And there was a relationship? Can you stop that? Don't put a joke like that at a time like this. Huh? Does that mean... I know this exactly because Tyra was in the same place I was, and we didn't do anything. What? How can you say that you didn't do anything so proudly? No, what I mean is, I was going to do some investigation, but I seldom made progress, so... Anyway, that's not what's important. It's Tyra's story. I swear to you, Tyra has been stuck in one spot since everyone gathered to the power room until the trial announcement came out. What? Is that for real? Apart from anything else, there was only one spot that was inefficient, even if you did a little investigation. I want to hear why. Why didn't you mention this, Tyra? No, it was shocking that Kizuna-chan died. Did any of us do that? Even so, everyone participated in the investigation, but that is not a reason. Doesn't really matter. What's important than that now? Tyra didn't do anything at the time of the investigation, meaning she couldn't install the wire, right? Yeah, that's why I said it's weird. Then Tyra is not the killer? I mean, I've been trying to say that from the very beginning. But what's called a maid? Are we wrong with this interpretation? It's not just that. Tyra lied. She's still suspect no matter how we continue. But when that happens, you can't explain the wire trap. What's going on? I think my head will be weird if it gets twisted anymore. Can't we stop this already? If you want to die, do it. I won't stop you. It's definitely weird, apart from being simply contradictory. Logically, it's playing itself, separately, as if several incidents seem to be a gathering event. Why? What's missing? It's as if the contradictions don't stop to conclude that Tyra is the culprit, but there doesn't seem to be any different direction in the case. What is the truth of this case? If Tyra is the culprit, what have we been doing so far? You mean it was all good for nothing? But if that's the case, then who is the culprit? Who do we vote for? I can't keep going. We keep hitting dead ends. Even in the midst of this, Hatano's leg injury must be getting worse. Well, I'll say this. Other than Tyra, is there not another suspicious person? Who was that? Kurokawa. What? Why Kurokawa? Well, I don't understand it because of the dying message in the wire install, but Kurokawa suddenly disappeared during the investigation. Isn't she suspicious to anyone? Looking at it, the broadcast announcing the start of the class trial rang, but we gathered quite late and Wanakuma brought her. Didn't Kinjo mention this? He said that he had main suspects in mind. If Tyra, who's been attracting attention as a high-level suspect, is not the culprit, will the other suspect, Kurokawa, who's the next suspicious person, naturally be her? Wait a second. It is true that Kurokawa was late, but what disappeared during the investigation was investigated by Kurokawa's own way. It was Kurokawa's discovery that the kitchen knife was actually disappeared from the kitchen. But even if they were investigating, still, why arrive late? I was curious from the start of the trial. I want to know the reason for being late, even if you're not the culprit. Kurokawa, you're not a killer, right? Please answer us. Don't be uneasy. I'm not the culprit. The reason for being late, I can't tell you now. After the trial, I'll tell you why. If it was good for a good reason, isn't there no reason to hide it? Why can't you tell us? The more you hide it, the more suspicious it gets. I'm sorry, but trust me, I'm not the killer. Regardless of the reason, isn't it a little too much to say that Kurokawa is the suspect? Is the culprit? She doesn't seem to have anything to do with the dying message. It would have been impossible to install the wire, however. No, but there is no other way. This is impossible. She's impossible. It's all possibilities again. Who's the killer then? Even if it's a ghost, it's not impossible? You really are fools without answers. Shouldn't you be aware of this? Huh? What do you mean? What? That's the truth of the case. I told you, didn't I? I said I wouldn't help you people, but once it is a trial that with my life at stake, if there's no answer, I'll solve it. So, in other words, you're idiots with no answer to the extent that I have to come out like this. Damn it, Mikaru is destroying us! Mikaru's attitude is sarcastic, but I think she knows something. Mikaru may give us a clue about the situation that we cannot overcome alone. When you look at the goals for your reasoning, I can see how hard your brains are. To put it simply, you are fools who try to solve the same solution without thinking of any other method, and no other problem was solved. Thank you for your kind summary description. But you, what do you know yourself? If the same method doesn't work, you should know how to challenge it using a new method. Understood, child? But what do you mean by new method? It means throwing away stereotypes. Oh my, when it's so quiet, you finally open your mouth, Psycho Police. Is it not a problem if the best young police officer in Japan gets slower answers than a professor? It doesn't matter. But I guess it's all a competition for you. Let's just say it's not. There's nothing to be gained from this charade. There's something sparkling between you two. But what does that mean? Stereotypes? To throw it away? Did you both find out something? I'll apologize first. When the trial happened, I was about to be overthrown by the killer because of the misinterpretation of the case. But I deserved it. I was guessing to some extent, but I didn't think the case would be so twisted. It was twisted? It's natural to say you guys made it public. This case is simple. There is a criminal and the criminal killed the victim. If you try to solve it, there will be contradictions. Then wait a minute. So then this isn't a murder case? No, it is a murder. It's clearly malevolent. But, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? An ordinary murder case would be difficult to solve if you think of it as a simple step-by-step scenario. While investigating before the trial, I guessed the outline frame, but at that point I couldn't confirm this either. However, as the trial progressed, Tyra's reactions and the dying message being solved, a truth was reached. To be precise, the riddle that has been solved so far was one that was derived from a clue. But what's the truth about it? To put it simply, this crime is not a case where there's one victim culprit and one victim being mentioned. What? No, not one culprit, not one victim. So you mean there was an accomplice? But didn't Monokuma say that accomplices have no advantages? No, it's a bit ambiguous to call it an accomplice, but what is certain is that a third party, other than a criminal, was clearly involved. Third party? Who was it? You, Tyra. Tyra was the third party. Is that different from a culprit or accomplice? For starters, I'd like to see it like that. As you guys said, if you're a criminal, then you have to install a wire trap. But Tyra herself couldn't afford it because of Yamaguchi. He also saw Tyra stand still during that time. Then Akane no longer needs to be questioned, right? No, wait a minute. I'm really sorry, but I still don't get it. If Tyra isn't the culprit, I don't know why the dying message points to the maid, and she even lied to us. That's why I told you, Tyra is a third party in this case. What? It's not a culprit. It's different from an accomplice, but it's obviously a third party who is heavily involved in the case. Maybe she's not even aware of it. The woman's personality is showing her heart in her face. It's proof that the maid lied and wrote the dying message, lying to everyone here. It seems by your facial expressions you don't understand it. Okay, before discussing the real criminal, let's begin with a question about it. Oh, maybe it's like the first game. Maybe it's like Byakuya meddling with Chihiro's death, something like that. He was a third party, right? He wasn't an accomplice, but he was a third party. So maybe this is the same way with Tyra. Let's begin with the question about it. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Third party. I'm not sure what that means. According to your reasoning, at first glance, Tyra Akane looks like the sus culprit. But for Tyra Akane, to put the wire trap is not possible. There is a contradiction. In fact, it's okay to say that your reasoning in return is the correct answer. A rookie mistake. Someone clean up this mess. In the first place, being a third party, does that mean there's a third person besides the criminal and the victim? 3 or more people were involved in the crime. Is there any evidence to prove this? Oh right, the third flashlight. Okay. Alright. Who could it be though? I'm still clueless about who it could be. No, Urahara, wait. There was evidence of 3 people involved in the crime. What would that be? A flashlight, of course. There was one more flashlight. What do you mean there was one more? Hatano, that flashlight you were trying to pick up. Oh, that's why Hatano injured her leg on the wire. That flashlight, right? But what does it mean when you say there was one more? I think there were some people who haven't seen it. Let me tell you. In the Suchium, there were 2 broken flashlights. By the way, Maeda, other than those two, the 3rd flashlight. On the day the 2nd floor was open, everyone saw it while investigating, right? It's a dark place where the switch doesn't light up. Without a flashlight, nothing is visible. And the fact that Tomori died there would have been something to do with the Switchium, and in that case, she must have brought a flashlight. So, one of the 3 flashlights would have to be the one Tomori brought. And if you don't see anything, murder is not possible. It means that the culprit killed Tomori inside the Switchium, and the culprit also took a flashlight. So the 2nd flashlight was brought by the killer. Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Who's the owner of the 3rd flashlight? That's right, Maeda explained it very well. The Switchium is not a known place, and there's nothing visible. So, naturally you expect to carry a flashlight in order to go there. Even if I went, I wouldn't need my flashlight back once I'm done with my business. There's no reason to leave it behind. Wasn't this the aftermath of the struggle between the criminal and Tomori? One moment. Isn't that just by reasoning alone? Unless there's 0% chance that somebody forgot it and left it in the past, it wouldn't be clear. No, Urahara. There's evidence that all 3 of the flashlights are involved in the incident. As Kinjo said, 2 flashlights were broken, and the last one was burnt. Correct. It's the flashlight before it got caught in the fire. That's the flashlight that was on the scene. Now you realize, is there a fool who still doesn't understand? According to your inference, the fact that the case involves 3 people was the adequate basis of this case. I had no idea. You must not have known. Probably the killer tried to use Tyra. Really? What does that mean? We've come this far, so I wonder if it's okay to reveal it. I call Tyra a 3rd party, but this doesn't mean that you simply witnessed or helped the killer. What is it then? How Tyra was involved in this incident. By the time, everyone might have noticed. Not the culprit, but the executioner. Is it appropriate to call them like this? Eh? What's an executor? No way that fits Tyra stabbing Tomori. I guess she didn't even do it? That's right. There's a criminal who killed her breast with a critical hit, but it was probably Tyra who made Tomori... What? What is this? Moribund. Let me Google this word. Oh, at the point of death. Okay. What? That's a lie. Tyra did... Kinjo, wait a minute. Hey, don't you know what I'm talking about? Tyra Akane, you're also a criminal who committed attempted murder, you bloody... Oh shit. What? Now wait a second. What is this so suddenly? Hey, is Tyra the executioner? What's wrong, Kobashikawa? You said you couldn't admit that Tyra wasn't the culprit. No, rather than being able to admit it, but why did Tyra... yeah. I don't know what it means that there's another criminal who inflicted a critical hit, even though she was an executioner in the first place. I can't believe that Akane did this. If you dishonor Akane without a compelling reason, I cannot forgive you. That's right. Tyra would never do something like that. starting again. Didn't people say that they can't know just by looking at them? All you can think is Taira Akane is not the one to do that after all. You just don't know enough about her. But Bachi, why don't you tell me why Taira stabbed Tamari to the verge of death? How did that happen? You already let that go, didn't you? We let her go? You don't mean... Yes, the evidence that Taira Akane personally injured Tomori Kizuna is exactly what you suspect. A dying message pointing to the maid, Taira Akane's suspicious lie. But why wasn't she the culprit of the direct murder? That was also solved by you. Simple, isn't it? That woman didn't have time to install the wire. What? Everyone looks like you can't understand, but sorry, but besides this, there's evidence that Taira Akane committed a murder attempt. Well, is there any other evidence? No, Kinjo's right. There's evidence I can only think of. Maida, even you? Why? I'd love to think that, but as Kinjo said, it's all true. I knew it too. If you look at the scene of the incident, there were traces of others who couldn't exist. That trace was probably left by Taira. According to the images in my memory, there's one definitive clue. What is this? What? Huh. The killer set up the fire to make it look like they went through the window. The traces left behind. Left behind by Taira, who didn't know the killer's intentions. I have no clue what's going on here. Huh? These? What was left by Taira? What the heck? What? I don't know. I'm gonna fucking lose. Ugh. I'm confused. Oh, there's blood marks. I guess I missed it that time. Shit. Okay. Remember what we discussed earlier about why the killer started the fire? Fire was used to heat the glass window and break it remotely, and to make us think the killer was inside the Switchium and smashed the glass to escape, right? Yeah. And in fact, we almost got caught in that trap and confused our reasoning. Now we were talking about why Taira was involved in the case. Think carefully. The killer's purpose was to make us think they broke the glass. Why is there a blood spot at the entrance? blood stain at the entrance. Is that so? A blood stain like walking out of the switch. That's evidence from a third party that's different from the criminal's intentions. Was that from a struggle? Maybe it's just Tamori's blood. If Tamori went out and switching while bleeding, the blood power room outside should have been filled with blood spots, don't you think so? Does that mean the blood spot was after coming out of the switching because it was dark then? There were 2 broken flashlights inside the switching. If it were broken during a struggle, you wouldn't know that blood would splatter in the dark after you stabbed Tamori. Well, then the blood traces come from Akane. Wait a minute, after the killer attacked Tamori, they could have set off the fire after walking out towards the entrance without knowing that the blood was on it, right? In this way, there's no room for Tyra to intervene. Minori, I'm sorry, but that's also impossible. The one who killed Tamori by killing her definitively probably didn't splash a drop of blood on their body. Yeah, because maybe the real killer used that tool to prevent the blood from bleeding right before they stabbed Tamori. That tool was the cloth? Actually, there was a piece of cloth covered in blood in the corner of the Suchium. Ah, bloody! This is... right. Anyone planning a murder must be concerned about the bleeding. Probably, they used it on Tamori, without a drop of blood on your own body. If the real culprit uses it and murders Tamori, there's no reason for a blood smear on the entrance. What? Did she really... Are you saying that Akane stabbed Tamori? I can't believe it. Why did Tyra do that? Tyra, no matter what you did in the end, there's a real criminal who directly killed Tamori other than you. You're not treated as a real criminal in this trial. If you admit to the crime, you won't be executed. So tell me with your own mouth, did you really do it? And why? I'm sorry. Sorry? Are you sorry? Then it's really true. You guys are right. I'm the one. I stabbed Kizuna-chan. What? I'm not particularly sympathetic, but I'm curious. Why did you do that? Kizuna-chan. No, Tamori Kizuna. Because she was a human being who had no choice but to die. What are you talking about? It was Tyra herself that once defended Tamori, didn't you? I'm sorry. It's just in case I was found out. I just made an excuse and got scared. That must have been it. Actually, you seem to believe that you were the real culprit. But I want you to believe in this. I never decided to kill and stab Kizuna-chan. What does that mean? You didn't stab with murder intention, but after that remark, you seem to despise Tamori. I'll tell you what happened. Let me give you an explanation. I'm not sure about Makaru and Uehara knows this, but the day after the motives came out, we all went to persuade Kizuna-chan. Actually, Kizuna-chan was also in loneliness, and she tried to convince herself because she knew it deep down. I finally opened my heart to Kizuna-chan, and we hugged, and I finally thought we became true friends truly. But that evening, Kizuna-chan had something to talk about, so she called me to the Switchium. I took a flashlight and went there. She tried to kill her? Maybe? Kizuna-chan, are you here? Right here, Tyra. Kizuna-chan, I know you wanted to talk about something, but why in such a dark place? Yeah, no one's coming here, right? Oh, I don't think so. So, what did you want to talk about? Yeah, that's right. I'm too scared now. What? Scared? Why? You know the motives given by Monokuma, remember? Our secrets are written in there. It seems like you all threw it away, but I got no clue whose I stumbled upon in the trash. Someone's secret. You want to see? First, look at the contents. What? What is this? Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind? What? I do? I do? Okay. Maeda, is that true? No, just a normal student. You're not lying, right? You're not actually playing with us while you know about them, do you? Stop it. Now it's not the time to approach each other. Yeah, the message is surprising, but it is urgently hear Tyra's testimony. Tyra, resume at once. Okay. I can't trust Yukun as long as I see that. It's not just that. Knowing the mastermind, they might play with us and try to kill us later. No, Minto wouldn't do that. False. You don't know people by just looking at them. Mitsuhiro-kun did the same, remember? Then, what do you want me to do? Even if you tell the others? No, that's not the case. Then we can kill him with our own hands. Then because probably Akane likes us, so she killed her because she's threatening me. Oh man, I see how it is. What? The reason I called you is actually this. Aren't you close to Yukun? Wouldn't you be able to take him out? You know what you're talking about? Listen, I have a good idea. If you can only help me, otherwise how can I kill Yukun without being noticed by someone? First of all, I brought the preparations to fuse the lighter and finally a knife. Once you pick up Yuki-kun and call him somewhere, I'll stab him with the knife. I'm not talking about that. I asked if you were serious. If you kill, you'll die in the trial. That's when the killer is stupidly caught. Did you forget that it's the only way out to get out from here is to murder someone? So first, help me. If my murder is successful, I'll help you. What do you think? Let's get out together. Are you crazy? Why do I want to murder her? What? Don't you want to get out of here? I want to go out, but doing that at the expense of another lives. That's it then. I'm the only one who wants to get out more than anyone here. I'm not a human being who will rot in this place. Why should I? A bright future awaits me once I get out of this place. Actually, I got everything ready after those 2 days from the previous class trial. I also brought these two tools early today. I'm going to kill this traitor. It wouldn't be less guilty to kill a bad guy, right? You better think and join me here. What are you saying? Being prepared for a murder since the second day? Then you didn't open up to us. Huh? Oh my god, this stupid... Of course I was acting. Do you think I'm gonna go and fall for that crappy event? I can't... Alright, so you just do what I tell you to do. Know that you were lucky that I choose you. Please bring Yuki-kun here by tomorrow morning. No, I hate it. Why should I help murder? And I can't believe that Maeda-kun is such an evil person. That's obviously one of Kuma's lie. Anyway, I'm not gonna help you. And Kizuna-chan, please wake up and don't do this if you're with us. I'm sure we can find a way. Oh, okay, you... What? Well, I didn't expect you to cooperate from the start with the murder because you didn't. I had to change the target as planned. What are you... You tried to kill her. Hey, Kizuna-chan? You dodged it. Why are you doing this, Kizuna-chan? Why are you asking? I'm trying to kill you. Kizuna-chan, you already knew I was gonna kill her, remember? I can't keep you alive. It's a pity that you can't kill Yuki Maeda, but it doesn't matter if you can't get out of here. Someone save me. That is true. Tomori should... Even so, before the murders came out, she just made up her mind to kill someone while the appearances she showed us were an act. Yeah, Tomori Kizuna was that kind of person. So, you felt in danger of your own life and attacked Tomori in self-defense. Oh no, that's not right. Listen, I didn't really intend to stab Tomori in self-defense or anything of the sort. Then why did you? Tomori tried to kill you. What happened after that? I noticed that Kizuna-chan was serious and I was too scared. I tried to run for it. Then I was pushed down by Kizuna and fell over. And I tried to resist somehow and the flashlights we were holding broke each other. That was when the two broken flashlights were broken in the switch. I couldn't see anything because the flashlight's broken. and I was right next to Kizuna-chan with the knife. I was really scared and tried to resist with my whole body. Honestly, I think it was pure luck that I didn't get hit by the knife. But by the way, suddenly Kizuna-chan at one point became really quiet, and that's when I took my chance to get out of the Switchium. You got out? Okay, you stabbed Tomori Kizuna while resisting without knowing it. When I looked at my hands in a bright place, I see a lot of blood. There's a lot of red on my clothes. I got in a panic, I didn't look behind me. Got out of the power room and ran to the bathroom. Wiped the blood. So that's what happened. I was wiping it with water until the smell of blood was washed away, but then the announcement came out. I thought Kizuna-chan was the one who my stab was found, so my vision became white. After that, when I went to the power room, there was a fire for some reason, and the switching was all messed up. Other than yourself, there was someone else who touched the scene of the crime. Did you think it was you who killed her? That's not it. What happened was... That's how the events are connected. This is all I know about the case. I never meant to stab Kizuna-chan with evil intentions. Whatever the reason, good or bad, once you look at the results, they are Taira Akane stabbed Tomori Kizuna. That is a fact. You cannot change its meaning for whatever reason you might say. But you said I wasn't the culprit. Yes, you just stabbed her, like I said. There's another killer who's caused the fire and the final blow. If the trial settles safely, it'll be the real criminal, not you, who's going to be executed. So, your sins will be laid aside after the trial's over. Don't think you'll just go over it. Now wait a second, it still was an accident, wasn't it? Besides, if Tomori hadn't been stabbed, then Taira would have died. That's right, don't be too forceful with them. Taira herself is more distressed than anyone else. Sorry. Hey, second to the fact that it was a crime or forced assault, the trial isn't over yet, right? Now that we know the case, we need to find the true culprit, so let's not get excited just yet, children. Fine, let's talk about this later, because the trial is the most important thing now. Akane, don't blame yourself too much, because in the end you survived. For the most part, I think it's the best outcome that Akane lived. Is it important to be alive? Yami-chan. Thank you. Note, let's organize the case based on Taira's words. Tomori tried to plan a killing a few days ago, and she called Taira. Does the switch him to plan her crime with them, and try to kill Taira in the process. But her plan failed, and she died. This is the sole story of the case. Hey, you stay still, there's a bit of mental ferocity in there. Now then, let's do a little summary. First, the number of people involved in this case are 3. One is the victim, Kizuna Tomori. The next person is a criminal who has not been identified yet. And the last one is a third party, Taira Akane. Tomori, who wanted to leave here as soon as possible, planned a murder. Before even the motives came out, her rebellion was just an excuse for Tomori, and for the first time, she attempted to make Taira join forces in this crime. If Tomori worked with someone, it would have been easy for her to escape, but Taira refused as suspected. She tried to get rid of Taira, the one who heard her plan, and leave no traces behind. However, the attack missed, and in return there was an accident where the knife ended up stabbing Tomori while tangled up in the dark. Taira was surprised that she stabbed her, and then she ran to the bathroom. But when she heard the announcement that the body was found, she went back to this power room, and there were things like the fires that she hadn't even done, so Akane was confused at the time. So then, in the end, the killer made use of Taira's talent and put the blame on her in order to make us vote for her. Yeah, there were 3 people involved, so the case was so complicated as it is. By the way, no matter what happened this far, this would mean that she's not the culprit of this case, right? But then, who is the real culprit? The true culprit. The true culprit's identity. Ronami, what is it? Did you figure out something? Nope, it's just amazing that Kurokawa is just very active in participating in the conversation. Are you serious? I have to say, there are already hints about the real culprit. What? Who is it? Really? Who is it? In general, there is no one who does not have a noticeable alibi other than Taira. In other words, it is possible for anyone to commit the crime. However, there's only one of us who has led all these situations to their advantage. Yes, and very precisely, I add. Is there someone like that? Who on earth? Surely it's not Tyra. There's someone who has taken advantage of the circumstances of the case with too ridiculous timing that it could simply be a coincidence at first glance. Think about it. The fire was not caused by Tyra, then obviously the real culprit set the fire. But don't you think there's something amiss? When you leave a fire, the corpse would need to be burned, and you don't know when it could be found. But Hatano actually found it. Yes, Hatano found it. Well, if that's the case, the wire matters too. Even if you install a wire trap as bait for a burnt flashlight in the corner, there's a possibility that no one will find it and it could end up just there, right? But it didn't because... Oh shit, is it Hatano? Is it Hatano? Huh? Is this something a little weird? What does the sighting between the fire and the wire have in common? If you think about it, you will see the answer. Oh shit, Hatano. The person who led all situations to their own advantage. The person who led the case so that they could solve it on their own accord. The only person in doubt. They're strong enough to instigate most of the incident. The first time they noticed the fire in the wire trap. No. Why? Stop thinking about that. The main thing is that they did this job. Okay. If you don't find out the truth, then we will all die. It's Hatano, isn't it? Okay. Shit. Yeah, I was sussing Hatano and Akane. Alright. As Kinjo says, there was only one person, only someone who could move the situation to their advantage. That person is Hatano. You. What? Now, what are you? Maida, did you get tired? The culprit was the one who hurt Hatano's leg. But what if Hatano's the culprit? She was aiming her own leg? Nonsense. It would be more reliable to say that I'm the one that's crazy. That is quite true. Please don't mess with me, Maida-kun. No matter what Ayame-chan being the culprit is. That's right. Kinjo don't stand still and say something. Maida seems to be losing it now. No, that incompetent made a very precise reasoning, don't you agree? The culprit is Ayame Hatano. She must be. I'm not exactly denying it, but I don't have a clear picture. Can you at least clarify why you believe so? It's because of a few reasons Hatano is suspect. The true culprit of this case is not strange to any of us. The reason is because Tyra pulled the ceremony of the incident, and the killer was only a light maneuver in the scene. All of our alibis were also in the dark, and there was contradictions, no matter who you put as a killer. However, that's why Hatano's actions were. Hatano's behavior was even more natural. What are you talking about? The killer made an alibi trick by building a fire and finishing Tomori herself, in which Tyra couldn't. Until here, everyone understands, right? Then here, who was the first to discover the fire? What do you think? That was... Hatano? There's no way to call someone a culprit with just that. You shut up, secondhand killer. It's not just that. And even though the corpse was found, the killer installed the wire trap as if aiming at someone. And who was the person who discovered this first? That was also... Hatano too. Let's think. At best, she made an alibi trick if someone else found it first. There will be too many dangerous variables. But if you set a fire, you can create the best situation you want. Are you referring to the situation where the criminal himself is putting out the fire with other people? That's right. Because the original purpose of the killer's fire was to break the glass and heat it to make someone think that a person escaped. If the killer was with other people in that situation, they would have their own alibi. Well, it's a crappy trick, so I didn't even doubt it from the beginning. In addition, Hatano would have had enough time to install the wire. Listening to Tyra's story, Tomori bought all the tools, so you can use them in the arms of the dead Tomori. No, but Ayame-chan... Well, there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Hatano's the culprit just like that? Why is the person who was picked up being silent, but the others are noisy? Hey, why are you being quiet? Are you exercising your right to remain silent, or you think this is a joke? It's just that it's so absurd that you've left me speechless. I'm still standing here and I'm being treated as a criminal. I mean, this isn't funny, Ayami-chan. You can't be the culprit. Oh, anything to object to then? Of course, you don't seem to realize it yet. I'll tell you why I can't be the killer. Do enlighten me. Because other than you two, I have no clue anymore. Why can't you be the culprit? Okay, looks like you guys are missing one thing in particular. Tomorrow's time of death. Do you remember it? Time of death. Was it not specified in the Monokuma file? Ah, correct. 9:30 p.m. It's at around that time, right? Huh? Isn't that weird? Yeah, around 9:30 I was putting the fire with Kinjo and the others. Accurately, that's true. So what happened? Mari might have told someone to meet at 9:30 p.m. and she was stabbed in surprise. At that time she was still dead. I didn't see anyone. I can't be the culprit. What? Tomorrow's stuff is definitely 9:30 p.m. Natano has an alibi, but there's something so natural about it. Tomorrow really that at that time is quite impossible for anyone. So my favorite doesn't tell myself. I was going out. Okay. Hatano, is that really so? What? Is this your opinion, Hatano? Because the time of death is 9:30 p.m., the culprit killed Tomori by stabbing Tomori at 9:30 p.m. Of course. Tomori's death is a step neck as reminder. It must have been an instant death at the moment. But that's not the case. Huh? Even if you argue that Hatano's words are true at first glance after putting some consideration, their circumstances at the time the killer is not already inside the Zephirum. Maida's right. You have no choice but to. This is a problem you solved earlier, right? From the time her fire started to ignite, Tomori must have been stabbed by her knife. Yeah, otherwise the alibi trick of breaking a window remotely would be meaningless. But then, what happens to Tomori's time of death? No matter how much you think about Tomori's death at 9:30 p.m., it makes no sense. Everyone listen carefully. From here on out, the reasoning behind this is a little mixed, meaning perhaps Tomori, before Hatano discovered the fire, may have been already about 9 o'clock with a knife on her neck. What? Super grotesque. That's far-fetched, Maeda. Are you really thinking about it? Are you able to prove that a human being can live for 30 minutes with his throat pierced? I don't really believe it either, but I'm not saying this for no reason. There is evidence that Tomori survived that long. The first thing I came to think of was because of Inori. Thanks a lot. But me? That was when Inori was investigating, wasn't it? Remember what you said to me after examining Tomori's body? What should I say? It's a terrible amount of bleeding. Humans die of excessive bleeding when about a third of the blood flows out, and this is not about a third, as you can see. It's amazing that even with this amount of blood came out, and one of the neck is definitely fatal, but it shouldn't have coagulated to some extent. And the amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased after the heart stopped beating. That means, are you saying something else produced the mass bleeding? No, I cannot confirm this with my own opinion. It is rare, but if your blood pressure is strong, then the amount of bleeding increases. That much I know for sure. To put it simply, there are individual differences. While having a lot of bleeding in here means it took quite a while before death. Thanks to this, Tomori must have died in a very terrible pain. Think about it. At around 9:30, Tomori just had a stab by a knife on her neck. If she died when we found it, the blood wouldn't have been spread out. Of course, when we discovered it, there was still a little bleeding, but most of this started to harden. And it is unnatural to say that such a deep liquid would have been flowing after 9:30. That makes sense, but Maeda, did you forget? Tomori's wound is not just the neck. It have flowed out of a stomach wound? Of course it's possible, but there's another proof that says she's been alive for a long time after being stabbed by the neck. Tomori died in a blow as soon as her throat was pierced. That was a sign that should never have been there. Because Tomori knew who the real killer was, who killed them others in Tyra. Such a marker was written by them. Another proof that Tomori was alive is... Oh, she modified it, okay. That's the big X. The reason is because of the dying message. Dying message? Didn't that story end earlier, pointing to the maid word? Yes, but when I came back to it, I could see something I didn't see before. There was a big X after the word maid. That meaning is correct. As we guessed before, not the maid. Come to think of it, was it written by Tomori? I thought Tyro wrote it as a self-act. It's the reason we found it in the dying message. I mentioned this before, but after seeing the blood, I just went to the bathroom right away. I couldn't afford to think about that. Yeah, it's not Tyra. It's slightly the former idea. Tomori wrote the word maid in her own blood to let us know. If that's the case, why is there an X next to it? It wasn't the criminal's undoing, but the reason the victim herself has an X and writes not the maid. Ah, I see. She tried to correct the dying message as she wrote maid because there was another person who stabbed her neck while she was writing the letters. Yes. If Tomori died immediately as soon as her throat was cut, There wouldn't be a correction of the dying message, as she would have been left out of strength to muster. But even after being stabbed in the neck, her will still was living as much as being able to correct the message with all of her strength while holding a knife on her throat. How Tamori had a cut throat and was alive, that much I don't know. But the things I said now proves that Tamori was still alive, yet under these conditions. Therefore, even if Tamori's time of death was 9:30 PM, there's no evidence that you can say that you are incapable of committing this crime. It can't be. This is a lie. Yami-chan, really? This is such a ridiculous story about being alive with a stabbed neck. Yami-chan, please say something. It's hard to believe, but humans are creatures that sometimes achieve phenomena beyond. It happens sometimes even in terror scenes. Nothing strange at all. What, then? Hatano, are you really the culprit? I don't know why Hatano did this. If my reasoning was wrong, it would be really weird, but there are so many situations. The more I think Hatano is the culprit, the more it fits. Hatano, let me hear it from your own voice. The truth. Oh shit. Wait, I can't tolerate that Hatano is the culprit. It's unacceptable. Inori, I know it's hard to believe. I can't believe it either. So if you look at Hatano's actions, you can only say that it's so suspicious that everything goes in her favor. She's not suspicious. There's a reason it wasn't suspicious. I'll let you know why Hatano is not the culprit. Wait a minute. Son of a... 消してみせる! Inori, I'm sorry, but there's another evidence that Hatano is the culprit. Inori's argument is clear. The culprit wouldn't hurt themselves, right? Of course, isn't it? If you're a killer, you're not supposed to aim yourself. What if it wasn't calculated to induce that thought? What? What are you talking about, Maeda? Surely you don't mean... If you're a criminal, you can never hurt yourself. What if you were doing a self-play to deliberately draw out that thought? Otherwise, there is no game for a killer to install the wire. They ended up murdering and finished the process, but after that, when they installed the wire and aided someone, it only has suspicion. There's no benefit for the killer. Something... Maybe there was a reason to be put there, isn't there? That's right. I'm sure there is. That's why Yami-chan's not the culprit, and it's not the only thing. Even if the killer had some reason, they installed wires to target someone. Even so, how exactly do you intend to cut the leg tendon? Our stride length and calf size are all different? That's... Hey, cutting the tendon may not have been on the purpose. Yami-chan suffered a fatal injury because of bad luck. If that's the case, I wouldn't install the wire. You don't need to use wires while holding it. Risk your future. Then I was aiming at Ayami-chan from the start, so I installed the wire exactly in the position of Ayami-chan's tendon. How do you know that? It is difficult to know the position of a tendon without prior knowledge, but you install it while calculating the trap to trip over. Huh? The only one of us who has that knowledge is the surgeon, Inori. Her own legs at the same time. Who knows more about muscles of athletes than Hatano herself? That she can't be. Inori. Hatano was never caught in a trap because of bad luck. Because she was caught in the trap she installed, she was able to produce such a perfect tendon-cutting accident. I was gonna say, when I saw the image, that the position of the injury seemed kind of unnatural, because if you walk into it like normal, you would hit the front of the leg, right? Like the front of your thigh at most, but like the injury was at the back of her thigh, so like she would have to walk over it and be injured that way. So like when I saw the image, I was like, is this like a graphical error, or is it intentional? But yeah, there we go. Oh, that was pretty good. It's really her. Why did Hatano? Well, I'm the one who saw Hatano's wound. I can't believe that she made a wound so full of evil intention. Ayami-chan can't be the culprit. I'd rather be the culprit, even if I'm executed only for Ayami-chan. I can't believe it either. I wish it was all a lie. I wish it was all dreams. I wish my reasoning had been turned into a mess and wake up from this nightmare. Is this how everything ends up? You can see it like that. Overall, I have the same opinions as Maeda, but I want to hear at least a confession from her mouth, because I have to make sure. Well, it's too late to argue at this point. Ayami Hatano, can I take your vote of silence as your affirmation of your crime and end this already? Wait, not Ayami-chan, it can't be her. After all, it was me who stabbed Tamori. I'm the one who gets executed. I'd rather do that. Ayami-chan is innocent. Akane doesn't have to be executed. Ayami-chan. And, of course, not me either. Ayami-chan. Going to try the last act, huh? It's not that. I just want to survive with Akane and leave this place. That's it. Your crime is already logical and there's nothing wrong. Do you think force will work? I'm not convinced. If I'm the culprit, you haven't proved it without a doubt yet. Isn't the trial supposed to be one after you convince the criminals to admit their defeat? You fool. What are you gonna do? Does anyone know any evidence to satisfy this killer who talks like that? It doesn't matter if I tell you, but wouldn't it be less fun? What a slacker. It's a trial and you have to take it seriously, I tell you. It's all over anyway. I have to play around while watching this futile struggle. But there's no mystery to solve anymore. What are you planning to do now? Even if you say that, Ayami-chan's words assume what if. Ayami-chan is not saying they're the culprit. Nevertheless, it's hard. Okay, now let's reorganize the case from the beginning. Then we may notice if something was missed. Let's go ahead. Go? Where are we going? Stay still, you crazy big guy. One more. The definitive proof to convince Hatano. I think there's something left. If Hatano is convinced by saying this, if she convinces, how should I react? Hatano is the culprit. Should I just accept that? Even so, I have no choice but to do it as long as I've come to this point, and then show them the proof of her crime. It's the same thing, right? Yeah, okay. Fuck. Oh my lord. Ah, fuck. Damn it, I suck. Left side, tendon, cut. First, I want to ask Inori just to be sure. To me. Of course, where did Hatano say she was injured? Her thigh, more precisely left side wide leg laceration caused by hamstring injury. Although... Hey Maeda, why are you asking all this for all of a sudden while dealing with me? Are you giving up after all? Inori, that hamstring refers to a muscle that is important in keeping the leg straight, right? Where exactly is the location of that muscle? Right. It's one of the 3 places that connects the hip with the leg. To put it simply, it is muscle that is widely distributed in the back of the leg. That's it. But what is this explanation for? Hey, don't talk about anything that doesn't matter, Maeda. Since Ayami-chan is innocent, there's no room for refutation anymore. No, this is important. Very important is the fact Inori's words just have had a decisive clue that Hatano is the culprit. Eh? Everyone heard what Inori said, right? Hatano's injury is on the back muscle of the left thigh. Yeah, the back. Then why did Hatano go forward to pick up a flashlight and the back of the thigh end up hurt? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh my gosh, it wasn't just a weird drawing. It actually mattered. Okay. What? Oh, it's true. I only cared that Hatano was hurt. I didn't think it was suspicious, but it's weird when you think about it. She stumbled forward, but she got hurt on the back of her leg. That's... Even if I fell back, my nose breaks, but I guess this doesn't matter now. Oh, okay. Here we go. Can't think of any other reason but one. Hatano, from the very beginning, on her own volition, she was caught deliberately in the trap to inflict a wound as fatal as possible. My god, then it means that it really was entirely self-inflicted. I don't know why you did that, but it may have been to pretend to be a victim and to be less suspicious is my guess. It can't be. No, there's gotta be a mistake. Hatano. I wish I was lying. Why, this is a choice. If you want to get out of the game, then just lie. Why don't we make a conclusion now? I've wasted enough time and I'm getting tired of various factors, such as the vitality of the cockroach of Tara Akane and Tomori Kizuna. Although I believe it's all over now. Something's wrong. Ayami-chan wouldn't do this. I mean that. Ayami-chan was never the type to kill. The person who was driven as a criminal is still out there. Why are you upset? You just stay put. Tyra, it's really hard to accept, but you have to accept the conclusions we've drawn. Otherwise, nothing will end. Nothing will begin. Now then, finally, let's do a final summary of all the events thus far, so that everyone can accept the answers we have presented, so everyone can choose. Okay, we should be alright for this. She prepared everything.
これが事件の線路だよ。
Tickets, right? The start of this case begins after the first trial ends and the second floor opens. It was a late night on the second day after she got out. At this point, there was someone who stopped by the antique store for a purpose. She got some tools from the antique shop. The tools they brought this time were the fuse, lighter, and flashlight. Surprisingly, this person's identity was Tomori, who was also the victim of this incident. Now we know that Tomori had been planning the murder this time. Yeah, even before we share our motives. All of the tools she picked up earlier were tools that Tomori had procured in advance for use in the murder. As a result, she died, and the real culprit of this case was the one who used the tools that she had prepared. However, on the morning of the third day, Otori, who'd stopped by the antique shop every time, must have noticed that some items have already been missing. Sadly, he didn't tell us because he thought it was a simple mistake and would have created confusion. So without anyone knowing, Tomori's murder plan proceeded slowly, and then Monokuma gave us the motive. As everyone knows, this motive was a note with our secrets, but it was a joke that nobody cared about. But only Tomori was different. Tomori thought she could use this motivational note, so she decided to add a step to her original plan. That's right, me. It was an operation to use the secret note of Yuki Maeda to capture Taira and join forces. Tomori told Taira to come to the switching alone, and Taira headed to that place without any doubt. Wait. Didn't Tomori get... I guess maybe she lied? Because she said she got Teruya's secret about him still sleeping with his dad, right? Well, that's surprising that she got it right then, if she was just bullshitting. Taira may seem a little petty, but in fact, she wasn't actually swayed. Tomori expected this to happen, and after the second day onwards, by acting weak, she wanted to weaken our boundaries. The appearance of being lonely, the appearance of hesitation, the appearance of accepting us with tears. It was only a fake scene to kill even a little more smoothly. That's the true nature of Tomori Kizuna. We were all fooled by her. Taira, at the time, she wasn't wary of Tomori at all, so she went to the dark switchium. There, Tomori showed Taira a secret note and revealed the plan to kill me. Taira said that Tomori picked up a secret note that someone discarded from the trash can. It was written like this: Yuki Maeda might actually know the identity of the mastermind. Maybe she did actually pick the note up from the trash. I don't know. Of course, this is not true, because I don't know who the mastermind is, but in order to kill me with that pretext, she needed Taira's help. Tomori tried to get Taira out like that. But Taira didn't follow Tomori's words. No matter what, murder shouldn't be done by anyone. When things didn't work out as intended, Tomori gradually began to reveal her nature. When Taira refused, she couldn't let Taira leave the one who had heard the murder plan. So instead, Tomori changed the target. The one who she expected to refuse her was decided to be the killed in front of her. Tomori ran into Taira without warning, but luckily Taira avoided the first strike. Taira panicked by Tomori's sudden attack. Taira tried to run away, but she was pushed by Tomori and fell. She tried to resist Tomori by swinging a knife right in front of her nose. In the process, the flashlights that Taira and Tomori had were broken by a struggle. The switchium, which lost its only light, they were struggling in the deep darkness. Several minutes continued during this fierce encounter, but at some point the struggle suddenly ended. I don't know why Tomori became quiet, but Taira, who was in danger of her life, decided to leave the switchium because she wanted to get out of this situation. The first thing that Taira found out when she got out of the dark switchium in a bright spot was the intense color of blood. Taira only saw the blood on her body. Of course, it wasn't her own blood, and instinctively realized that she had stabbed Tomori in the middle of the struggle without even knowing herself. Taira, who was shocked in fear and horror in her head, went to the bathroom. She thought about washing the blood quickly from her. But looking at Tyra like this, the culprit perhaps found out what she had done. It is not clear whether or not they saw Tyra in person, but the killer must have found Tomori within that short time after Tyra left the power room. If someone other than the culprit in this case discovered Tomori, they might have saved Tomori by calling Inori, but the culprit in this case didn't have that thought in mind at all. In any case, the culprit who noticed the situation in the Tsuchiyam must have found Tomori in a dying state caused by Tyra. Tomori tried to target Tyra, but she was forced to act, as she did not die immediately. The reason for this can be found in the dying message she wrote. Tomori, realizing that she was gonna die, wrote on the floor with her own blood to let us know that the identity of the killer who stabbed her, not maid. In other words, to refer to the ultimate maid student Tyra. The thought that passed by the killer's mind so far was not thinking of telling everyone to save Tomori. The thought of killing Tomori was that she couldn't breathe just so they would blame the wrong person. What? For them, the killer committed a terrible act that was hard to think of as a human being. In order to give a certain final blow, they first pulled out a knife stuck in Tomori's stomach. It was already cruel enough to do this, however, they aimed the knife again at Tomori, just to put it back on her neck. In the process, blood spurted like a fountain, but the killer was wearing a piece of cloth about the size that could cover them, preventing the blood from splattering them. In contrast to Tyra, who stabbed Tomori in an accident and unintentionally, you can see that it was an extremely premeditated crime. That's how Tomori lost their strength to live. Tomori thought about killing, of course, and even tried to kill Tyra. Still, did she have to die so badly? Either way, the culprit who succeeded in killing Tomori through a fatal wound now was starting a backup operation. First, the killer installed the fuse drawing a line around the walls of the Tsuchiyam. I don't know where Tomori originally intended to use it, but they used the tools Tomori had. In the end, since Tomori prepared the tools, the killer themselves can be suspected of this act. In actuality, we had a pretty hard time figuring out who brought the tools because of this. The fuse was installed mainly on the glass window as to not burn the equipment as much as possible, and then lit it with a lighter. The lighter, who was originally brought by Tomori, and the reason the glass was made to break automatically was because when the temperature inside the Tsuchiyam becomes hot after a certain period of time using the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. While the criminals themselves was with the others, as they heard the cracking sound as long as they made them think someone inside the Tsuchiyam broke the glass, the killer had the perfect alibi. This was the unusual structure of the Tsuchiyam, and the glass window was cleared. It was possible because of the characteristics of the room, but this trick wasn't that meticulous. No one noticed the fire when the fire was being made. It was a futile trick. So the killer put the plan into action than anyone else. After completing the installation of the fuse, the criminal reported the fact of the fire with a loud voice, as if they were the fire discoverer. Some of the people who heard the sound came to the front of the Tsuchiyam as the culprit intended. Those who heard the killer's voice at the time were Kinjo, Nakaru, and Uehara. Those three people At this point, three people who had not yet known that a murder had occurred decided to extinguish the fire first without even dreaming that they were the killer. 3. No, even the killer came with a fire extinguisher from the hallway and started to extinguish the flames. But then to us, to the killer, to anyone, something unimaginable happened. Tomori, who had her throat pierced, as the kitchen knife was still alive. It's strange enough to say that it's a contradiction when you think about it in general, but Tomori, the victim, was holding on to the thread-like lifeline. And Tomori used all of her last strength. He corrected the dying message the note made, with a large X next to it. In other words, it was telling us this is not the maid. I would like the killer's name instead, but just an X with a throat stab is already an incredible feat to do. After correcting the dying message, Tomori's life was gone, bleeding because her heart was beating until then the amount of blood increased more than that of an ordinary person. And thanks to that, we could prove Tomori was still alive. Of course, that would have been fatal for the killer, yes. Originally, only looking at the words made put Tyra in doubt. She could have done it, but because the X was left remaining for no reason, the elaborate plan was doomed to fail. Tomori, even though she tried to kill and she couldn't be forgiven, she acted. At the end of the day, she was trying to tell us the correct answer with all her strength. And the situation goes back to the power room. When the fire was put off and the setup was almost completely staged, suddenly hearing the sound of glass breaking inside the Zephirum. This was done in the best conditions intended by the killer. Thanks to this, everyone thought someone inside the Zephirum broke the glass. Everything was the way the killer wanted. The killer who was on the scene at the time, I would imagine they had a small satisfaction. The three of them, except Uehara, who went to watch the entrance to check the sound, went inside the Zephirum, and there saw Tomori's body. At that point, the body discovery announcement rang. The others who heard the body discovery announcement arrived one by one. Everyone gathered in the power room. Perhaps Tyra, who was in the position of the third party at this time, was most surprised because Tyra did not know the existence of the criminal. She thought she was the culprit, and yet a fire incident happened that Tyra herself did not know. So when we received the Monokuma file and started investigating, the killer started the last act. First, the killer put the flashlight they used on the floor. The flashlight was also in the state of charcoal because it was caught in the fire. The reason why it's because they threw something that catches our eye on the floor in order to create a certain situation. The killer installed a sharp wire in the way of the flashlight, and she talked as if she had found a flashlight and voluntarily walked to pick it up. Yes, even though she knows that they have a sharp wire installed. Here the killer deliberately gets caught in a wire trap and cut their own leg. It was also precisely aimed at cutting the back tendon. I didn't even think at the time that the killer was going to cripple their own leg, although it was the killer's intention to make us think so. One mistake of the killer here is that the rear tendon was cut despite walking forward, but I didn't even think about it because the person who saw an uninjured one at the time wouldn't think that. Must have been the culprit's idea whose purpose was to get out of here. The culprit even gave up one leg of themselves and showed a look of being a victim in all this. Thanks to it, we almost got hooked into thinking, would you cut your own leg? While staring at us, the killer would have been laughing inside. In this case, there were three people, including the killer, Tomori, and Tyra. But also most of the suspicions went to Tyra, so the identity of the killer was ambiguous. However, as a result of matching Tyra's honest statements for various situations, we were able to uncover the identity of the killer. The criminal who had tried to hide their identity by throwing away their leg. The perpetrator who committed such a terrible thing to Tomori. The identity of the culprit who was smiling with a smile of deceit, watching our actions behind the scenes. It's no one else other than you, Hatano Ayame. How about it, Hatano? If you have anything to object to, please do. No, wait a minute. Something's wrong. It's not like this. Really, what's not it? It's all decided. Shouldn't we see the end now? No, it's not over. It can't be over. But even if everything's correct and there's evidence, I can't convince myself. Hatano is the killer who murdered Tomori that way. Darn it, Hatano. Damn it. It's all over then. No! Yami-chan, please tell me they're wrong. No! Jesus Christ. Okay. Damn, I didn't get any mono coins. No. I suck so bad. Oh, what? Are you done? Oh, what the hell? You guys took so long that I was asleep in the middle of it. Nope, I never slept. Mr. Monokuma, did you sleep? Ho ho, no doubt. Okay, well, anyways, you guys seem to have come to your own conclusions, so it's okay to go into voting time soon? Now then, you guys, put the switch in front of your hands. As I said last time, we do not accept invalid votes, so press carefully. As a result of the voting, who will become the black one? And the answer will be the correct answer or the wrong one. Now, what will happen? That's amazing. You're correct. Tomori Kizuna was terribly killed, like that by the ruthless blackened, which it was Ayame Hatano. That's the answer. The answer? Did we do it? Did we get the culprit? Why is it the correct answer? I'm unhappy to guess this, damn it. Oh, by the way, the vote wasn't unanimous. Miss Tyra, no matter how much you wanted, voting on yourself, you don't want to commit suicide, okay? Who would believe what you're saying? I can't admit. I won't admit. It's a big deal, so be careful next time. Anyway, whatever you say, there's only one truth, but I said it, right? I don't lie when it comes to class trials. Is this real? Is Hatano really the killer? Of course she is. I guarantee this. You guys said the answer you came up with at the end, right? Denying this is nothing more than escape from reality. It's a lie, right? Ayami-chan. Only the judge was talking. Everyone couldn't even breathe, because the result of the trial was so terrible. Miss Tyra played the role of accomplice, so the case was extremely extreme, but it was also because of the incident happened late at night. Why? I ask why? Why did such a girl like you kill her? You, watch your mouth, Kubashikawa-kun. This can't be true. How is Ayami-chan a killer? You want to believe that, but... Stop it, Akane. Any more than this and it's only made it worse. I can't hide it anymore. What are you talking about, Ayami-chan? You can't hide it. Oh, if you say it like that, it makes you look like a culprit, you know? I'm sorry. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing? Why? Tomori was killed by me. What? Yeah, well, you don't have to make another announcement, because Monokuma already confirmed it. Why did you... Did she have to kill even going as far as breaking her own leg? That's right. If the answer we came up with is correct, doesn't that mean all we said, all the reason was correct? You were asking to end the trials early so that we could kill your leg as soon as possible. If you're the killer, it doesn't make sense. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I can't believe this. Yeah, in the end, you were also a murderer. It's surprising, but the word unexpected doesn't apply to criminals. Because even outside of these walls, there are piles of criminals who are doing heinous things with dismal faces. Please answer us. Why did you do that? That's obvious. It's because I want to get out of here. Huh? Isn't that obvious? Other than that, there's no other reason to commit a murder. To get out of here and seek my freedom. I wanted to return to my usual daily living. That's why everyone has no choice but to sympathize. It was just this choice of murder as means. OMG? What did you just say? Haha, you finally got my plan. I thought it was perfect because I could use Taira Akane. No, Hatano! What? In the end you were just the same person as Higa? This is what nature is after all. Nobody can judge just by looks. Now, I must know. The evil face that committed this murder. Oh, you caught me. Is this Hatano's true nature? She just wanted to get out of here and for that reason she killed Tamori? Really? That's all? Something just doesn't feel right. As Kinjo said, I shouldn't judge by appearance. This might be what Hatano really looks like, but what is this deep pain in my head? I can't see with my eyes open anymore. Let's just end it. End it? You mean the execution? You were that kind of person? Hatano! What the hell did we do this, damn it? Who do we trust for? Morikuma, get it started. Now, wait a second. When we finish things like this, can we really send Hatano like this? We might have. Look at her. You may be right, but whatever you say to her won't work. Execution? Unfortunate for me. It was a waste. Hatano, is that really you? Are you saying you were pretending to be a human being? Ah yes, this is the real me. I thought you guys were stupid, couldn't figure out my tricks, but I guess you weren't so bad after all. What did you say? Hey, please stop, Hatano. If I look at Hatano's appearance any more than this, I'll go crazy. Hatano, you really don't have regrets? Are you satisfied with your actions? Of course, it's my execution, come on. If you say regret, I could get out of here. That's all I regret. Lies. What? You want to get out of here. It's a lie. What? You think you know me, don't you? It's not a lie. I didn't murder because I wanted to get out of here, that's all. If you wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't have cut your own leg. What? What do you mean? Hatano didn't murder, that's correct, but there must have been another reason. You like acting as a villain, but your body is trembling. Hatano. Curses. Then Hatano, we just saw she was just acting? You mean she acted crazy on purpose? So then why did she really kill? Furukawa, I can't. Hatano. After saying that, Hatano's appearance returned to normal. At that moment, I felt the pain disappearing from my mind and the sense of incongruity just before it was gone. My hands are already dirty, and it might sound like an excuse, but please let me tell you. This is how I committed my murder. I was running down the second floor corridor at the time of the incident, as you guessed. At the time I saw Akane running somewhere. She was going in such a hurry. I tried to talk, but then I realized that Akane's body was covered in blood. I went into the power room where Akane had come out, there was no doubt. I found out that something had happened inside the switch room. I took a flashlight in a hurry to check the condition inside, and Tamori was dying. And there was a knife stuck in her stomach, as you all said. Then why did you kill her there? You could have thought of a way to call the others and let Tamori live. Because that was not the case. It was not the case? According to the facts I've seen, when I discovered her, Tamori was almost dead. I knew she wasn't dead because she was breathing hard, but that was it. She was already in the brink of death. That was until she got killed by you. I was worried, anxious, and scared. Tamori dies, Akane becomes a killer. It was a scary thought. I wanted to throw that thought away. What? At that time, I really wanted to think about it. That kind of good-natured Akane. Why would she stab Tamori? I learned that it was an accident, though, before the trial, but at the time she had no idea. In my head, I just went like this because I only thought about Akane becoming the Black One of this case. I just couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave my friend alone while knowing everything, throwing everything away for the sake of survival. Wait a minute. Then the reason Hatano committed murder was... Yami-chan. Because of me. To release me from becoming the Black One? I just couldn't stay put and watch Akane being executed for pretending I didn't see it. I also wanted to call Inori to heal Tamori. But if Tamori's breathing goes out while I go to get Inori, then Akane would have been executed without fail due to my mistaken judgment. I couldn't allow that to happen. You. Then, from the very beginning, you were thinking of dying instead of Tyra. And that including the cut from her tendon. All that was to protect Tyra? This is the truth. I just couldn't say I didn't know about my friend's crime. A sad tragedy born from friendship. For a while, no one could speak. Inside the courtroom, only Tyra's wailing was the only voice ringing in our ears. Was that really the only reason? Yeah. It is a commendable act to lay down one's life for others. It's not impossible without some courage. In that aspect, you deserve to be recognized. But if those were the only intentions to do that, it would not have been necessary to go to trial like this, right? Even if you reveal the facts to everyone except the execution, your intentions did not change. But at the time of the trial, your appearance became as if you looked desperate. Hey, Makaru, if you say anything more to Hatano, I won't let it stand, even if you're a woman. I'm not scared of you, idiot, and shut up. I'm talking with Ayame Hatano right now. No, it's okay. Calm down, Kabashikawa. Sure, Makaru, there was something else. What else was there? I didn't tell you this because it will sound like an excuse as I said the first time. As Makaru pointed out, doing this for Akane may have been a pretext. I'll tell you everything. What can't be said, there was no darkness in my heart. Somewhere in my mind it was like, it's okay because it's for Akane, but there was also the desire to get out from this place. Must have existed in my mind at one point. It did? Oh, but even if you're like this was a meaningful apology to you guys if I succeeded in escaping. And even if my leg is paralyzed, everything's already too late. What are you saying? Motive. The first motives that we got when Maki was murdered. The outside world I saw that was a terrible world that couldn't even run properly. Huh? How's that possible? So, in the end, the initial motive was the driving force too. Other than me, my co-workers and rivals, they can't even walk anymore. But if that's the case, what's the use of getting out of here with my legs fine? What? How did that happen? Hatano, what happened? I thought that video was just manipulation. And I thought Hatano would be the first to run non-stop and never be fooled. I know, but I wanted to check if it was real. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I was nervous. And every day it drove me like crazy. This wasn't recent. From the time Maki have been running around in my head. I had nightmares every night and I was always confused when I was with her. All that can be said of me is the fact that something has gone blank. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. No one objected to Hatano. The feeling Hatano felt was exactly the same as me, because I still remember my family, and when I was alone, I couldn't stay still because of my anxiety. After all, every breath was about the motive again and again. We were vigilant about that new motive, called the secret note, but the motives that I was given the first time, no matter how many new motives came out, it did not disappear. The intense image was clearly stuck in our minds. I understand the feeling, but you were weird. I don't feel a strong will like Mitsuhiro Higa. The desire to go outside? Was it a conflict? Conflict. Will you lose us for the chance to leave it outside? Would you accept us for your dear friends, Tyra? You were in conflict, weren't you, Hatano? It wasn't as big as that, but by the time Maeda pointed me out as the culprit, I had already given up on escaping, after everything was revealed. But the reason I got ugly and struggled until the end was because of Akane. I was relieved to learn that it was only an accident that Akane stabbed Momori. During the trial, because I knew Akane was the way I knew her. Even though after I was driven as the culprit, Akane tried to deny my crime more severely than me, the culprit, to prevent me from being executed. I am the one that betrayed you all and committed murder. I'm a little happy inside. Like I wanted Akane not to die. She has the same mind too. More than that, how disappointed Akane would be if I admitted the crime. Not to mention Maeda and Kinjo couldn't be beaten. Why are you smiling? Huh? Well, you're angry, Akane. And you would be disappointed, but I'm sorry. Why? You did this because of someone like me. How can you laugh like that? How can I laugh? Akane asked something very strange. Thanks to me, Akane is able to survive safely. Is there anything more simple than that? Hatano. Oh, damn it. In the end, just an idiot who, after weighing in my between dreams and bonds, I've done things that shouldn't be done. Still, I'm satisfied. Could have saved at least Akane. I feel somewhat relieved. Although my dream ends here. You guys don't make the same mistake like me. Go after the best dreams you believe in. I chose to protect my friends rather than my dream. Now I will say goodbye to this world, but at least I have no regrets. Don't say goodbye or end it like that. You make it sound so ominous. That really happens. It happens even if you don't say that. Monokuma. Well, I understand Hatano's situation, but it's taking too long. Look, if this is a game, you have to think about the person who plays it. Shut up, Monokuma. I don't know what Hisatano thought and what circumstances caused the murder. The important thing is the result. In the end, the fact that you killed Miss Tamori doesn't change one bit. Murder means the order has been broken. For a Blacken who has broken it, an appropriate punishment is necessary. Yes, I am to be punished. You take the sin and pay the penalty for it. Oh, confident attitude. I don't like that. It's different from Higa-kun. But for Miss Hatana and Miss Tyra, it's whatever. In the end, the cause was that you wanted to go out, right? Hey. Why, Hatana-san a little while ago say with her own mouth she was conflicted because she wanted to go out. Shut up. You were the one who created this whole situation itself. What are you saying? What am I saying? Are you that stupid? If you forgot the outside world, this wouldn't happen. You just need to live comfortably here, so if you want to get out, you have to go through a murder case. You should know this already. Stop spouting your nonsense and go ahead, disgusting bear. Fine, I won't meddle with you guys anymore. It's also because my night already passed, so let's start. The heart-racing punishment time! I've prepared a very special punishment for Ayame Hatana, the ultimate sprinter, who is the Blacken of this case. Everyone, remember to get along. No, wait a minute, Ayame-chan, please wait. Oh, there are still many things that I haven't told you. Let's go all out. Yami-chan, because of me, because of a fool like me, I stabbed someone by accident and I didn't do any cleanup. I also just bothered you. I made this scene. Don't go. I'm gonna die. All I need to do is die. Wanna come on, wait. It's punishment time. Akane, I want you to be alive. Live. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh, man. Yikes. This is the National Sports Day. Huh? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Oh, yikes. Yeah. My lord. That was... Yikes. Yahoo! This thrilling feeling of endorphins rising. It's fantastic profit. Ayami-chan. It's too much flesh, blood. Hatano. Oh no. I don't think I can hold it anymore. Hatano was executed. So much cruelty, so mercilessly. I found myself closing my mouth to endure the vomit that had reached my throat. For her colleagues and for her best friend, Hatano willingly gave up her life. Not many people can do that in the world. That was the kind of person she was. Goodbye, Hatano. Evil, ugly, it's not a dream. How long do I have to continue this nightmare? That's up to you guys. It's a nightmare. If you guys forget only the outside world and live in harmony here, you're happy and you don't know what to do? He mentioned this in the first trial as well. Forget the outside world. You keep emphasizing the words. What is the purpose? What's the reason you want for keeping us inside? Ah, if I tell you that, it's a major spoiler. It might transform into a wave of protest. Shut up, you bastard. Why do you do this to us? Why? Tell us the reason. Wouldn't be desperate to kill each other without knowing that? Then let's ask something different. The cost of entering an execution of this school is nothing but ordinary. Absolutely impossible. What the hell are you? Where does this organization come from? There are a lot of things you are curious about, huh? Good. Then would you like a special service? Everything that you see in the school from the beginning was all here. I just modified a tiny bit. I tried so hard to make you guys feel amazing despair, yet you guys ignore my warnings. Truly sad. You're so noisy. What is despair? Is it so fun to play with a person's life? Huh? Do you think I'm just doing this simply to enjoy it? Well, it's true at some point. Although, I'm actually enjoying it. You guys don't know how important it is, all this. No clue at all. What are you talking about? Nothing you need to know. If you're curious, do your own research and find out. After all, it's written in the school rules investigation is always free to do. Well, this is it. After doing a brilliant execution, I woke up because I'm feeling so worked up. But if I don't sleep, it's dangerous because I might sleep all day tomorrow. Of course, everyone did a good job. It seemed to be a good despair finale, so at this point, the class trial is over. Good night. After Monokuma disappeared, only Tyra's sobbing sound came from the trial grounds. I felt like I would go crazy too. It's an indescribable evil feeling, a feeling of despair beyond reason. It seemed like my body was being crushed by a tremendous pressure. But I cannot give up here. I have to move forward for the sake of our dead friends. Even though I thought in my head, my body wouldn't move nor follow. Can we really get out of here? The second trial is over. 4 people have already lost their lives. Who will be next? Is it me? Tyra, calm down. Everyone's sad. It's all because of me. LINUJ-chan died because of me. Ayami-chan also died because of me. It's right, isn't it? All because of me. Reprimanding for yourself. I know all too well that it wasn't because of Tyra, but I just couldn't tell her anything. It's hard. It's too hard to put yourself up, but taking care of others would be a real sainthood. All we can do for Tyra is to let her cry freely without interruption. To be able to complain such difficult feelings with tears. It could have been me instead. It's ugly and noisy. What? Yeah, it's all because of you. I know you well enough. If you feel guilty like that, write a will and commit suicide already. Hey, what did you say, Kinjo? Say it again. It's better to get behind a go blackened like you. Blackened? Kinjo, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly saying all this stuff? I hate this the most. In my true sense, this blackened is subtly convicted of innocence to avoid the law. Blackened, you mean Tyra? Is there anyone else who fits? Stop! This is bullshit. How many times has it been revealed that the stabbing Tyra did to Tamori was an accident? Is that really what you say to someone who just lost a friend after his death? An accident? Of course it was. Kizuna Tamori started it all, however. Who made the final blows no matter the pretext must be punished. The two were punished and killed, right? Taira Akane, who was at the heart of the case, Morrison's them is alive and clean from this. Have you forgotten? Even if this woman had killed Tomori in an accident, in the class trial, Akane Taira made a false statement to hide her crimes. What would have happened if we were caught in that lie? Isn't it terrible to imagine? Directly or indirectly, Taira Akane almost put us all at risk. But she couldn't help it, could she? Taira knew she was guilty and she knew she would be executed if she told the truth. And she shouldn't have done that in the first place. No matter how much of an accident it was, you think it makes sense to go and wash blood to destroy evidence as you stabbed Mori, a girl who is willing to say that they're innocent? Isn't it normal to at least support Tomori and give her first aid or call Nori as soon as possible? They do have a point. Please think of Taira. The incident may have happened and the rescue might not have occurred because she was in a state of panic. No, I'm confident of this. If Taira Akane was really the Blackened, it's certain for a fact that she would try to trick us with selfish thoughts. Stop talking, Kinjo, you bastard. I'm not gonna tolerate this anymore. Oi, calm down, Koba Boxer. Get your fist down, manly boy. You guys need to look at things objectively. What she did is wrong in every sense. There's still a lot to talk about, but I don't think it's the right time when everyone is on edge and confused as it is now. It's late today, so go to bed. I'll talk with y'all tomorrow morning. Hey, wait, dude. If you want to talk to me, then stop. Hey, you bastard. Are you gonna leave just like that? Hey! Why is Kinjo doing this? It's like Kinjo's creating a separation between us. So what do we do now? Is Taira gonna recover? Losing a loved one is a very difficult feeling. Ah, that's right. Taira, are you okay? I'm sorry. Oh Lord, is she okay? She's not good. Taira's all good now. She's definitely not. Let's all rest today. I don't feel good after a class trial. It's already late. Near dawn. Go sleep. Let's do as Kurokawa suggests. Honestly, I can't afford to think right now. We'll listen to Kinjo tomorrow. Today we are gonna sleep. Okay. I feel like the more we do this, the more harder we have to work. Everyone have a good night. Sleep well. Being in such a situation is unusual in itself. The current situation was much more than the first trial. Kinjo, who should lead everyone, seems to be getting twisted more and more, and our friends start to lose their lives one by one. What can I do at times like these? Play around with everyone and relax while learning about them? Follow my own dreams? Right now, I think it's impossible for anything to happen. I have no more power to think anymore. Let's sleep for today. I returned to my room. When I left the courtroom and returned to my dormitory, I greeted some of my friends and tried to chat a little, but everyone seemed to have no energy. That's no wonder. It only passed 3 or 4 hours before returning to my room, but within those 3 to 4 hours, we lost very precious things. Feels like it's been years since then. The stiff door bed that couldn't be more comfortable is now feeling better than anything else. Tired. Desperate situation in which we taste the despair of the death of our friends and do not know whether we will be able to stand up again. What kind of despair awaits us tomorrow? Now, I don't even think there's hope anywhere. Now, I've only passed the second class trial, but this is not the end. The despair surrounding us is approaching, involving us deeper and deeper. Hey, hello. I don't know if you're comfortable, but don't you feel uncomfortable? Oh, it would be weird if you were tied up in public like this, but if you're comfortable... No way. If it is comfortable, you're a true Maso? But you're not, right? Oh well. I came to bring the meal again today. Your appearance is still there, so take good care of your health until then. By the way, who could have thought you would be led like this? I'm really sorry for being like this and having to lock you up. In fact, it would have been nice if I let everyone stay with you too. Your body is one that cannot age, isn't it? Still haughty, huh? I like it. It will be alright when your turn comes. By that time, how many people will survive? Ha 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 ha. Huh? What? I getcha. It's because that woman you love is still alive. There's nothing to worry about. I'll go there then. Because if I'm not watching, I don't know what those guys will try to pull, so see you next time. Who's that? Is that the 16th student? Hmm. Alright, that was chapter 2. Darn, okay. Oh, that one I could kind of piece together who the killer was. I could suss Hatano out. But I mean, again, I didn't understand the trial. I didn't understand the case until the trial itself. So, yeah, it's cool though. It was great. I don't know what that last cutscene was about, but yeah. All right, I think we'll call it a night here. Well, I don't know if it's nighttime for you. We're gonna end the episode here. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching. We'll continue this. We'll continue this next week. Yeah, chapter 3. We're almost halfway there. Let's see who ends up dead next. We've already hung out with Tsurugi. I think we've completed his hangouts, so we'll go with Satsuki next, I think. Yeah, we'll go hang out with her next, and we'll see what happens in the next chapter. Thanks for joining, everyone. Have a good rest, and see you around. Also, you know, the same thing, like and subscribe, and if you like, and follow me on Twitch if you want, because I'm usually more active there. It's just right now I'm not available to stream, so that's why I'm doing this. Yeah. See you next time. Bye bye.